have some random dude. There's no such thing as God.
When you have a 24-hour sun, Brian, you can literally do anything, okay?
I'm telling you. Spinning Spaceballs for life, man. I'm convinced. Oh, you got to believe it now. You got to believe we're on a globe now, don't you? No. But I got a 24-hour sun. So what? They don't like that answer. So what? But it's there. So we said it would be. You said it would be. Yeah. And I was wrong. Well, you were wrong. Yeah, I just said I was wrong.
Well, if you're wrong, that clearly means you don't know anything.
So here's the thing. At one point in time in my life, I thought we were spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, orbiting the sun at 66,000 miles, and then eventually found out that we're chasing the sun at 500,000 miles an hour. And it turned out I was wrong. And I updated my position based on the new information given.
Flat earthers don't update their position, okay?
Hold steady and fast, man. But so I got a whole list here, man. A whole list. Prove we're moving. Start there. You prove we're moving, I'll consider we're on a spinny space ball. I won't even give you the hard one. And it's crazy, man. You got these guys out here, Dr. Sargenis and Dr. Bennett over here, man. I only want 3 things proven, and they already took away one of them. They don't even believe we're moving. It would seem like curvature and gas pressure without containment would be the easiest things to prove with these two, but Sargenis is holding steadfast on that one too. Everybody want to go to space.
Brian, how many times do we have to tell you? You look in the sky, you see things move, that means we're moving.
It's the craziest notion ever.
I don't know what's so difficult about this, Brian. Go over this for 124 weeks.
124 weeks, man.
It's moving in the sky. That means we're moving, okay?
You know what's crazy is a year and a half ago, I didn't even know this conversation was going on. I never heard of Aries failure. I couldn't tell you diddly squat about any of this stuff you guys are talking about nowadays. A year and a half ago, year and a half into this, these people still will not even look at Aries failure. They still keep on saying it's about the ether. And it turns out this dude,
they
George,
to detect the ether.
And it turns out George Bedell Airy, he was just some rando with a telescope, right? You know, he was nobody, right? No, it turns out he was the head honcho of the Royal Astronomical Society. He was the dude of dudes. When he said jump, everybody said how high. So it ain't like he just like, oops, I'm gonna write this paper of 4 pages and totally forget to tell you what I'm looking for. Totally forget.
He didn't have time to write it in there, okay?
He didn't have computers, man. If he had a computer, you know, probably could have got it done. The laptop, man, they hadn't invented. Or wait, what? That's a different rabbit hole. But yeah, man, just some rando out there, you know. And then he shelved it. Yeah. Then Michelson Morley, you know, somehow, some way came out with an interferometer 10 times more sensitive to check for the motion of the Earth. And this was like, what, in 1881, allegedly? I mean, we hadn't even invented the power tool yet. These guys are making interferometers, but whatever.
Okay, I know throughout the entire 1800s, they were trying to detect the motion of the Earth, but I promise you that it's all about the ether.
It's all about the ether, man.
Ignore the first part. I know it was based in motion, but it was really about the ether.
Seriously, man. It didn't even take too much. I mean, I actually got introduced to interferometry before Aries or Michelson Morley before Aries failure, and I understood that. And then Mr. Xavier's like, you guys ought to really concentrate on Aries failure. And I was like, yeah, I've heard of that, but what's going on there? And then I started looking into it. I was like, whoa, this is way better than Michelson Morley. This is the king of kings here. Michelson Morley. I don't know why anybody even messes with Michelson Morley anymore. Straight up Aries failure, man. This is so simple and elegant.
Water in the telescope.
Water in a telescope, man. Beat that. Oh, we can. We're going to come up here and make something 10 times more sensitive and still come up with a null result. I don't know, man. At what point in time does science say, hey, we have to go with the results? If we don't take the results and go with the results, I think we're stepping into the realm of pseudoscience.
No,
We're
no,
making,
no, Brian, you misunderstand. We actually predicted that the motion wasn't going to be there, because you actually contracted
oh,
the
yeah.
device. So, again, you just misunderstand the science.
And then I see this shit with the Lorentz transformation. The moment I saw that, I was like, that's a straight up cheat. What the hell is that? You just made a formula to give you what you wanted. Again, I think that's called pseudoscience, by the way.
No, Brian, it's relativity, okay?
Oh yeah, because everything is relative now. Oh, but wait, that didn't even come around till what, 1905? Yeah. And then what did he get rid of? Oh, he got rid of the ether. But why did he get rid of the ether if we had Michelson Morley and Aries failure already proved that we didn't have the ether? But, I'm just some dude that just got into this and I don't know what I'm talking about. And then wait, in 1915, he brought it back because he said, well, things can't move without a medium, and that's just absolutely retarded. And Brian already came up with this concept before he even realized this was going on. So it's like, why doesn't space have a medium? Even Einstein said, yeah, that's stupid. We got to bring back the ether. And if we brought back the ether, then why is it Michelson Morley and Aries failure back on the table? Oh, wait, we got Lorentz transformation again. So we got everything we want, and you got to throw in the area the Lorentz transformation there to give you what you want.
Yes, you just transform it
Yeah, anybody with any type of
to
logical
reality.
thinking can go, this is some bullshit.
That's how we know there's motion, because we predicted the motion wouldn't be there. Okay.
It's all relative, man. Then come find out Newton didn't even believe in this stuff either. He's like, nah, it was a nice theory at once, but you need a medium, man. Newton totally said space is fake and gay. Why is there no medium?
Again, Brian, we could just transform. You just derive one from the other mathematically. Math is reality, okay?
So you're saying if Lorentz was back there with Newton, he could have got with him and he'd been like, oh wait, and then he would have it all figured out. He just didn't have the Lorentz transformation down yet. We all contract with it too, man. Ruler, the apparatus, but just the one side there of the arm there, not the other sides. It doesn't contract sideways. It's just linear because that's what we need it to do. You would think it would contract in a circle because that's what happens, right? Where everything's a sphere. But nope, it only did it the one way. But bubbles, man,
It's okay
bubbles.
that we change all of physics, okay?
Yeah, even though you totally can feel motion in every single aspect of everything, when it comes to the motion of the Earth, nope, it's all relative. Wait a minute. Now, Brian, if you're driving in a car, you mean in a steel container? Okay, keep going.
We know something's happening. We just don't know what it is. We can't differentiate between reality and different frames of references. That's science, math, physics.
If you throw a ball up in an airplane,
Did
is there a
someone
window
say?
in the airplane? Or you
Did
have
someone
fresh
say ball? Did you guys hear balls running against Moloch this year?
Oh yeah, man.
Yeah.
The oblate.
Anyway, what's up, Brian?
What's up, Alan? How you doing?
Oh, good, man. Had a nice Christmas.
Lovely, lovely.
Heard some people were trying to bully you online.
Who you think can bull me online?
It's just people on the streets, man. They were saying we bullied Brian and he's a Glober now. I was like, what? Brian's sweet? Say it ain't so. They were like, yeah, he's a Glober and a concaver. I was like, what? He's both? And he
Yeah.
was like, yeah. And then I was told that you were also still a flat earther. And I was like, wait, how could that be? And then I realized, oh yeah, all three models use the same map, which is tied to the stars. Oh yeah, they all predict the same thing. Huh. Anyway, what were you saying?
Telling you, man. These people, man. Everybody's a Mason now. Everybody a Mason.
Oh, dude, you just get back from the lodge?
Yeah, I'm over here gigging on this 24 and the end of 24 here, man. I think we might. We're all Masons. Horns up. Shh. I see you.
Now, I do advocate for secret handshakes. They are pretty cool.
Dude, I ain't gonna lie, man. Secret handshakes are pretty cool. They are dope.
I do love me some codes. I'm not gonna lie. I love a code word or two.
Yep, you got your code words, safe words, secret handshakes. I mean, we might as well be a secret society.
Might as well.
I think they socially shamed us into socially shaming ourselves into stopping from forming one. But the secret should be that it's just like, super open and we're all just normal, chill people. That should be like the it's like, what's the big hidden secret? I'm a level 3 flat earth wizard now or whatever. You're like, yeah. Well, the secret is there's still a God that created this place, and that's it. Perpendicular is vertical, and horizontal share that perpendicular relationship. Still it.
And it turns out we're all pretty chill.
But
Most
the
of us
secret
can handle.
secret
Most of us
handshake
can
is
handle.
mandatory.
Yeah, most of us can handle new information and adapt and overcome. Some are having a hard time with it. The amount of craziness with some flat earthers calling everybody a Mason and stuff.
Yeah, I think you guys do your secret meeting live throughout the week on Ether Cosmology and YouTube and stuff like that.
Dude, no one's tangentially associated me with anything yet. So like I feel super left out. It's like,
Oh, you mean like this?
You still think Sacred's a CIA agent on X? You still think Sacred's CIA? You think he's CIA? You think he's a black CIA agent trying to derail the black community? Retarded ass.
Sacred,
Sounds like something to do.
you're bringing down the black community for the CIA. Dude, what an awesome conspiracy.
I made it.
That's right up there with, yeah. Beyond your vision, people are underneath you. What a whopper, dude. That's one of my favorite tall tales. Hey, you know how you can see a certain distance? Like, yeah. What's beyond that? Is it just more stuff? Nope. It's actually underneath you now. What? Dude. And then you go there and you're like, oh, well, how come I can see more stuff now? It's like, yeah, you just went slightly below where you were previously, but now it just looks like you know, in your new location that it's flat. And you're just like, oh, cool. Cool. That's a really dope trick. How can I know that for sure, though? Well, you see that big light in the sky? Yeah. When it goes away at night, it goes underneath you as well. Oh, sweet. 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 How about when the big lights in the sky make shadows and the shadows go in the opposite direction? Is it still going beneath me? Oh, yeah, yeah. You just need to refraction ball, you know, the ball's really underneath and it's just looks like you're seeing two balls. It's okay. What about that shadow though, homie? Oh, well, you know, here's the thing. If you were to ask me, like, can we predict an eclipse? Yeah, I mean, yeah, they're cyclical. If you were to ask me, can I predict, is the Solar eclipse going to go bottom up or top down? The answer is no. No, I can't. We have no idea, which means we have no idea why it's happening. But I'll proudly tell you that because I can predict it, it must be caused by some physical phenomenon that doesn't contradict all the other explanations I give.
The universe is expanding, Alan. It's supposed to look like that.
When I look up in the sky and I split starlight into a rainbow, one of the first things, like I got my magnifying glass out and I noticed that the starlight that made a rainbow that was slightly more red. And I was like, how did that happen? What could have possibly changed the frequency of light? Was it time and space expanding at 4 times the speed of light? Is that what did it?
Occam's razor.
No, we'll come back to that one, see if we can come back to anything else. Is it relative motion through a field? No, couldn't be that. Is it light interacting with an electric magnet? No. This could only be caused by time and space changing, giving the illusion that time and space is the same. Oh, dude, how cool is that? The lack of evidence becomes the ultimate proof of the thing.
The lack of evidence is all the evidence you need, man. Just need to
calculate G, okay?
If you got math skills, you can prove anything.
That's true. If I learned anything from absolute differential calculus, it's that with enough of it, you can make anything covariant.
You just need to learn basic trigonometry and basic calculus and basic advanced math, and then you got it all.
Well, you know what they say, Brian.
Did you cut out?
No, I was waiting for you to say, what do they say, Alan?
What do they say, Alan?
They say if you can follow a cosine from an elevation angle to a star and get a zenny directly underneath it, you must be able to get it directly underneath that zenny. Otherwise, the Earth's a ball.
And those zennies, man.
You know what they call zennies in Spanish?
Zendejas.
Oh, dude, I was going to say zenditos, but yeah, that works too.
Oh, my.
I liked your answer more than mine.
I said that. I was like, man, I think that's an actual name.
Be kind of disappointed if it's not.
Well, the 24 sun solves all of this, okay?
24-hour sun. Spinning space balls for life, man. Last 2 weeks have been nuts, man. Everybody just freaking out.
Business has been great for me. Got to work on a whole new Prezi.
What you working on?
The old null hypothesis.
That null hypothesis go crazy. Shout out Dr. Heffron for the insight.
Yeah. You know, when you go over like 5 or 6 mutually exclusive proofs where certain geometric properties would dictate different outcomes, and then you analyze them, and then none of them go the way that would falsify your null hypothesis, such as, you know, direct measurement of curvature without reference to the stars, or shadow sets comporting with the geometric properties of a globe casting a shadow, and what it would mean if the source of light was, you know, truly going beneath your feet. The old circumpolar navigation routes for satellites and terrestrial navigation never comporting to what it would be a trajectory or orbital path that would show that the object is going around a ball and coming up the other side. We got battle of the beams, mutually exclusive planar trigonometry used to derive the angles for the radar for the radiation for the width of the radiation pattern of the beam that was measured over target at specific altitudes and distances that are geometrically impossible on anything that's curved convexly or concavely. Anything that has concavity or convexity to it. The old Selenilian eclipse, which we went over earlier, you know, the old classic, the Earth is what's casting the shadow between the thing and the sky, and then you see the two things in the sky above the Earth, and then you just like you just have a big oopie moment. You're just like, oopie. You know, kind of like we had an oopie, or, you know, some of us had an oopie about a 24-hour sun. You know, it happens, guys. It oopies, but it's all still above the horizon, so it's less of an oopie for us. And then we have the old Eratosthenes. Some dude measured a shadow and then used a ratio of the coordinate system to derive a relationship there. And then it turns out, as long as you're using a ratio of that coordinate system as your way to derive distance, it all works out and it gives you the same result regardless of the distance to the sun that you assume. Well, no way. And it just it represents the radius of your vision and not which is an equivalence to the radius of a globe. Okay, cool. And then we have southern star rotations, which homie used a shoebox and a little hamster wheel dome to make a model that shows that it's possible on a stationary plane with a hemisphere of vision. When you go through all of those and, you know, you add them up, you see what's up with the specific geometric properties on some of those, you realize that it doesn't matter what the thing in the sky does.
So you're saying that the Earth still doesn't curve into a ball?
Turns out, no.
Huh.
Turns out you can only make it curve into a ball if you reference stars and make a broad assumptions about what goes on when you get a zenny to that star.
So you're saying if you look up and you never look down, you're totally on a spinning space water war? All right. I feel you.
Yep. Yo, what's up, D3Z?
Yo, what's up, guys? Just listening and I was trying to look at data sets here from the USGS, but I'm just really not the guy for this data stuff. I don't know which sets I need to download, and once I do download them, it'll be probably a pain in the ass for me to try to figure out how to do the comparisons and stuff. So anyway, I did a simpler comparison just using AI, of course. And so I posed a couple questions. One of them dealing with the rise over run from New York to Miami. And let me see here. Hold on. Let me look for it again.
Hold on, D3. What you analyzing?
The rise over run, basically the slope
It's
from New York to Miami.
Oh, okay.
Because we, trying to go off of the plane data, plane survey data. So I guess what we could use would be the elevations. That's what I'm assuming. So yeah, that's my assumption there, is that we all go off of the plane data using the elevations. So that's what I'm trying to do here. And what I got to was, it was calculating it for me. So again, this isn't my own math. But it was saying that straight line distance from New York to Miami, it's about 1,100 miles. And let me see, slope for that would be 0.0000312. So 4 zeros 312 behind the decimal. And so then I asked, okay, well, because that's going off of sea level, right? So I'm like, all right, well, what's the rise over run from sea level, based on the sea level at New York and the sea level at Miami? And of course, it's going to say 0 because it didn't factor in the curvature of the Earth, right? So just asking it the plain simple question, it tells you 0, which is what we would assume. But then I asked it, okay, well, if the Earth is curving, that would be incorrect, because it would have to be there would have to be a slope. And it's like, okay, yeah, you're correct. And it does its calculation, and it's like, all right, that slope would be 0.0348. So that's approximately like a 200% difference. And so like that would make the prediction that matches the globe, which would be the 0.034, like 1,115 times off from what we actually measure.
But D3, did you verify the values?
Now that's what I'm saying. I can't, because I don't know how to. This is why I've been saying every time in the group, like, I want somebody, like, if we could nominate somebody who's good with data to do this shit, and then provide a visual for everybody. Because if we can put forth to everyone in the community, like, look, from here to here, you're traveling this far, there should be this much curve, but it doesn't exist based on all of the plane survey data that you can go look at, download yourself at USGS and these other websites that do the plane data surveys, plane survey data, I'm sorry.
Have you looked at the plane survey maps?
Yeah, I'm looking. I'm on the website right now, and I'm looking at maps, but I don't see like how to download the data sets. And there's a couple places where it says I can download, but I don't know how to do it. It says there's a cart right here. I don't know, the cart's not loading for some reason. But yeah, but I'm not the data analysis guy, and that's why I've been putting forth the idea, hoping that somebody in the community who does data analysis could do this, because for them it would be, maybe an hour's work or something, maybe a little bit more, I don't know, but I figure about an hour.
There are some surveyors that we know.
Yeah, but are they data guys? Like, can they go in and do the calculations? Can they download data from across the United States, right? So like, for example, let's say we did across the states, or just north to south, like New York to Miami, and we got the plane survey data from New York, and then the plane survey data from Miami, and then all the states in between. For example, let's say we did across the states. or just north to south, like New York to Miami. And we got the plane survey data from New York, and then the plane survey data from Miami, and then all the states in between. And then, you know, did the rise over run measurements from state to state. You know, they could do it in different ways with data analysis techniques that I just don't know how to do.
Did they make a prediction first before analyzing the data?
Well, here's the prediction, right? The prediction is that the rise over run would have to slope in accordance with the proposed measurement of the globe, right? It would have to be equivalent, or at least very near that prediction for what the Earth should be curving at 8 inches per mile squared. So even though it's only a short, yeah. Somebody was saying something?
No, you got it.
Yeah. So I mean, if we have all this plane survey data, we need to put it together in a package where it's digestible for people who don't understand this shit, that we could present it to people. Like, so yeah, we got what's going on in the sky and all of that, yada yada. Like, let's the ground, guys, the ground, the ground, the ground. So if we say if we're saying that it's the same sea level at both sites, well then the sea level would have to curve. But are we, you know, how are we measuring that? You know what I mean? Like, there's got to be a way to dig into this. I don't know how to do it, so I keep bringing it up. So anyway, I haven't verified this, but according to what the AI is saying, it's got, what did it pull for? New York and Miami. Okay, so it was saying that elevation of New York City is approximately 187 feet. You know, like average or whatever average elevation of Miami is 6 feet. So these should be in the ballpark. You know, it's AI, it's pulling its data from data sources that are available. So should be in the ballpark.
This is just like regular Chat GPT, or this is something connected to the data set?
No, it's just AI doing its thing.
Because
Yeah, so
some of the
AI,
problems that I'm had with certain AIs is that they'll give me different values when I ask the same question.
I know. Like I said, this is not, that's why I prefaced it with like, this is not my data and this is not my math, but it should be in the ballpark. Like, hold on, let me do a quick Google search, just real Google it real quick, and let's say average
But Florida is like
average elevation of NYC. So here it says 10 meters. That's so. Oh wait, this is New York State. New York State on average is 33 feet. No, wait. Let me see. Where do we have? Okay, land area, unemployment. Okay, New York topographic map. This is on topographic-map.com. And there's an interactive map here. New York, United States, average elevation 19 meters. I don't know what that is in feet. All right, so let's go with Brooklyn. Let's say they've got Brooklyn on here. Let's go with Brooklyn. Brooklyn, average elevation 9 meters. So 9 meters, is that what, I think that's what the AI was saying.
about 30.
Let me see.
So you're basically trying to see if they're actually accounting for it or not.
Well, yeah, I want to see what the Earth actually shows. If there's not a significant curvature in the plane survey data from point to point, then there's no argument. It's just done. There's no argument. And you have to go over, because like the experiment that I would do, like I've said multiple times, is I would hire, if I had the cash, I would hire a team to just plane survey it out over a few months or whatever for like 200 miles, 200 to 300 miles, and just disprove that, because they say that once you're over 100 miles, you have to switch over to geodetic surveying, and that's where the triangulation kicks in, which is where they map things to the ellipsoid model. So if we could just dispel with that, you know, if I had my own experiment cache, I would do that instead of you know, Antarctica to look up at the sky. But I don't have that type of cache, so I'm trying to figure out another way to do it. And so rise over run, you know, if there's no slope, or if there's not enough slope, then there's what's the argument at that point? The only argument I could foresee is them saying somehow the water is curving, and then so we're taking our sea level from curving water, and so then that would be like the next step in that debate.
And then they got to get past using the radius of the Earth, because in their calculations they're going to use the radius in order to fit those plane survey coordinate systems into that geoid ellipsoid.
Right, exactly. You would have to finagle it, but that would mean you would have to change it, and that's not, you know, that would make it false.
Not to mention, there's like 7 to 8 states flatter than a pancake.
Yeah, exactly. So and so I want to go like north to south rather than east to west, because I think like we would be curving greater going from the equator towards the northern hemisphere. I don't know why I think that. Is just my hunch. It's not based on anything scientific. Yeah, but I mean, we could do it both ways as long as somebody could crunch the data. And I was trying to get the data myself here, so that I could just then forward it to somebody who like raises their hand, like, "Hey, I'll do it," and I just toss them the data. You know, so you see what I'm saying, right, Secret?
Yeah, man. I know a few surveyors I could tap in with. I feel like they should be able to interpret that data a lot better.
Yeah. See, all right, cool. Let them know what I'm trying to get out of it, like a long distance, and just like the rise over run based on the survey data, what it says, what it actually says. You know, like Stone pointed out earlier, you know, what did Aries actually say? What was going on in his thing? Like people are adding a bunch of stuff to it that actually doesn't belong there. You know, what do the surveys actually say? I hear people saying like, yeah, they say it's all flat. Okay, well, please demonstrate it. Like, can somebody please demonstrate this and put it out for everybody in the community to actually see? Like visuals speak a lot more than words.
I'm gonna post a map here in a second. Hold on.
Like, bro, I wish I could do it. If I knew how to do this shit, it would already be done. Because I would have tried to end this argument a long time ago. Like, regardless whether it's curving or not, if the data doesn't show that it's curving at the rate that you're claiming it's curving, that means it's not curving. That means we're not curving at that same rate, which means we would be a different size, and that throws everything from there off. Everything would have to be adjusted at that point, which would bring us closer to the truth. Maybe there's somebody who is like, you know, it's not even possible to do what I'm suggesting. I don't know. I think it should be possible, though.
Why wouldn't it be?
You know, there's certain things, you know, maybe they're like, oh, well, you know, the actual level that we claim is based on this model and that, because I have no idea where the sea level idea comes from. It's something I haven't actually looked into. Anybody in here, up here, speaker right now, know what that comes from?
Probably from the fact that water lays flat.
Is it a hypothetical though?
I just posted that map. Check it out.
Okay. Did we map America flat?
Hello, people. There is a hinges, but out there, but like those long bridges, but they are not curving over the water, but they are going by water level. And then, but sewer system, but if you know how the water flow, but and how it appear, but in but other places, but now sewer system, but it's 2% incline to the water level. If there is, but no, but heights or lows where you have to pump it over, but the ordinary is flowing but into water level 2%, but incline. It's just flowing but that way, but that's how it's built, but we are using it that way. They are not projected or programmed or how you say, but they are not done but that way, but they are flowing over the arc, but now some way. It's 2% incline into water level. Sewer system, very, very simple. And then you look those chemtrails, they're usually but straight lines. They are not bending anywhere, but how they are kind of appearing there, but you still see them straight lines, but you have to think, but there is an arc, but there is no arc, but there is no curve. You just don't find it, and everything else, but we are using it that way, but like it's kind of Navy lasers, but now they are pointing also but 200 miles away, but and hitting at the target. Okay, but the ship is a little bit higher, but anyway, but it can't be but done but 200 miles away. It's
Like
yeah.
I'm with you, bro. I'm with you on that. And the problem is that we have this is another observation. Like these observations you're talking about, we have all of these observations, and people are not respecting them. Like, so we need something harder than just observations. We need to present data in a way that can't be argued with, that can't be misinterpreted. You feel
Yeah,
me? If we're gonna
argue
get into
with
this
sewer
debate,
system?
I'm
How
sorry,
you
what?
gonna argue? How you gonna argue with the sewer system? But it's flowing, but into water level, but not 2% incline, but down. But now, like it's going
Because
down
it's
itself.
local. Because it's local. So we need a
Yeah, but
long distance like thing that they can't argue with, that really refutes any curvature. We need something longer distance.
much people but don't argue anyway. But they don't understand. But what we're talking about, they don't think logic.
That's why we need the stone cold math and visual to go along with it, like pointed out based on the actual, you know what I'm saying, the actual data. Because these observations, like we all see them. We know these bridges aren't curving the way they should be and stuff like that. But then again, over a small distance, they're not gonna curve that much, bro. Like they're really not.
So,
It wouldn't be it wouldn't be noticeable.
but
Even like 100 miles.
But normies don't, but even but consider but now the things what we're talking about. But they don't think but critically. They don't have but now logical conclusions. They don't see, but like they don't see. They see chemtrails, but they don't see. They don't arc. They are
They're just
straight lines.
observations. What they do is this: they have a model that they believe in, and we're not providing anything substantial enough to overturn it because all of the observations are local. We need to deal with proving larger distances flat. If we can do that, then they have no way to argue with that. Now, plane surveys is the only way I'm aware of that we can do that, unless there's some
Yeah, but
arbitrary coordinate system that's being used for the sea level that they can then hijack and corroborate with the globe,
Do you
which is
see
like I said, the next step.
Do you see the experiment with the planes, but where the plane going up and you have a level with you, but and then you put the level on the floor of the plane, and it's not moving. It's leveled. It's leveled, and so far it's flying straight in 10,000 kilometers or 10 kilometers up there, but it's leveled on the floor. It's when it starts coming down or going up, but then it's but inclined. But when it's up there, but now the level you have, Brad, with you, Brad, now physical instrument, it's leveled on the floor, but now the bubble is not moving anywhere. It's leveled.
Yeah. I know. Most globies will be like gravity, but the more advanced ones will argue a different perspective for that.
With things falling down, Brad, what's hard with that? But things falling down, you don't need any gravity, but things falling down, but it's very simple, but it's very difficult to understand. You don't need gravity, but things falling down.
So Sacred, what are you pointing out with this map?
Not much. I just had Googled state plane coordinate system maps. There was a few that popped up from the 1920s into the 1960s. And I just thought it was interesting that we're mapping the states with state plane coordinate systems.
Changes made after the original design of SPCS-27 completed in 1934 for CONUS.
%56 of Miami is 6 feet or less under sea level, at or under sea level.
That's crazy, right? It's mad low over there.
Or Florida's like the flattest state.
Definitely one of them for sure.
Believe for one. I thought it'd be Kansas, but I think it's Florida.
Numero uno.
Yeah, I always thought we were more under the sea level than we are. Because sometimes when it rains, like from simple rain, like all day, it'll be like flooded. And we do have sewer systems that wash into the ocean, but it's like the ocean is right there. So the water is like literally not even helping. Like the grate isn't helping. The system isn't helping because the water's already like, it's like filling over the bathtub. I don't know. But
okay,
yeah,
so
Kansas is definitely flat too.
mean sea level is generally defined as the average height of the sea surface measured from tide gauge data over a period long enough to average out short-term variations like tides, waves, and weather events. So tide gauge data is where we're getting mean sea level. And then there's satellites, and then that's of course the geoid and the ellipsoid that they're mapping that to. So maybe tide gauge data could be used also to corroborate the levelness from New York to Miami. So so what I mean is like, okay, if sea level is level from according to the gauge data from New York to Miami, then there's no curving in the water. Therefore, there would be no curving in the level that they're using to gauge the elevation data, which is the plane survey data. And then, you know what I mean? Then it can go from there. Somebody hit me up. Hold on. Who's this? Prometheus the dude. What's up, man? You sent me something here for sea levels. sealevel.nasa.gov.
Well, you don't trust NASA? Come on, D3. Have some faith.
That's the thing, right? Like, the shit is like, they're tied into so much of the data we get, right? So are you gonna just disregard all of their data, or are you gonna believe some of it, right?
Well, when it comes to water, I think you can totally trust the agency that started off as a water agency and turned into space. They probably know more about water than anybody.
It says page not found. The link I got. Oh, but understanding sea level. Okay, global sea level, regional sea level. By the numbers. Let's go there. That's what we're looking for. Anyway, that was all I had, guys. I just wanted to put that out there again. If we can get somebody who can get this stuff. Hey, Prometheus, thanks, bro. Here, what Prometheus just sent me, I'm going to share this to the group. 1993 to 2018 and 93 to 2020, we got tide gauge data here. I don't know what this exactly will mean, but oh wait, I see an article.
One moon, two tides. How that happened? It's not going by moon, but no, there are two tides, but one moon in a cycle. It's going like a water falling in a sink. There is kind of causing those two waves, but what's going around, but they're still falling spiral into the sink. But there is one moon, two tides.
I see MM/YR. I guess I'm assuming YR is year. I'm not sure what MM is. Is this millimeters that I'm looking at here? Let me share this to the space. Hold on. Let me.
Could it be the month?
Why would they have two M's for the month though? Okay, NASA. Share to the space. Boom. Okay, so I just shared this link by the numbers that Prometheus sent me. Looks quite interesting. They have some tide gauge stuff here. Is it loading for everyone? It's not loading for me now. Oh wait, there it goes. Okay. Is anybody opening it, or am I just like doing this on my own?
I clicked it. Here, I'll leave my mic open while I read it. I think mine loaded for me.
Cool. So it says total sea level and steric sea level. I don't even know how to pronounce that. Those two are interesting. The total sea level has tide gauge, but the reference is just an article. So I guess that's just the measurement forecast model that they're showing. They're using tide gauges. But we don't have the actual data, just have the results of whatever they're measuring with an estimate and an uncertainty. The estimate is 3.35 mm per year, whatever that means.
Month.
Movement per month? What are we talking here? Month is only 1 m.
Is it? Because there's two numbers that usually go in that spot. You don't think?
No, I've seen MM in reference to million as well.
Okay. Yeah, it could be millions, could be months. Could be millimeters. I don't know what they're using here. Let me see. Additional explanations of the processes contributing to sea level change can be found here. I don't want to learn about sea level change.
What is satellite altimetry?
I have no idea. Some type of satellite survey data, I guess. That's what I would think.
Satellite radar altimetry, measuring the altitude of a surface from orbit when with reflected radar pulses.
Ooh.
Interesting. Okay. I'll save that page and go back to it.
Yeah. I'm gonna look into tide gauges and see if I can find like stuff posted about that.
Argo floats is a global system of floating ocean sensors. Huh. You don't say. Measures ocean temperature and salinity, so like from saltiness, from the surface and to a depth of about 6,000 feet.
You said it was global?
Yeah, this is what it says on the NASA's website, guys.
Oh shit, global.
A global system of floating ocean sensors. But when we say they got dew lines in the ocean that could potentially detect you traveling across the earth, we conspiracy theorists. All right.
See, maybe something like that. I wonder if those have elevation data on them, or if they just all say sea level, like arbitrarily just sea level, or if they have any elevation to like measure, like if they're measuring like wave data, like the heights of waves and stuff like that. Because if that's the case, then we should be able to find whichever ones are off the coasts from New York to Miami and measure the distance changes of what they're measuring for waves from point A to point B and work out, how much curvature there should be over that distance on the water.
If you look the water vortex, but how it's working, but now kind of falling into think, but now let's say, but the higher point, but now in the center of this wave, but and the lower point, but now is periphery again, but now outside. Then the wave, but now being created as a tide, but now in a center part of, or for example, England, but there are tides are bigger than but you have in Miami, but they're rising more. That wave, but now kind of, but in the center part is but higher, but in the periphery part, and it's wave kind of but now inwinding into, because if we're talking about what we're talking, then but there has to be energy created somewhere. But now the water is falling down and creating energy, and other things are created out of this energy, but like the metal burning. When you look into the metal burning, when grind them into nanoparticles, but different metal giving you different rainbow colors, or but how you call it, refraction of the light. Then the light can be burned out from metal nanoparticles. And then, but when you look into the rainbow, but as it's being created, but after reflection, but concave reflection, this has to be concave reflection because you're getting, but rainbow afterward or out of the sun. But so if you bound them together, but now you got the white light. If you now kind of rewind them, but and other side looking from the sun, but you get a rainbow. Rainbow is a reflection, but you can't get it without reflection. Or, but if you don't have like concave, but now, then the reflection gonna be straight line or something else. But you can sharpness, like you can play with the sharpness, but now of the glass, but or but prismas, how you reflect the light but into rainbow colors, but in other way around. But if it's coming out rainbow colors, but then it's went in, but now it was pounded, but now rainbow colors, but and then but now coming out, but now with a white light. Now it's white, but we've been at school, but it's been yellow, but now sun been yellow, but now it's white because of those chemtrails and added particles in the air, but if you can but kind of break it down, but you can construct it the same way, but like it's two-way, but no, it's torus. So main thing is but now can I understand but geometry, but or they're using they're using compass, they're using but all these but things which are kind of hinting in gas dynamics, but and then when you kind of start drawing it out with a compass, they're showing you compass all the time, but it's all in a geometry, but sacred geometry is a little bit kind of lie, but because it's missing 6 circles, but around but 13. But now we've been shown this seed of light, but which is but 6 circles around 1, but which is semi-ya. It's all in a past there, but now where the one language been taken apart. But the main, but now kind of main secret is the compass, because when you take the compass and drawing it by hand with your radius, you're gonna add up but now into place where you're gonna understand what the snowflake is and how it's forming, how the gas dynamics is working. But when you start describing it, then you're gonna get all those symbols, sounds, levels, everything else out of there. You start seeing them if you use your radius. That's the big secret of the compass. But there were one language, and you can but now kind of can draw out but now 4 states of the liquid water, but now which is Benevidivici, which are backwards. There is water missing, but now 4 states of liquid water, not but ice, not vapor, but 4 states of liquid water. Deuterium, but now heavy water, but if you understand that, but it's all spirals, it's all torus, it's all Torah. Ah is the first symbol in Torah. There are what I know, but 147 symbols, but I have read those plots. They are coming from east side, but the proportions in architecture, but no, the proportions in paintings, the proportions everywhere, but all this proportion topic is coming from a geometry. That's what they're hiding. If you kind of take the compass and start drawing those circles, but one in the center, but there are waterline and vertical line is a fire line, but which is cross, which is Christ. And in the center there is a point or dot. Dot is some kind of Egyptian god, but it's not that kind of name, but dot. And then you but concentrate your intention but into that dot, but and make the first circle on a cross, which is Odin. One Odin. It's in the languages, but I've been kind of studying but now some languages, and I speak 6 of them, but I see that stains but everywhere. From the first language there is those names and syllables and calling of the symbols. They are being kind of broken down but into syllables. Those syllables being turned backward.
Hey, my man.
Yeah.
I don't mean to cut your wisdom. I just want to give a quick update. I posted something up in the top nest, guys. It's a website called National Oceanography Center Permanent Service for Mean Sea Level. So this place they're showing tide gauge data, and they have a station name on the left side, and you can click on the ID. The ID has a link, and when you click on the link, it'll bring you to a page for that station, showing the latitude, longitude, the coastline number, the country it's in, and then if you scroll down the page, there's links to download the data. The problem for me is the data source, the data set is in a proprietary file. It's a RLR data. I don't know if that's proprietary actually, but RLR data file. So I don't know how to open that. But at least it's a place that we could gather data on this particular topic. All right, brother, you can continue.
I want to point out to the sun part because there is those crepuscular rays and it's local, and that's why 2014-15, but I had one guy, but political hillbilly, but in America, but he kind of been yelling, but now let's make table, but now just take the wooden plank, but now and put the 2 foot, but now stick on it in the center, but and make the southwest, east and north, but all those directions, but then put it on a water level. And now, but measure the stick, but angle, but and stick length from that. He been yelling, but 10 years ago already, but political hillbilly, there were but one guy. And then, but now everybody have the same kind of device, like we have 2 foot, 2 foot stick, but on a board, and then you put it on a water level and look where the sun, but now shadow, but now kind of appearing, but and now collecting this data, but for but all over the world, but and we're gonna get but now kind of a point, but now where the focus point of the sun is. But if you heard about Eric Dollar, but some kind of mathematician, but in USA, but he kind of said, but sun is there, but it's not there. It is focus point. It is focus point, not but now kind of some kind of length to there, but it is focus point. That's why those crepuscular rays are appearing, but what we see, but through the clouds, but they are but angle. But
You think so? You're saying the sun is in a apparent position?
it is focus point. It's not physical body. It is focus point. And then the other, but now kind of, I did, but now 3D case, but for iPhone 5, but now years ago, but now 3D case, but to wear, but on iPhone 5, but now with a sundial. And then but on a, but you have in iPhone, but you have but level, you have but now height from the sea level, you have but position, you have compass there, but you have but now like data, but now you have to just point out but where the sundial is hitting. Treat the case but where with the sundial, but when you but kind of flip it, but in the front, but and raise the sundial, then it's gonna show but now where the but now shadow gonna appear on a but screen, but you just push button, but in that place, but you're gonna have but now 4 points of data, but height from a sea level, and then you have directions, but like northeast, southwest. But I already but did it, but now I don't know where, somewhere, but 15 years ago, but never push it into front, but because nobody understood it properly, what the device can do. And when we get this data, but then we can locate, but now exactly where it is. It's not but now 93 million, but it's more like but 3,000 something. And the other thing is, like you get the radius of the so-called but no globe, but now that radius have to be shown, but how far the periphery is, but not for the sun, but because it can't be farther, no way, because it's reflecting back. Without reflection, no rainbow. It's optics. Just to need to understand optics. And there is one experiment more. Take the water level, reflect, but sun or moon from that water level, but it can be pockets, it can be but now lake, it can be but something else. But now when you're staying now like a big 5 to 6 meters or 10 meters even, but you're just catching but that reflection into eye. But from sun to water level and reflection from that is 90 degrees. You have one angle. Then you measure the other angle from eye to reflection and from eye to sun where it's appearing. But now you have two angles on one side. You are from the reflection your eye, but now kind of 10 meters. And then you have to but just put it into the model, but now you're gonna get but now height because you have two angles in one side. You can construct triangulate, but not triangle. Just you have to have program right now where those two lines are meeting, but where there is a sun is. I have now like with the mobile towers also, but the cell towers they are also but on certain height. Measure the height of the cell tower base from a sea level, but now length of the shadow, but now and direction of the shadow, and that when some kind of but everybody do it but all over the world or who are interested, but then you're gonna get also but now this point where the sun is appearing. But I've been thinking a lot of years already, but now I'm kind of tired, but now because there are a lot of normies but who don't understand physics even. But
D3, you can jump in.
Yo, so this website here, the Permanent Service for Mean Sea Level, they provide the monthly and annual mean sea level data from tide gauges globally, right? So it's one of the like comprehensive places where we get this sea level data. And so here's something on their site here, ellipsoid links for RLR data. And this is exactly what I'm talking about, right? All right, take a listen. The monthly sea level records that the PSMSL distribute are heights above a local datum. So the local datum, I assume, I'm not well versed in this, but I assume right now are the tide gauge datums, which are at the locations. All right. As a result, heights from one station cannot be compared with other records unless we know the difference in heights between the two datums. Difference in height. For our RLR dataset, the stability of the local station datum is ensured by fixing its height to a geodetic benchmark, assumed to be on a reasonably stable ground. So they're right off the rip, they're referencing, they're putting the height and fixing it to a geodetic benchmark. This is what I was saying. So like, can we really rely? So we have to go in and really analyze what is sea level, because if they're automatically fixing it, right? That's what it says here. Stability of the local station datum is ensured by fixing its height to a geodetic benchmark, assumed to be on reasonably stable ground. So they're bringing the sea level, referencing it to a geodetic point on land. I'm not exactly sure what all that means, but it sounds to me like it's geodetic off rip as it's delivered to people. Because remember, they said the monthly sea level records that we distribute are heights above a local datum, but then they're fixing that height to a geodetic benchmark. So it's geodetic off rip. The measurements taken from the tide gauges in this way are known as relative mean sea level. Height is measured relative to the local land. As a result, our data can be affected by vertical movement of land. So hold on, wait. Relative mean sea level. Height is measured relative to the local land. Okay, yeah.
Wait, but did they say how they measure the height? Or no, not yet.
They're the gauge, the tide gauge is how they get the height, I guess, for the water, the tide gauge. So that's where they're getting the initial level from. But then that is being, for that to be insured, it is insured by fixing its height to a geodetic benchmark, so something on land. So that's what the last sentence was saying. Height is measured relative to the local land, which makes sense. But the local land that they're using is a geodetic benchmark. It's not like a plane survey benchmark. Now, I don't know what effect that has. It might be super minimal, might not mean anything at all. I'm just thinking like that's something we need to be aware of if we're going to have, if we're going to ever use this as a real proof of non-curvature, right? Because we know the geodetic system is where the curvature comes in. So as soon as we bring up the sea level, like globies who actually dig into this will 100% be like, oh, but you're referencing it to a geodetic survey, you idiot. Duh. Of course it's curving. You're referencing it to geodetics. Yeah, that geodetics curves. So we got to be aware of that and understand how to break this shit down.
Yeah, that's a real good point.
You feel me? Like, we need to bring this up to somebody who can crunch this data, man, and get this shit mapped out properly. I think Stone would be a great guy based on his presentation earlier. He did say
Would
he's
be
the
the one
data
to do it.
guy.
Yeah, he is the data guy.
I don't know if he would want to do it, though. I haven't brought it up to him.
Man, you know he'd want to do it.
I don't know, because it seems like every guy I bring it up to who like is a data guy, they're like, there's no need. It's already done. Like, just look at the data. And I'm like, yeah, but average people can't just look at the data. Nobody understands this shit. We need somebody who knows how to, what's that word I'm looking for? I don't know.
And that right,
not finagle, but put together all of this stuff.
And that's why all this works so well for these NASA types, is they make all this stuff so damn complicated and everything like that no one knows what these guys are talking about, and it just sounds
Exactly.
go, well, okay, I guess we can go to Mars then. I don't know. I guess we did find a black hole 52 million light years away, because they don't really understand what the hell they're looking at. They're being
exactly. Like, if I go to I said in another group, like, if I go to try to tell my sister about like rise over run and the tide gauge being referenced to, a geodetic focal point on land, like, they'll be looking at me like I'm fucking crazy, bro. Pardon my French, guys. I'm sorry. I'll stop cursing.
No, I hate not being able to talk about some of this stuff with normies.
Yeah, right. Because they're not gonna know what you're talking about, and then if they don't know, they're not gonna trust you. They're not gonna believe. They're just gonna think you're a conspiracy theorist.
They're gonna
like, if you can't make it simple for them, they're not buying it.
They're gonna go ahead and side with the scientists who they don't understand.
Exactly.
Exactly. Well, the school, man, they got a piece of paper on the wall. They got to be better than you, Brian. I don't understand one, and that's the thing, is they won't understand either one of you or the scientist, but they're going to go with the piece of paper on the wall.
Exactly. But if we could just pull up the website, like, boom, this is the website where we get the data. This is what the data shows, and have like a 3-minute video just showing like what the shit does and what it actually means. From New York to Miami, according to the data points found on this government website, then that makes it a lot more interesting for them to be like, well, that's something I really can't argue with. And even for the antis, something they can't argue with. It's like, we can't argue with the 24-hour sun. Bro, it's there. It's nothing to argue about. I didn't think it would be 24 hours, but it is. It's nothing to argue about. What does that say about the ground? I don't know, because it seems like the ground is flat. So let's focus on the ground first. I probably should have waited till later to bring this up when we got like more people on mic and shit.
I have a question about this 24-hour sun, but if you know sun and moon analemma, but this analemma but is 3 times bigger but than the lower part, but how the part
Nah.
is 3 times bigger but now when you take analemma. So in the lower part then but upper part. So we have what? We don't have this angle, but we have 3 times bigger angle under it. It's already showing, but it's a force, but it has to be 8, but not bigger, but and both sides have to be equal. But how the puck is appearing 3 times bigger? But I want to connect water level, but real water level with the now kind of position of the sun, or do this triangulation. But when the sun is, but where the sun is, but then the reflection, but which is 90 degrees. Then the side of the triangle, which is from the reflection into your eye, and then the angle, which you see reflection, and you see sun or moon itself from the water level, but from the sky. It's make a triangle, but I can't do it, but because I'm disabled, I kind of think that way, but now to pull something into the operation, but it's already hard, but because no one want to do it, but you end up with arguing about globe or water level, but which they don't understand, but really. Optics and real physical appearance, but we have to kind of connect it, but then now we can move to collecting data, but in different places.
Itmar Carve. I don't know if you were here earlier, but yeah, we were saying our most important message to the flat earthers, is to just be patient until the rest of the footage comes out, so you get a chance to analyze it. We're not saying not to be skeptical. We just want to make sure that there's like logic behind the skepticism and there's not any panic, because flat earthers potentially, can't think of how a 24-hour sun could work for a flat earth. So the natural instinct for them would be to discredit the observation altogether. And we just want everybody to be rational and to just relax for a second, take a step back before they panic or anything like that, while all the footage is coming out.
I'm living up there, but in the north, but no, Estonia, but 53, but no. We have 24-hour sun. That's what I saw myself, but that's experiencing every summer, but like 2 months. But I don't believe that lower part is, but now like the analemma showing, but lower part is bigger, but it can't be same by the logic, just critical thinking. But now it can't be same, but because the lower part of the analemma is bigger. That's all. And then there are the distances difference also, but if you take distances in a center, I already is calling it center, not north. And in a periphery is like Antarctic, but this ice ball. There are certain kind of albatrosses, and they are flying around, but now this region, but now down there, but in a so-called south. And then they've been kind of adding some kind of indicators on those albatrosses, and looking where they fly, and how much they fly. They fly but now kind of 60,000 kilometers, but or something, but now it's crazy number, but what can't be done, but what they flying around, but or what they doing there, but they are migrating by the seasons around it, those albatrosses, and they've been kind of measured, but how much they've been kind of flying around, and there is but now 4 times bigger, but now measurements than but you can get in the same now altitude in a center side or level north side. There is data also from those albatrosses if you look into that. They are flying 4 times more, but then there is but now distances can be. So it has to be played. It has to be just.
Yo, what up, Sager? Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
What's up, y'all? Hey, so yeah, I just wanted to bring over a little bit of information. I don't know if David filled you guys in. Did Dave tell you about what's been happening over on Dips Live with Jonathan Morandi?
Over where on what?
Oh, that's Psych. What up, Psych?
What's up, Doc?
My bad, y'all. I was checking my messages.
Yeah, so I was just I was just over in Dips Live over on TikTok, and so a lot's been happening over there on Dips Live, and I just want to know if you guys are up to speed on what's been going on. I don't know if if Dave fills you guys in. Um, but there's a guy over there, and this has been all happening like really, really, really fast. It's all been unfolding. So there's a guy over there named Jonathan Morandi. Are you guys familiar with him?
Jonathan, it sounds familiar. Is that the guy that was supposedly over there?
So yeah, Jonathan Morandi was hired by Will Duffy to go on to the trip to Antarctica, and he's been coming over to Dips Live like for the past couple days now. And he's the one who's in charge of making the documentary that Will Duffy is funding. And yesterday a lot went down. So and I'm really skeptical about him. I'm like not 100 fully percent on board with him because he's saying he wants to represent us 100% and that he's a full-on flat earther. Yesterday Dave and Aloha got on there, and we've been drilling him questions. We've been trying to like get some preliminary questions out of him to see if he's really like just an inside job, like compromised opposition, you know. So it's like really fishy because he's making this documentary, right? That's going to be representing flat earthers, you know, but he went on the trip and he was chilling with all of the globies and all that stuff while they were in Antarctica. And so now he's like hanging out with all of us in our TikTok lives. And like so yesterday Dave was talking to him, was drilling him with questions, and he was saying, you know, like Dave wants Dave wants to put like flat earth proofs like in this documentary. And I was like, that should be the first thing, you know, because like if this guy is going to be representing us, like he basically should be listening to like Dave and everything that we have to say. So he was like, yeah, um, when we make this documentary, we're gonna actually have a bunch of us get on like a Zoom call or whatever, and like basically approve of what he's doing. And he said he was okay with that. But like the day before that, it was just kind of fishy because like he's a filmmaker, like he says he's an independent filmmaker and that he works in Hollywood. And I don't know like 100% all the details about his background and his history, But yeah, it's just really fishy, man. And I think Flat Earth Dave would be able to explain a little bit more, a little bit better. I just want to bring all the information over here to everybody, to you, Sacred, and you, Proud. I'm like, dude, this all happened yesterday, like out of nowhere, because like he just popped into the live, and like we all just slowly started realizing, like, oh shit, this is the guy that is the filmmaker who's making the documentary on that film. And we're all just kind of like trying to put it together. Everybody over there on the TikTok scene, we're all talking about it, and we're all like, do you believe him? Do you really think he's a legitimate, genuine flat earther? So on and so forth. And yeah, I think we're like the first day we were talking to him, it was kind of like everybody was kind of like drilling him, to see like what his position is. And then like I think things are kind of softening up and easing up a little bit more to where we're kind of getting a game plan together, because he's been coming over there and just popping into the live streams and just listening. And we're like, who the hell is this guy? And yeah, it took me a minute, bro. It took me a minute to figure out, like, oh, this is Jonathan Morandi, the same guy that Will Duffy was fluffing up and talking about in his podcast. And yeah, I just wanted you guys to know about that. That he's on the scene, and like he's in our live streams on TikTok, and he's interested. One other thing he said is he's interested in Joe Hanvey's model, and he wants to put like everything that we, are talking about, like especially Joe Hanvey's model. He wants to put that in the documentary, and it's just kind of weird because Will Duffy is going to be funding this documentary that he's making for flat earthers that are basically going to ridicule Will Duffy. You know what I'm saying? So. Um, I don't know. I just want to get you guys' thoughts on that. I didn't know if you guys were aware of that.
I was in a live with him, and I think they did he was in Clubhouse. I think that's the first time I heard him talk. Apparently, he said that he wanted to go, and then someone dropped out, so they allowed him to go. And he says he's a flat earther, independent filmmaker, producer. And he said he wanted to document like the entire trip.
Yes. Yes. He basically is going to be. See, I don't know. Like that's what his initial intention was. Like, was to just basically make the documentary like about the trip. But like now that we're all hearing about it, we basically want to turn it into like flat Earth proof, and basically turn that documentary into visual representing us saying that this trip was bullshit. That looking at the movement of the sky doesn't determine the shape of the floor. That those are two independent things.
Now, what about him makes you suspicious?
The thing that makes me suspicious about him, along with many others over there on the TikTok side, is man, it's just, Dave asked him a couple questions. I asked him a couple questions. We were like, why are, like, did this trip change your mind? He's been hesitant on a couple answers. Um, Dave called him a shill, but I think he was just joking, like we're asking him like preliminary questions, like.
Wait a minute. I didn't call him a shill until he refused to let Aloha Keith get final edit. That's when I called him a shill.
But yeah, I knew you were joking, Dave. Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, what I'm saying is like we're all on that same page. We're like we're kind of on board with him, but we're kind of not. Like, I don't know if
Yeah,
you feel the same.
I'll give you my 2 cents. What's up, guys? Morning.
What up, Dave?
Morning, Dave.
So, I'm super skeptical. I didn't even know who Jonathan was really until yesterday on that live. Like, I wasn't paying attention to even the guy's name. Other than Will Duffy brings this filmmaker on at the last minute that claims to be a flat earther, And then I didn't check his Facebook, but somebody had said that they checked to see if he was really a flat earther, and for the last couple of years, he's been posting flat Earth memes. Now, to me, that's how you set someone up to give them some history. Kind of like, I think Will Duffy has been doing sermons in an empty church for 3 years to give himself credibility as a preacher. But I don't have any proof of that other than his live streams. The camera never moves. You never hear the audience. He never responds. He's never like mentions anybody or comments. You never hear a peep from the audience. It seems very, very fake to me. But there are, in the last year, some of his sermons where there are a dozen, 24 people in his church. To me, that seems like a total setup for a guy to, hey, I'm a preacher. Look, I've been preaching for the last 3 years, and blah 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 blah. So that's just my theory. Watch his sermons; they're really weird. He says stuff like deception and lying is not bad. Just a lot of weird stuff. But the fact that Will Duffy is paying for this guy should make all of us questionable on this guy. But he had, I don't want to say all, but all of his answers were pretty good to me, and he seemed pretty genuine to me. So again, I'm a guy that, even in this world of deception, will trust people based on my intuition. And right now, my intuition is like very skeptical, but like, okay, he's saying all the right things. Like, I asked him how he got into flat Earth. When he got into flat Earth, what proof was it? He had very good answers to me. He seemed like he knew what he's talking about. He's not a high level flat earther, but he knew lots of the basic stuff. I forget exactly what his answers were, but I remember that they were good answers. Flight routes, the pictures of Earth. NASA's. Yeah, he had all the right answers. And then Aloha was like, Will Duffy's paying you. That seems really weird. Well, if Will Duffy was legitimate. I'm saying if. I'm not making a claim either way. And he wanted to make a documentary, and this guy's a filmmaker, he would need to pay him. And he's not paying. He said he's just paying him for costs and a little bit for his time. That I have no problem with him getting paid for his work. But I don't think Will Duffy's legitimate. So my suspicions are high. So I said to him, I said, do you agree that the motions of the lights in the sky, which we can't even confirm what they are, I was pointing out helium and hydrogen in a space vacuum that creates gravity that holds on to Pluto, that can't hold on to our moon, that burns 100 billion tons a day or a minute or whatever it is. I go, do you believe, do you see that that's scientifically impossible and doesn't determine the shape of the ground? He goes, yeah, I can agree. I agree with that. And I said, in this film, I said, if we gave you, and I used the number 5, I said 5 of our best flat Earth proofs, would you put them in the film? And he said, yes. So I suggested that we get a team of us together, and some people that are on here, Austin and whatever, and we come up with the top 10 proofs, and we give them graphics and video and everything to go with it, and say, here you go, put them in the movie, right? And he says that he absolutely will. And then at that point, I said, "Will you give Keith final edits on the movie?" And he said, "No." And I said, "Okay, you're a shill, right?" And that was a joke, clearly.
I caught it, Dave. Yeah.
Yeah. But you agree that everything he said was pretty damn good. It was pretty damn good. But again, if he is a shill, his answers would, he's good. He's good, but he didn't have any bad answers, which was, in me, is like a sign that, hey, maybe he is legitimate. I said, is Will going to pay you before the movie's done? I go, what if during this process you look at all of our proofs and everything, and you're like, there is 0% chance the Earth is a globe. Are you going to make a movie that reflects that? And he said that he will put all of the evidence in the movie and lay it out as it goes. And I said, will you also point out that we don't agree that this is an experiment or final, and that the heavens above are non-physical and non-immeasurable, according to the Bible and according to our observations? And he said, yeah. He said, I'll put all that in there. And I said, would you be willing to give us a preview of the movie before before it's, finally color corrected and everything? And so we can give you our opinion if you made a mistake, if you misrepresented us. And he said, yes, he'd like to do that in person, though, not online. And I'm like, all right. Now, I know that, and he said that Jaron and Austin get final edit. So to me, in my book, as long as Austin's there and saying, hey, you misrepresented us here. This doesn't make sense. We don't agree with that. As long as Austin's there, that's good enough for me. I don't need to be there. I definitely don't want to be there.
He told me he didn't sign the contract.
Well, but he said, I don't know about the contract or not. Jonathan said that Austin and Jaron are going to get to see the movie and give them final. I don't know if it's final edit. I guess the only thing that they can do is say, I take that part out because it has me in it and I don't agree. So they agreed to that. But I asked him, could we see the whole movie? And that way, in case you misrepresented us, in case you made a mistake, we can tell you about it. Whether you change it or not is up to you. But would you be willing to do that? And he said unhesitatingly, is that a word? He said yes. So I found that interesting. People say a lot of things. Let's see what happens. And he also agreed that, Will Duffy is super globe side, a little weird. He also agreed that it's kind of weird for a preacher to be hanging out with satanic assholes. He said it's a little weird. And so this is psychedelic talking, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So he had all of the right answers. He didn't say anything incorrect. He sounded like a guy that was looking for truth. Aloha said, asked him to watch the two movies that Vika made, which is The Mechanical Realm and Behind the Curve. Is it Behind the Curve, or am I dyslexic? The one with the military guys proving
I'm pretty
flat
sure
Earth.
that's the one.
Yeah. What's the Netflix one?
I thought it was Behind the Curve.
Yeah, that's the Netflix one. No, the one that he made, the military one.
That one I can't off the top.
It's space. It's I could pull it up. It's not Behind the Curve. But he said no. It's Flatten the Curve. Yeah, Flatten the Curve. So he agreed. He said we recommended that he watch that. It'll give him good content, good information. And he says okay. And he says and it'll help you as a flat earther. And I asked him several times, are you, gun to your head, flat or globe? And he's like, yeah, I'm flat. He goes, but I still have questions. And that's okay. I still have questions. I still have questions that I want to learn. I'm 0% globe right now, geocentric or not, 0. All I know is that the skies are immeasurable. I also, he said that the observation of the 24-hour sun kind of destroys the AE map, and I say no, it doesn't. I say the AE map, viewed from the lands where we live, we can see the apparent sun in the sky, and it is where it is. You can look at my app, wherever the sun is, whenever it's over land. If you know somebody that's below them, call them, ask them what time it is and where the sun is, and their answer will be the sun is over me, and it's around noon. So we've already proven not what the sun is, not if it's physical or not. We've already proven that from viewing the sun at any 12 noon position anywhere around the world, it's exactly where the AE map shows it to be. So again, we all made, most of us, I think most of us here, all assumed without any observations that there is no circling sun in Antarctica. And we all did that based on kind of like a physical sun in the sky. But over the last few years, we've all learned that the sun that we see is probably not physical. No solid claims here. And that the optics of the sky and the outer lands can be explained in different ways. Even Will Duffy admits that with a dome sky, there is lots of options for how we see the sun. I'm a big fan of the black sun in the center projecting up, and then everything reflecting outwards for the outer lands. But I don't know. Again, if you watch Marty Leeds' sermon from 2 Sundays ago, or week. That's his two back on his thing. If you go to my DITRH channel, I put a clip. It says clip on Gnostic Academy. I encourage people to watch that. Marty explains it better than anyone has yet. And then I encourage you to watch his entire sermon. He swears a lot, so it's awesome. I asked him to take out the F word so I can put it on TikTok because it'll be under 3 minutes. But it's a 3-hour movie and a 3-hour sermon, and he does swear a lot. So if you have a problem with swearing, then not for you. But he really explains how the sky is non-physical, and measuring the sky being non-physical is a futile task.
You said that's on your Dearth channel?
It's on DITRH. Yeah, I think it's the last video there. You'll see a big clip. It says Gnostic Academy. I made I think it's an 8-minute clip. But after you watch that, you'll be like, let me watch the whole thing. And I encourage people to watch his entire sermon because he really does a good job. He's funny, and it makes some great points. I want to bring up one thing, and I talked about it on Dips Live. What would the model, our model versus their model?
Joe Hammy's model.
Yeah, no. What the flat Earth model versus, when Globers say, "Where's your model?"
Oh,
and then,
right.
Yeah. So Marty points out that the globe doesn't have a model. What is a model? A model is a smaller version of something that actually works. So when they say they have a model, they show us a desktop globe. Well, you look at that globe. Can you pour a gallon of water on it? No. Right? Can you show it orbiting the sun and chasing the sun like they claim it does? No, not really. Can you stick a cruise ship and people to the bottom of it? No. Can you contain air on the outside of it? No. So it's not a model. It's a friggin' trinket is what it is. But then he compared the flat Earth model to a bowl of Kentucky Fried Chicken, mashed potatoes, and gravy and stuff. He goes, and it has a plastic dome lid on it, right? He said, can I pour the gravy in there and will it be contained and lie flat? Yes.
Oh, Lord.
Can I drop a cruise ship in there? Will it float on the gravy? Yes, it will. Can I pump some air underneath that domed lid that they give you? Will it be contained? Yes. Right? Is it stationary? Yes. Right? So a bucket of Kentucky Fried Chicken is a better model of the Earth than the globe has.
Agreed.
Isn't that? I mean, that's funny because it's true. Right? Next time you find yourself laughing hard at something, ask yourself why you're laughing. And the answer is because it's true. Right? That's what's funny.
Yeah, if you ever look at like when you go to like a high school or a college and you see like their solar system model, they have to have those wires connected to all of the little planets
They
circling
have no
around the
model.
sun.
They have no
that's what I'm
model. A
saying.
bowl of Kentucky Fried Chicken with gravy in there and the lid on top is a far more accurate model of the Earth than the globe.
Exactly. And I wanted to let everybody else know. I don't know if you were in Dips Live when Jonathan mentioned this, Dave, but he mentioned how he came across Dips Live. Did you get a chance to hear that or
No, I
no?
did not hear that. What did he say?
So about 10 days ago, on December 19th, I was in Dips Live with Nathan and with Caleb and some of the other guys, okay? And so what happened is that was the day that McToon and Dave McKeegan came back from their trip and they were doing a live stream and they were talking to their followers or whatever. And we had all come across it and everyone wanted, like I was watching it on YouTube, and Caleb wanted to go over there and talk to McToon and to get on that and to ask him questions about the trip. He wanted to ask him specifically about some of the shadows, the shadow conspiracy before we all cleared that up. So when Caleb went over there, little did we realize is that Jonathan Morandi was over there chilling with McToon and Dave McKeegan drinking coffee while I was streaming that live stream of McToon.
Physically over there with McToon back here in the States?
Yeah, like I'm looking at the recorded video. I got it screen recorded. It was the moment when Caleb was talking to McToon and Dave McKeegan, and there was a guy in the background. We didn't know that was Jonathan. We didn't know that there was even a filmmaker. That was before I found out. So I'm looking at the screen recording now, and that's how he came across Dips Live, is because at that time while I was screen recording them on their YouTube stream, apparently Jonathan Morandi said that Dips Live had popped up while I was streaming them.
Yeah,
And
that,
so
so, yeah.
yeah, go ahead, Dave.
Let me just throw in there. That is super suspect. However, if you're an independent filmmaker, you want to hang with all of the people. So let's see if he hangs with Austin and Jaron also. Let's see where else he hangs, right? I will say anyone that hangs with McToon is super suspect, right? There's a lot of evidence that McToon and Duffy have known each other for multiple years before the final experiment. I don't have any proof of it, but I've heard people talk about it. I'm letting them do the research. It's also interesting that nobody knows McToon's name, but now we do. It's interesting who he appears to be. I'm letting other people figure that out. I mean, it's clear to all of us that McToon lies about everything, probably also lies about being a Christian, because all the other Globers, I think, unless I'm wrong, are atheists, except McToon, but they all tout the same things. There's no such thing as spraying of the skies. We went to the moon landing. The jibby jab is good for you. They all tout the same line. So it's kind of a tell in my book. Jonathan, when I asked him about the spraying of the skies, he says it's awful, but there was none in Antarctica. That was interesting. That's also another proof that they were really there. There was no spraying in the sky. Where else are they going to film that? Which is interesting. And he also agrees that jibby jab is 100% absolute nonsense. He also agrees that we didn't go to the moon. So he has all the right answers. Doesn't mean that he's telling the truth, but I haven't seen any red flags other than hanging with McToon, but I'm not going to give that a red flag. I'll give it a yellow flag, because if he is truly an independent filmmaker, he wants to get all sides. So the question will be, will he hold his word? Will he put our flat earth proofs in there? Will he represent the truth properly? Will he show us the video before it goes to make sure that it's not making mistakes or misrepresenting us? He's agreed to all of those things. So let's see what happens. I want nothing to do with Will Duffy. Discussing this is pissing me off even more, but I'd love to do it with you guys. I don't want to be the one to pick the top 5. I definitely do not. I'll give you my opinion, and then I would like a panel, maybe Sacred and Psychedelic and Aloha and Dip and
Yeah, I was gonna make a recommendation on that, Dave. I was gonna see maybe if we do, because I know yesterday you said that you wanted to do that over another stream podcast. Like, what if we did that podcast and then asked everybody from here, from Twitter and TikTok, to join, and we do like a poll
hey,
or like a vote?
Psychedelic.
Hey, guys, Dave,
wait,
I just asked him
yeah.
for tomorrow for the podcast. I just wrote him an hour ago.
Who? Jonathan?
Jonathan, yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. And listen, all I ask, Vika, is that you be courteous to him. Keith came in a little hot, Keith came in a little hot, and Keith admitted that he did come in hot, but he also mellowed out a little bit. And let's give Jonathan a chance, but remain our friggin' shields up 100% and be super skeptical, but listen to his answers, and let's wait for him to make a mistake or lie or whatever. And then, we recorded Dips live, so we have proof of what he agreed to. He said that Will, one thing that someone on live pointed out, that Will is the producer who funded it, so Will has final edit. Will, if it comes out to be 100% an awesome flat Earth proof movie, Will could choose not to air it. That won't be Jonathan's fault. If Jonathan makes a movie and Will refuses to release it, that'll be fun. That'll be super fun, right? But we don't know if any of that's going to happen, And I even hold the possibility that Jonathan makes a super awesome movie, completely destroying the globe, and Will airs it because Will is an honest guy. I even hold that possibility. Okay. I hold that possibility as a possibility. It ain't high on my book, but I am willing to leave it there as a possibility.
Oh yeah, no worries. One thing is for sure, that it would be a bit more organized and structured and more relaxed than how people were almost grilling him on TikTok, but TikTok is like this. He has to understand whoever goes to TikTok have to understand. People jump in, jump out. You find every kind of thing. So yeah, we will gonna try to do it different. Yeah.
I give him an A+ on his live yesterday with us. He did all of the right things. He was awesome, and even when he was interrupted, he would stop talking and listen to the answer and answer it. He didn't gallop away from anything. Everything he did was A+. Right?
Yeah, even the day before that, Dave, like it was like yesterday was a little bit nicer, but the day before that, like I don't know if you were there, but some of the other like couple of the girls were asking, like the girl who had background in film herself,
Yep.
she was drilling them and like and Dr. Flat on there, I'm not sure if you know him,
I
was
know
like
Dr.
yelling
Flat.
at him.
I do not like Dr. Flat. I mean, he literally, his logic is so poor. You know, him coming after me, calling me a Freemason. You know, I'm okay. Investigate the crap out of me, but when you find nothing, let everyone know, please. Okay. You know,
Right.
he's a bit of a. I'm not gonna say it, but
Yeah, his demeanor, he was coming at him pretty heavy, and I kind of thought the same thing. I
yeah,
was like, man,
everyone,
that's not
listen.
necessary.
So far, Jonathan has given all of the right answers. I'm not saying you should trust him yet. I'm saying he's given all the right answers. Allow him to fulfill his promises. Allow him to do the right thing. Is this a well organized psyop and he's part of it? I couldn't tell you. I wasn't there. But let's we have this right now. So Vika, maybe this is the official. Let's get our 10 proofs together. Do it on your stream.
Oh yeah, we can expand and try to unpack that and get the best ones. Yeah. For sure.
I'm a little busy for the next week and stuff. You know, I'll be listening and stuff. I'll be popping in whenever I can. But I task you with getting the top 10 list together. You're the man. Thank you.
Oh yeah.
All right. So Vika is now psychedelic. Vika is now leading the gathering of these proofs. And then maybe next Friday on this show, we can go over the proofs with everyone and make sure everybody agrees that we have our top 10 best proofs. And if it's 12, great. If it's 15, great. Let's not overwhelm them. Let's give them, we know that he can't put in 50 flat earth proofs in the movie. So let's give them, 10 or 12 or whatever the number is and say, hey, use any of these you want. Or if we want to only give them 5 and say, use all of these, that we can do that too. But I would do it from a point of let's educate Jonathan and see how well he keeps to his word about being fair and not misrepresenting us. Because if he doesn't misrepresent us, that'll be the first time a movie produced by a Glober did not misrepresent us.
Oh yeah, the main reason, brother, I jumped on was definitely to say hello to Sacred and all the team here, but one was that because you guys were not even getting the time. You guys were not getting the right name of my documentary. The reason I made it Flatten the Curve.
I was praying that you weren't listening because I couldn't think of the name.
I said it right.
So I called it Flatten the Curve because of the hit piece behind the curve.
That's why I couldn't remember it. I have dyslexia so bad it's actually called lystexia. But I'm bummed.
So if Jonathan just doesn't follow the line, so you guys can imagine what would be my next documentary called. So just putting it out there.
Vika, and this is great. And make sure you're recording the live, so you'll have all the footage, all the questions with Jonathan on there. It'll make for an awesome documentary if they put out a hit piece. If they put out a hit piece, that gives us so much fuel to put out an awesome anti-hit piece on it. And again, it'll be a win for Flat Earth. No matter what happens, it's going to be a win for Flat Earth. And anyone wants to find both of Vika's films on my YouTube, on my website, flatearthdave.com, go to the crash course, and both of his films are in there near the top of the list. It's Flatten the Curve and The Mechanical Realm. I'm pretty sure most people here have seen both of them. But if you haven't seen both of them, or if you're missing one of them, you need to see it because they are top-level Flat Earth proofs.
Because I don't know if I knew that was you that did the flattening curve.
Yeah.
What's up?
Oh yeah, brother.
Flatten the curve is woke. There's, people say, what's the best flat earth proof to give to somebody? It all depends on the person. And so, if I have somebody that's very scientifically based or somebody that was in the military and they're like, I've been on a ship and I saw the curve, I'm like, please watch Flatten the Curve and get back to me. And everyone that watches it gets back to me and goes, holy crap, Earth is flat. It's awesome. So there you go. Hey, and Vika, re-upload both of those on your channel because then it goes to new people that never saw it before. I'm telling you.
Yeah, good idea.
Yeah, everybody re-upload. If you have multiple channels, re-upload on other channels. I over Christmas, between Christmas and New Year's, I've uploaded 700 videos. Okay, and I scheduled them all on Christmas Day, Christmas Eve. And if you checked your YouTube feed over the last week and went and said search by new, you couldn't get past my stuff. So I've uploaded 700 videos. I figured best time to, when people are home with family and just cruising the YouTube feeds and searching flat Earth, what better time to do what the Globies do? They throw up nonsense while we throw up real sense, common sense.
Oh yeah, it's been translated into maybe 5 to 6 different languages, especially Flatten the Curve. I think you can find it even in Hebrew. So that's
awesome.
Great.
Oh, you know what, Vic? Is it all in one video or there's separate videos for each?
No, it's all over. I have in my channel. Yeah. You have on your channel. You have Mark Sargent. You have so many different people on YouTube, Rumble, BitChute, and different subtitles in different countries. It's all over web pages. So yeah, it's all over.
I want to include it in on my app. There's playlists in different languages. I want to make sure it gets into those playlists. So if you could send me links to all the different languages, I'll make sure it's on those language playlists.
Okay.
Yeah, awesome.
Also, Vika, I did just follow your Telegram, and I seen that you've got the links for the YouTube for your documentaries on there. If you could find a way to actually post the file onto Telegram, then I would be able to.
Listen, guys, the Flatten the Curve, you can find a Google Drive on YouTube on the same documentary. It's a pinned comment. You can find a Google Drive. So, and recently I made a Google Drive for Mechanical Ram too. Anybody can just download it. You can even find on Nathan Thompson's USB stick, right?
Awesome.
In many different ways.
Yeah, awesome. And so everybody upload that to your Telegram, upload that to X. Rather than just put the links, because they seem to get a lot more traction, and especially on Telegram, anybody can click download and then they can put it on their channel. It just makes it easier. You got to make it easy for people. So again, if everyone takes their old videos, the best ones, their favorite other people's videos, and just uploads them crazy, that's a good thing. My DITRH channel, I think it has 500 plus videos on it, all of them under 5 minutes each. I was thinking of I should put them on a Google Drive and just send links to everybody so people can just upload those onto their channel. And more, it doesn't matter if it's on other channels. People only like looking at new stuff. People only want to see what was posted today for some reason. They don't want to go back and see all the awesome content in the past. They're curious what's going on today. So, that's a good idea. I'm going to upload everything to Google Drive and then share that everywhere.
Hey, that's a good idea. That's just to cap off this conversation with, what's his name? Jonathan?
Jonathan.
I think he was in here listening earlier too.
Yeah. That's super suspect, by the way.
Jonathan Moran is here on X too.
I did tell him about it when I spoke to him on TikTok.
Yeah, it's super suspect, the fact that he's here, and it's also super suspect if he's not here. So either way, it's suspect.
Either way, relativity suspect. So like, let's say he's not who he is. Worst case scenario, what should we be critical of?
Well, I mean, we should.
He's in here, but he should grab a mic.
If he comes on here, listen to it. I grill him politely and let's hear his answers. Ask him anything. Like, be real investigators. Let the hive mind drill him, and if he's lying, it'll show. But so far, I have not seen him say anything, and I only had one interaction with him, which was yesterday, but it was quite extensive. He gave all the right answers, which is super suspect.
He knew too much. He must be fake.
Well, it's just like with Tyler Hansen grilling me. You're a Freemason. You're holding up the Mason sign, and you're this and that. And I had an answer for everything. And he goes, "See, you have an answer for everything. That's suspect." It's kind of funny.
He's a full flat earther that got hired by the globe earthers to produce a film. Hanging out with the globe earthers. Maybe we'll hang out with the flat earthers.
Maybe. Well, who knows?
Yeah, he did say he wanted to go check out Joe Hanvey.
He did say that, and I pointed out when he said that the Gleason's map doesn't work. I said, but Joe Hanvey's model is pretty good. I go, do you know that Joe Hanvey's model uses the Gleason's map? He's like, oh, I didn't know that. So again, it's interesting.
Yeah, there's still a lot that and that's why he said he's been hanging out in the TikTok lives lately, is because he said that there's still a lot that he has to learn, because he seems genuine in his approach, but like I said, there's still a lot of things that we need to educate him on.
Yeah.
Yeah, the biggest red flag is that he's been funded by Will Duffy, right?
Right.
So the end product could always be something totally else, right? Or there might be two products, right?
But no, there may be. Who knows? But let's see if he keeps his word. If he is authentic and he is intelligent, which he seems to be, he will be a full. He already says he's a flat earther, and the questions I asked him, he had the right answers. But the more he investigates, the deeper it's going to go. Some people are saying, well, he's on the fence, but he says he's a flat earther. Well, being a flat earther and having questions, that's okay. But all of us here, we're already beyond that. There's 0% chance of globe for everybody here. So if he's smart, if he's authentic, he will be 0% globe before that movie's done. Let's see what kind of movie he makes. Let's see what happens, right? This Will Duffy did not put this together. Oh, and I say he did not. I don't think he put this together. But this entire TFE thing is an operation to destroy flat Earth. It's not going to work because you can't put darkness on the light, right? And we are the light, the truth. And let's see what he does. Again, in the past, you look at past performance. We've always been misrepresented. To expect anything different is a little bit insane. So we have our guards up high. But everything they've tried to do in the past to misrepresent flat Earth has blown up in their face. To think that it's not going to do that again is a little insane. So let's make sure, if they misrepresent us, that it blows up in their face, and bigger this time. So, the flat Earth is growing faster and faster, and it does. The truth will set us free. So there you go.
Right. Oh yeah. Right now the situation is very similar to 2020 with the jabby thing, right? There are people who are buying it totally, then people are not buying it totally, and the people are attacking the ones who are questioning. It's the same situation that looks like with the FE community with this whole TFE thing.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I wonder how he's going to do it. I wonder if he's going to document his own experience and narrate.
He's trying to be objective, and which is good. Listen, you have to be objective. So he wants to portray both sides, and if he does that accurately, everyone that watches the film will become a flat earther, because the globe is ridiculous. The globe is silly. I said, will you point out in the film that the globe model has helium and hydrogen condensing in a vacuum, which is scientifically impossible, creating a sun that can hold on to Pluto, hold on to the Earth, but ignore our moon. I go, will you point that out? And he agreed that is ridiculous. He didn't agree to put it in the movie, but he agreed that model is unprovable and scientifically impossible. So how far will he go? What if Will stops funding him? That's a win for flat Earth. What if Will doesn't let him put stuff in the movie that he wants to put in the movie? That's a win for flat Earth, right? What if he makes the movie accurately That's a win for flat Earth. I can't think of any scenario where it's not a win for flat Earth, especially since he's being so free, coming on our lives, going to go on Vika's show, and he's going to be asked all the hard questions, and we're going to listen to all of his answers. And he has made us some promises, which are awesome if he keeps them.
Yeah, I agree. And Proud said this earlier. We gotta let everything unfold. Like every single day, something new is popping up. That's important. So like paying attention and staying engaged to what comes out every single day, I think is real important. And like I said this yesterday on the TikTok side, is that Duffy's going to be releasing those 15 experiments, I think either today or tomorrow.
Yeah, I can guess what they are. The moon circling, the sun circling. I don't know. What do you think? What could be the most damaging? I can't think of any that would be damaging to flat Earth. What?
Yeah, I'm thinking that they're all sky
Yeah.
observations.
Well,
To be honest,
Jonathan was careful about telling us what they were because I guess it's a secret, and Will wants to release it like he does everything, suspenseful. And I could respect that. He listened. The guy said, "Hey, I got these 15 experiments. I'm going to release them on this day." He doesn't want to spill the beans. I have zero problem with that. And so when is Will releasing those?
if I'm not mistaken, today or tomorrow.
Right.
I'd have to double check.
So does anyone here have any hesitation, any fear that he's going to release something useful to the globe?
No.
Yeah, zero. I could care less what he releases. But I am, everything he's released so far is nonsense. Why would you expect anything else?
He hasn't touched, and we all talked about this on the TikTok side. Probably in his Globe documentary, he's probably not even going to touch the curve of the Earth.
Well, we'll see. We can't assume that. Maybe he has touched the curve of the Earth because when we brought it up to him, he goes, "Oh, that could be explained away with refraction." Right. So he's definitely going to have the refraction in there, in my opinion. So he thinks that every flat Earth proof that we have is explainable away. Gravity, refraction, whatever. So
Gravity.
Right. Gravity
Refraction.
is so cool. Know what's cool about gravity? Helium and hydrogen collapse upon themselves in space vacuum and create the sun, and the sun can hold on to Pluto, right? Send its gravity all the way out to Pluto. But the sun's gravity doesn't affect our moon, which is magnitudes closer, because the Earth's gravity negates the sun's gravity and makes it non-active on our moon. So the Earth's gravity holds on to our moon. Meanwhile, the sun's gravity holds on to Pluto, right? It's the dumbest crap ever. You can't figure it out because it's stupid. You're not stupid. It's stupid. Like, the problem is most people hear what I just said and they're like, "I don't get it. I don't know what you mean." I mean, why, when the moon comes around the Earth towards the sun, does the sun just not rip it away or speed it up? And then when it goes around the Earth, going away from the sun, how come the sun's gravity doesn't slow it down? I mean, at least that should happen. Well, the sun's gravity is neutralized by the Earth's gravity because the Earth is so much closer to the moon.
Yeah, isn't that part of the gravitational three-body problem?
I mean, that's yeah. I mean, sure. I mean, the three-body problem that is a friggin' problem. But just let's talk about the gravity problem. I mean, how does fucking gravity? How does the sun hold on to all the planets but ignore all the moons? I mean, in that theory, you could say that, well, the sun shouldn't affect Earth because Jupiter is close enough to Earth where the Earth should orbit Jupiter. I mean, it's friggin' the R word.
Yeah, they say like they pull on the body in the moon system.
Yeah. I think there's a planetary alignment coming up on January 20th or February. I don't know, where all the planets are going to be in a straight line. Well, if the gravitational model was real, we're all dead.
Say goodbye.
Goodbye, baby. The alignment's coming. They're all just going to crunch into
nice
one
knowing
big,
you guys.
you know, all of the planets in the solar system are going to line up. The gravity is going to pull them all together, and it's going to turn into a giant star, or we're going to get eaten by the sun, right? That's what should happen. It's like a whole bunch of magnetic balls on a pool table, and then you put them all in a line. They're all just going to go into one big clump. That's what should happen. You don't understand orbital motion and momentum, and you know, it's like yeah. I don't know. I get speechless when I talk about the ridiculousness of the globe non-model. They don't have a model. They don't have a model that can model what they claim it to be. We do. We have a model. A bowl of Kentucky Fried Chicken with gravy. That's our model. Put the plastic lid on it. It contains air. It holds liquid. Boats can float on it, and it's not moving. Show me your model, globe.
Told you they don't want to do no demonstrations.
Yeah, our demonstration, I think it cost $19.99, right? Go get it. You can buy it. It's a franchise across the country. You can show it to your family, right? By the way, I don't recommend eating Kentucky Fried Chicken. They probably haven't eaten it in 30 years, but I thank them for their flat Earth model.
Oh yeah, that is also one of the reasons I've been saying from a very long time that it's important to have the luminaries in the model. Just a map, a drawn of a cartographic map is it's not a model. Like it's like drawing on a huge piece of land, some continent, and calling it a model. It doesn't make sense. The model should include the luminaries. Why is the reason these people always go to the sky? Because there is where nobody can prove anything for them, right? Dark matter, dark energy, black hole, whatever. So all the luminaries in our geocentric realm is more of, as you mentioned too, it's a metaphysical phenomena with sound, energy, frequency, electromagnetics, the gases, right? It's really important for us to understand what a model should include. That is the reason I made the mechanical realm, right? Because it's including all the luminaries and the positions in real time. An analog device, whatever the measurements and calculation they do of the luminaries came from these analog devices turned into digital information.
Did I lose everybody?
I'm here.
Okay. Just some peace and quiet there for a moment.
We could drop bombs on them. Bro,
Yeah.
grab co-host, bro. Oh, I'm glitching. But I'll be right back.
May we have a moment of silence before the planetary alignment?
Yeah, we're all gonna die. Who said it? Oh, it was Taboo Conspiracy in one of his great presentations. At the end, he goes, and the final proof that we don't live on a ball is because if we lived on a ball, we'd all be dead. Which is true. There'd be no air. We'd all be crushed because of gravity. We'd fly off into space, whatever. You can't live on a ball. An uncontained air pressure ball in a space vacuum.
Yeah, living on a ball just feels unsafe just even thinking about that.
It's so dumb. It's so dumb. The problem is the world has been dumbed down enough to believe it. It's amazing. Amazing.
Nothing works with it.
Nothing.
But the 24-hour sun solves all the problems.
Yeah, even Will Duffy admitted that in a dome sky, there's many options for how the sun works. He admits it. So again, we have all of this, and he's a friggin' pastor hanging out with atheists. Doesn't make any sense.
Well, He's okay with lying and deceit. So.
Yeah. That video, if anyone hasn't seen that, on my Flat Earth Clock app channel, it's one of the last videos. Big picture Will Duffy on it, and he basically said in his sermon that there's nothing wrong with lying and deceit.
Oh yeah. We want that to be in Morandi's documentary.
Oh, I did ask him to put that in there, and he said he was unaware of it, and I said I would send it to him.
That should be at the very beginning of the documentary as well. And
oh my God, the opening scene before the credits,
and then the very
amazing.
last scene as well. Open and close with it.
Come on, guys. At least he was honest about it.
Yeah. Yeah. Vico, at least Vico will put that in his video.
Like open up with that clip of Duffy talking about lying and deception, and then the scene right after that, get the 10 or the 5 flat Earth proofs.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we'll see. I mean, we'll see how this goes. I mean, we all here can, on that trip, in person, people that are nasty online are nice. So everyone's hanging out, breaking bread together. I get it. But again, deception runs deep, and have to know how to play the enemy. McToon, Duffy told McToon to cut the nonsense. McToon was being mean, and they pointed out that Duffy told him to cut it out. Does that make Duffy a good guy, or does that make Duffy a great player? Okay, in my opinion, Duffy is a great player in a massive scheme.
Well, let's look at it from Duffy's position. What makes this? What gives him the benefit? How does he benefit from using a flat earther to produce a film on Antarctica?
Money, brother. It's in the end, it's gonna be money and fame. My opinion. Go ahead, Dave.
That's a good opinion. No, that's I'm trying to think of it. Maybe so. Let's look at all the options. Jonathan is completely controlled, lying to us all, and he's going to make an amazing hit piece, and then have to hide for the rest of his life. That's one option. The other option is that Duffy is semi-sincere, just wants a real documentary made, and he's going to make money off of it, no matter what it is. Right? Let's say he makes a video literally accurate to all of the stuff that we talk about. Guess what? That movie's going to make some money, and Duffy's the producer. So that's a win for Duffy and a win for Flat Earth, right? Every scenario is a win for Flat Earth, by the way. Some of them are going to be a win for Duffy. The other option is, I don't know what the other option is. So it's either he thinks that or maybe Duffy completely believes that the Earth is a globe, which is hard to believe, and he thinks that this guy's pretty good. He's coming from the flat Earth side, but after he sees the 24-hour sun, he's going to flip to be a globie. Well, it hasn't happened yet, and I don't think it's going to happen. So maybe Duffy made a calculated mistake by hiring him. So there are options out there, but all of them are wins for Flat Earth.
Oh, yeah, and everybody else who's involved, like money making is already started, right? The views are high, there is traffic, everybody's speaking about, there's a lot of engagement. Globe is not dead again, right? Many factors.
Right. And people have to remember, everyone's calling Jaron and Austin shills. They're paid, they took payment. I was the guy that was supposed to go on the trip. I turned it down because I don't want anything to do with this nonsense, right? I was the guy that was supposed to go. So Dave Weiss canceled, so now we're going to pay off 2 other guys? That makes no sense. And then people are putting out, I encourage people to look at the shadows, look at everything, but people are jumping to conclusions. For example, Flat Earth Banjo put out a piece yesterday showing that the shadow from the solar panel or whatever it was going in the wrong direction. He took the clip from a 360 video, which is worse than a fisheye camera, right? It's showing shit in all different directions. And so he put out that meme, 100% proof, this is it, the shadow's going the wrong way, the final experiment busted, destroyed. No, you took it from a 360 video. Nothing is pointing in the right direction if you're looking at it on a regular screen. So again, people are, flat earthers are making mistakes. And we need to just put our heads together, before you put out a meme, like, hey, if we find some damning evidence, we're like, oh, fuck yeah, right? Run it by somebody and say, hey, is this right in your opinion? Right? Keith sent me that one from Banjo yesterday thinking that it was good. I said, hey, that looks like it's from a 360 video. And he goes, I don't know about that. And so we went to the video, we spun it around, and we can move the shadow from left side to right side just by moving the video. And he's like, yeah, you're right. And I said, now the question is, are you going to tell Banjo? Because if you do, you're going to be a shill. And
what is it, Dave? That you showing what?
So you have you ever looked at and manipulated a 360 video? So they did a time lapse of the sun going for 24 hours, but it's filmed with a 360 camera. So you can put your finger on the screen and look around, look behind the camera. But when you do that, the things on the ground get distorted. Okay. And so I looked at the shadow that he was looking at, and then I moved the camera, and the shadow literally changed directions in the photo. And that's what he used, which is a mistake. It's an honest mistake, but it's a mistake.
Dave, Eddie actually posted a video last night, like 12 hours ago, on that same topic, and he deleted it. It's not there anymore on his TikTok.
Good. All right. So good for him that he deleted it. It's okay if you find a mistake, take it down.
Yeah.
Right. But the best thing is not to put it up, because McKeegan is taking all of this stuff and is going to say he's going to make his top 10 reel of how dumb flat earthers are. Right. And he's going to expose all of our mistakes. So let's not make any more. Right. I can't claim that Will Duffy is 100% a Satanist. It is my belief. Okay. But it's my belief. I have free will. I'm allowed to do that. Right. I believe that this was a long planned setup for many years. This was planned. Right. Some people say, oh, that's crazy. But then in the next sentence, they say, oh, well, it's been a scam since Eric DeBay put out his AE map that hide us from the principle, the geocentrism, and all of the webcam footage. They cut out 8 hours to set us up. So for the last 15 years or so, they've been cutting out the 24-hour footage on the webcams to set us up for the final experiment. That's crazy.
That does sound crazy, but it is interesting the angle that Eric Dubé's 200 proofs dropped when the principle dropped. I didn't know that.
You know what? There's lots of things that have synchronicity, and maybe the principle came out because they knew Eric Dubé was going to drop the friggin' map, because they saw that about to come out. So they I mean, you can make arguments both ways. The question is, which one is true?
Well,
right?
there was evidence that Sungenis was raising money for like 2 years, I feel like, or probably longer than that, trying to get that thing off. So, I think with the track record, I don't know.
It's just interesting how Sungenis refuses to look at curvature. He won't look at curvature issues, right? So, like, you could be a geocentrist, cool, makes a lot more sense than a heliocentric thing. But, again, we have the problem, we're floating in space, right? Geocentric has all the problems that the globe has, and no curvature, which is another problem that the globe has. So the fact that he's unwilling to look at that is more suspect than Eric Dubé living in Langley, getting a vaccine payout of $100,000 and dividing the community. It's more suspect than that, okay? I'm not saying Eric Dubé is not suspect, but Eric Dubé, if he's controlled opposition, he's responsible for lots of us being here. So that's pretty shitty controlled opposition. Hey, let's take this very small community of flat earthers, expand it to thousands of times bigger, and then we'll control it. No, that's a bad plan.
Well, that would align with setting up all the 24-hour sun or the lack thereof of footage from these cameras. If there's like this huge conspiracy being set up, they would put someone like Dubé in as a plant.
It's possible, but let's not point fingers at this. This person's a plan
of it. If it was that big, that would have to be something like that.
But guess what? It's a win for flat Earth. Eric Dubé woke up a lot of people. Okay, so everything they do fails. Maybe the people that control this world, that are trying to hide the God, and trying to hide the truth of our world, are fucking morons. Maybe they're just that. Maybe they're low intellect people. Or maybe they're not even people. Who the hell knows? But the thing is, the truth is the light, right? And the light overcomes darkness. The truth is the light, right? So we flat earthers, we use science, we critically look at things. We should put our heads together, but instead they've divided us in incredible ways. Man, it's crazy how much they divided us. I'm also pretty convinced that they're using frequencies on us like they do in wars to make people crazy and make people fight. I think a lot of that's going on. Check my Facebook page from yesterday, my personal Facebook page. The amount of spraying in the sky was fucking horrifying.
Yeah, I'm with you
Yesterday.
on that, Dave, and I think that's connected with the jibby jabby.
Yeah, well, there's a lot going on, and I played in a presentation I did on my thoughts on the final experiment. The guy from Raytheon that says in Antarctica there's directed energy weapons that are beyond our imagination, and that was in 2008, I think. Okay, so we've got 15 plus years since that, beyond our imagination. All right, I hear what he's saying. I hear. And 15 years, think what happens with the computer chips in 15 years. Who knows what they've done with that? Beyond our imagination. I'm not sure of what happened in Antarctica, what those guys actually saw. I think the truth will come out, but whether it was real as it felt to be, or whether it was 100% fake as it possibly could be, it doesn't matter. The sky is non-physical. It doesn't reflect the shape of the earth. It is interesting, right? And what happens out where nobody is supposed to be is part of the creation mystery that we may never know.
Oh yeah, and the clip I played about that laser plasma technology, right? And with the mirrors. So was curious. I was also curious why Jaron didn't play that.
I don't know what Jaron's doing these days. I haven't talked to him in months. He just texts me, and I can't read all of the text that he says, because especially after they say stop texting me, and then he sends me 50 more multi-paragraph texts. I just don't.
Y'all gotta talk it out, Dave.
I would love to. I'd love to, but he only wants to text it out. I'm not willing to do that. I've been saying for months, stop texting me, call me. Now I could, like Jaron showed his call records, I could show my text records where I said, stop texting me like a 14-year-old girl. Let's talk. And he refuses. So I'm okay. Jaron can be Jaron. Jaron is just telling the truth. He gave them the truth on Duffy's video. That's his opinion. It's okay. Let him do his thing, and I'll just do my thing. It would be great if we could put our heads together like the Globers did. I think we should have a fucking power group. I think Eric DeBay could run the group. Whoever. Jaron could run the group. It doesn't matter. Let's all put our heads together and think about these things. But we're unable to do that for the last 12 years.
So right, we're gonna have like difference of opinions.
Absolutely. I don't agree with everything that anybody says. But again, we suck. We all suck because we're not putting our heads together. Hey, this Flat Earth Fridays, this is putting your heads together. This is good. I like it. Right?
That's what we do over here. Yeah.
Yeah. That it's good. It's bringing all things together and it's talking it out, public forum. Awesome. It's unfortunate that people make conclusions based on their opinions, right? And have different levels of understanding of what's going on. I please everybody go to my YouTube channel DITRH, watch the clip video. That'll make you want to watch the whole 3-hour video. You can listen it to XX speed. It's a great video, and it will help unify our answer. When they go, the final experiment is crush flat Earth, then you'll have an easy answer, an easy way to explain the sky is non-physical, it's immeasurable. What are you talking about? Show me curvature. There you go. If everyone said that in every sentence when someone mentions TFE, it's over. But we're so divided with throwing out so many different things, trying to explain how the sun can work in the sky. We don't need to. We don't need to. It would be interesting to research more into it and to try to figure it out. But to say that we live on a ball because you saw the sun in the sky is stupid.
Well, I don't think we need to determine curvature. Motion is not really sure. Like it's some things do seem to align more with stationary by looking at the sky. But we should be able to try to get everything figured out.
Yep.
Like, no matter what.
Hey guys, I gotta jump. And anyone have a final question or anything anything?
Anybody got anything for Dave?
Well, I just wanted to say that one of the things that I got out of this whole thing, Dave, and Sacred, is that we don't have a South Pole, we have a South Ring.
Yeah, we talked about that last week. I 100% agree with you.
Yeah, so that was kind of exciting for me, honestly. And the other thing I got out of this whole thing is that, I think whatever layer or whatever that these luminaries are being projected onto, or I don't even know if they're being projected, but for lack of a better theory, I'm just saying that whatever layer or dome-like thing that these luminaries, or especially the sun, is being projected onto. Now that to me sounds like it's probably like half of a globe shape, like a hemisphere shape. And so this is the reason why our observation of the sky, the luminaries in the sky, fits so well with the globe model, is because the sky above us itself, it's whatever, it's like a force field or some kind of a gaseous dome, or I don't know what it is, but that is probably shaped like a perfect half sphere. And that's why all these luminaries behave this way.
It could be. It could be.
Yeah, the toroidal field. The luminaries revolve around the toroidal field, but we live on the flat dielectric inertial plane.
Let me throw in one thing, and again from Marty's video that please everybody watch it. Marty says, even if we come up with a model, like let's look at Joe Hamby's model. Let's say it explains everything that they observed, from the squishing of the sun to the circling of the sun. Let's say it explains it. It's still just a theory, right? So the sky being a dome, as psychedelic is suggesting, and everything, it's still just a theory, and that's okay because it's immeasurable. It's immeasurable. It's not anything that we can measure until we can get up there and throw a tape measure on it. It's just a theory.
And I think the word geocentric is being hijacked. The first thing is we have to understand the meaning of the word geocentric. There's nothing in the word geocentric that claims that the Earth is a ball or it's spinning. The reason every luminaries move around the Earth and it's geocentric is because the electromagnetic energies of the Earth is stronger than the electromagnetic energies of the luminaries. That's why they move around the center of the Earth. That's the real meaning of geocentric.
I like it.
I like it.
Hey, well, we appreciate you, Dave. I want to keep you held up if
I got
still going by the time you come back. Pull back up.
Yeah, I will, man. Thanks. I'll catch you guys. I'll try to keep listening for a little bit. But.
Yeah. Well, Dave, thank you for continuing to try and unite all of us, and I think that this space is a good space to try and do something like that.
It certainly is, but my efforts have gone crazy against me. I mean, the people are changing the reviews on the app, going, the app is good. Excuse me. The app is good, but the owner of the app supports the final experiment and the people, the shills that were there, and blah blah blah. And so they're literally changing it to 1-star reviews. These are flat earthers, okay? They're doing crazy shit because, listen, I don't agree with what I've heard Jaron say. I don't agree with him attacking me for half an hour in his live stream. I didn't even listen to the whole thing, right? But I will say he's not lying. Okay, that has made me the #1 shill out there. Right? Go watch Banjo shit. Okay, I am 100% an agent. Go watch King Nico. I am an agent because I say that they're not lying. Now, I don't know what happened in Antarctica. I don't know if it was real or fake, but I do know that they were not in a studio and they're not lying, right? We're all on the same team. The fucking Earth is flat and they're deceiving us somehow with a real observation, with a observation that only happens in a certain cycle at a certain time, with a faked observation, whatever it is, they are deceiving us, right? Trying to make us think that the Earth is a globe with an observation of the non-physical sky, right? And so that makes me the #1 shill. So what I can ask anybody here, if you have my app, if you don't have it, please get it. But if you haven't left a review, go throw up a 5-star review. You don't have to write it; just write something. And because the Globers want this going down from a top-rated app to an app that's kicked out of the App Store. You know, McToon's still going crazy. Your app's leaking data. Yes, I had a data leak, just like Facebook did, just like Bank of America did, just like Citibank did, just like every other massive company. The only difference is all of those companies gave out social security numbers, credit card numbers, bank account numbers, personal information. The only thing my app gave out was whatever you were sharing with the other users, right? Because you can log into my app without identifying yourself by putting in a fake name, by putting in everything. That's what it leaked. Well, I've spent many thousands of dollars, okay, but not more than 10, upgrading the security. It's 100% fixed. It's 100% secure. So everybody relax. McToon is doing everything he can to take it down because it is waking up lots of people. So if you can go leave a review, just to counter these Globers, that would be great. And now counter the flat earthers that are putting bad reviews up. It's disheartening, but guess what? It ain't gonna stop me.
Yeah, well, Dave, as long as you are on the side of truth, you might have a little hiccup here, but we have no choice at this point but to keep, putting one foot in front of the other. And I think that this difficult period will pass, and I think people will wake up to some common sense. So we'll do everything we can to support you, Dave. So just hang in there.
Yeah, I'm hanging in there, and you guys are doing everything you can to support me. This show, it gives me information and it gives us all a platform, so it's all good. And if everyone just did one thing a day, just one thing to support Flat Earth, whether it's share a video, whether it's to leave a comment on a review on my app, whether it's to donate to somebody, that would be amazing. If everyone did one thing a day, it would be amazing. But instead, they've got us fighting against each other. We're doing their job with all of this shill calling and nonsense, and we have to stop it.
Yeah, exactly. I think, Sacred, we can use your space here to create as much unity as possible. So we're not giving up.
Yeah, awesome. All right, guys. Peace out.
Yeah, Dave.
Later, Dave. Appreciate you, man.
How do I get out?
Oh, one last thing. Well, sometimes, like when I'm trying to communicate with someone I may have a little friction with, I like to utilize voice notes. It gives a way where I can get my full thought out, and it's very difficult to like interrupt, and maybe it's another way to be effective when communicating. So just keep that in mind, man, as y'all work through y'all thing.
Okay.
Take it easy, bro. Appreciate you.
All right, man. Thanks. See you. How do I get out of here? Leave.
I'll drop you. Use gravity.
I'll use gravity. There's a gravity button. See ya.
Hey, man, I'm gonna step away real quick just to get a little super fluid. I can keep it rocking.
All right, bro.
I just actually woke up and I was like, oh, let me go see if Flat Earth Friday is still happening. So I'm glad you guys are still here. It's Stationary Saturday now. And did I miss some important thing, Brian? Proud? I don't know.
Well,
I fell asleep at West Coast like 11 o'clock.
It turns out Globies finally got one thing on their model right, but nothing else, man. Nothing else. No gas pressure without containment. No curvature, no motion.
Well, you know, to me, it just sounds. Sorry, I see Bower's hand is up. I'll be really quick. It just seems to me like we're not understanding the size and the scope of the dome. You know, because I think most people are puzzled as to how these people saw the sun go around them when they expected that it should just stay north of them, you know, which is the whole premise of the whole thing, right? But I think that the sky where the luminaries shine on, you know, where they function, it's so freaking high that it would translate as being behind them because of the way that it would appear to be as it goes, you know, towards the horizon. Because even if they were south of the Tropic of Capricorn, the dome is still way higher above them. So anything that's high, you know, eventually it will just appear to be close to the horizon, which would be behind you, even if it's not quote unquote technically behind you. But I think that, you know, whatever this layer is where the luminaries shine, it's got to have a weird curvature that gives that illusion that the sun is going south of them when it really isn't south. It's just simply way high up above, you know. But I think the dome is way bigger than, and then of course, you know, a whole personal vision comes into play also. So go ahead, Bozer. Go.
Hi guys. Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
You guys hear me? Oh, good, good. Hey, so I just want to there's this point that flat earthers are supposed to unify like the Globers, and I kind of disagree with that. I think it's actually very healthy that there's still a good portion of flat earthers that are skeptical that the whole thing even happened. I don't think that's bad that there's some infighting going on. Because the one thing the Globers have that the flat earthers don't have is they all believe the same lie. What the flat earthers have in common is we all agree we've been lied to, and we all come from it from a different point of view. And you know, we all trust whatever Dave, Witsit, Jaron. Now those are my top three. Okay, so you asked me a year ago, anything those three said, I'm going to take that it was genuine. But we've made this point 100 times. 10 years ago, we all trusted what's on TV. So then we realized, wait, we can't always trust what other people are telling us. And I'm skeptical that there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica still. I still think there's a chance that it could be faked. And I'm telling you, the biggest clues that I get is listening to Austin in Discord, because he's changed his tune. If you just listen to the things he's saying, like he said, the creator doesn't want us in Antarctica. Now, I can agree that it was a pain in the ass to try to film a 24-hour sun. He had to stay up all night in the really bright light. But the climate that they showed there was a very nice winter day. Okay, so doesn't mean so we could go there and see the 24-hour sun for ourselves and probably be a lot more enjoyable than trying to stay up and prove it. But that's not what he said. He said, I believe the creator doesn't want us to go there. And before this whole thing, him and every other flat earther said, go see for yourself. Now, is it worth the money? Probably not. But that's not what he said either. And so just the language that he's been using makes me skeptical of him. And, Flat Earth Dave wasn't there. So he can believe what he wants. And he's got a big following. And no matter what he believes, he probably needs to stay safe anyways for what he's going to say. So, I mean, that's good for him. And Jaron, I got to tell you, man, like last week when Sacred was arguing with Benaya, Jaron literally called Synthetic a retard for making the exact same argument. So that really rubbed me the wrong way too. I mean, so I stopped listening to him altogether. Then, so like Austin's really the only guy left in my mind. So from my point of view, so I just wanted to share that with you guys. Like, I'm not saying for sure it's fake, but being fake is still strongly on the table for me. So that's all I got to say. I'll land the plane. I'm walking right now. So thanks for listening.
Well, Bowser, in Austin's defense, I mean, imagine if you had actually physically gone to that area, which I believe that he did. I have Austin's never given me any reason ever to think that he would be a liar. Like, I've been paying attention to, his videos, and then when he's here and when he's in Discord or whatnot, like, I've been hearing him and listening to him. And, when you hear someone for a long time and you hear a lot of what they say, and you see them interacting, with other people in conversation, like in this space and whatnot, over years or months or whatever, you kind of can get a gut feeling for I'm just speaking for myself. I think that I can sort of get a gut feeling for where his integrity level is. So he has personally never given me a gut feeling of like, oh, this guy is capable of lying. Like, I always have felt like he really is sincere about sharing the truth, and he wants to treat all of us like the way we would want to be treated, like the way we would treat him or whatever. So based on that, I would say, like, imagine going to Antarctica. I mean, that itself must have been like physically, mentally, and emotionally like a really, really powerful experience. And then being there, being sleep deprived, which everything from what all three of them said, Liz and Jaron and Whitsett, is that they literally were kind of purposefully sleep deprived in a way, you know. So I think that if he said something like, look, God doesn't want us there, I think that he's coming from a place of just having gone through a mind-blowing experience. So I wouldn't just discount what he said or like think like, oh, because it wasn't like just another day, like driving over to the grocery store or something, like he had a profoundly life-changing experience going there. So for him to say like, look, God doesn't want us there, like I can completely understand. It was so God-forsaken. And he said, not even any animal or anything is there. It's like he got weird vibes. So to me, that completely makes sense. Like, why wouldn't he say that?
When it comes to being skeptical, I'm cool with the people looking into it. The truth doesn't fear investigation, and no one should be afraid of the truth when it's found out either. I was going to touch on that too, man. He said where it's at, it's like minus 28 degrees. There's no food, no nothing. There's no mosquitoes, no fleas, no nothing. There's no life whatsoever there. And then he said, the creator doesn't want us in an environment, not him specifically, even though, I would agree that he probably doesn't want you there either. But we go there for some stupid reason. But it's good to look into things. It's good to look, but still didn't prove any motion or anything. I don't know why we're letting Globies dictate, what our proofs are for this anyway. Whatever. It should have been something determined in the shape of the Earth, not the sun in the sky.
Yeah, I agree with you, Brian, completely. Bowser and Brian, I mean, it's fine that people are skeptical and they're asking questions. I think that this is always a good thing, to question everything.
Oh, yeah,
but I think we can do it in a way without dividing, and without like.
I mean, if you're out there looking for a fire, everything is smoke, man. Just be honest in the search. Don't be, you know, going in there with the premise that because something happened that you didn't expect, that you're going to go out there and try to find anything to prove a fakery. And be honest with the searching. That's all I'm saying. You know, when you're looking for problems, you find them.
But I just want to follow up with just a little bit of that. When I was talking about the creator not being there, I wasn't talking about what was said about Antarctica. Austin actually showed his phone, said it's 17 degrees, feels like 30. And to me, that's really nice winter weather, especially when it's sunny out. So that rubbed me the wrong way. And it's I agree with you, Lily. Everything he said to me seemed genuine up until the point this happened. And then I feel like there's a change in his tone even. So that's just me for me. And Brian, where I'm getting all this stuff from is I'm not searching. It's comes up on my X feed, and these are all people that I followed through Flat Earth Fridays and pretty much your spaces. So but you know, it's all right though too. I'm not like saying I see a picture from somebody and I automatically believe what they say. I'm just giving you my experience. And the idea is nobody really owes you the truth. The truth is between you and the creator and God, and you know it's our job to suss things out in these conversations. Like, hey, listen, because someone believes it was real, that's great. I'm still interested in everything else you have to say as well. So, and it might be. I'm just telling you, my skepticism is still kind of high. So, thanks for everything. Hey, Brian, by the way, thanks for always being in those spaces. I really enjoy hearing you talk. And Sacred and Proud, thanks for doing this every week. I really look forward to it. So, I'll land the plane there.
Oh, had Whitsit come on this space this time, yesterday or this morning or anything?
No, he's out there getting his Freemason money, man. He's taking the payoff right now.
Yeah, well, he needs to rest up, and you know, if I was sleep deprived for 2 or 3 days, man, I would be a total and complete zombie. I've stayed up all night on this space a couple of times, and I'm telling you, the next Saturday, like I'm a total zombie. So I would just give him some time to recoup and recover, get his data together, you know, make a presentation. There's no hurry, really.
My bad, guys. I'm back. What's to say he was feeling sick too? I think I heard him on like in Discord early today or yesterday, but he said he wasn't feeling well. So prayers out to him because I know he got like little ones. Hopefully they stay good. But he did say that there was some type of agreement that they were going to wait until the Globers released some information, and then they were going to release some information. So I don't know what that's about totally, but
You know what? No matter what, Sacred, in the end, the truth is always going to win because truth has really deep roots and you can't just uproot truth. Whereas lies is just based on something with super duper shallow roots and it can be just, you know, upturned really quickly and easily. So we just have to hang in there and keep pursuing truth. We'll find it.
yeah, I'm agree totally. The truth will be unveiled, right?
Yeah, I think I was like super excited because I was like, I finally got this realization that, oh, we don't have a South Pole. Because I used to always think, like, how can we have a North Pole without having a South Pole? And then I realized, wow, imagine when such a magical world where the South Pole is not a pole, but it's a ring. To me, that was really exciting. It's interesting because it's kind of similar to the sperm is the smallest cell in the human body, and the ovum is the largest cell that the human body produces. Isn't that interesting? And so one is like a point, and the other is like all encompassing round globe. It's pretty interesting. So, and it's kind of what this North Pole and South Pole is. The North Pole is one point, and the South Pole is the entire ring around it. So, I don't know why I find that exciting, but to me, that was really cool.
A little as above, so below type beat.
Yeah, I think so, huh?
Oh, Liliana, I'm glad actually you up here with Vika. I think I heard Vika talking about what is it, the Vedic cosmology? How do you guys say it? I'm sorry.
Yeah, the Vedic
Yeah, you
cosmology.
got it. You got it right. Vedic cosmology, yeah.
Yeah, Vika was talking about this in TikTok Live the other day, and I remember that you were like well versed in it as well. I'm actually glad you guys are on the mic together.
Oh, I'm not really well versed. I think what it is that I'm just trying to take those stories and convert them to physics, which actually, darn, Kat isn't here. But, Kat had put forward her bun pan theory with the spout in the middle. And I don't know if you guys saw her avatar. It had like the one of Shane's like models, and then she had her red arrows coming out, just like a bun pan, like that spout in the middle. And I was telling her the story about the sun, which kind of like matched up. So I was like, dude, your theory has been spelled out in the story of the sun. And I was like, we need to take our little show on the road, because when she shared her theory, I was like, whoa, you know what? This really comports with that story of how the son and his marriage with with his wife and whatnot. But basically, what it is that her, as I understood it anyway, is that what she was saying was the sun literally goes behind this curve of the bun pan. Or I'm not describing it properly. She should come and really she explains it way better. But when she explained it, I was like, oh, you know what? It's possible that on a flat earth that you would never really have pitch black darkness. You would always have like this weird twilighty light without her bun pan, without her spout. So I was like, yeah, you know what? The sun is probably going behind some kind of because she was basically in the beginning, she was like, it could be a solid thing, it could be whatever. She doesn't know what that shape is made out of. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Liliana's talking. Who asked that question? I'm sorry, I wasn't looking.
Someone can't hear me.
Yeah, I don't know who that was.
Well, anyways,
Was that
check
Brian?
out this story real quick, right? I'll try to say it real quickly, or maybe another time I could complete it or whatever. So the sun god, Surya is the sun god, right? So he is married to his wife, and her name is Sandhya. So Sandhya literally means dusk, like right at sunset, right? So to keep in mind that her name is Dusk and he is the sun. So one day she goes to her father And her father is the architect of the world, right? Like he designs the whole mechanism that is our world. And so she goes to her father and she says, you know, the sun is just way too big. He's way too bright. He's way too hot. I'm kind of fed up and I just want to escape from him. So she asked her father to turn her into a mare, you know, a female horse, so that he wouldn't, so the sun god wouldn't notice her. Like he wouldn't see her and notice her. So I just want you to keep that in mind. And so she is turned into a mare by her father because her father dotes on her and loves her. And she hides. So she's in a mare body now. Meanwhile, what she did was she, in some versions of this, because there's many versions of the story, in some versions it's her sister, in other versions it's her own shadow, but regardless, let's say that it's her sister. So she gets her sister to take her place because she didn't want her husband, the son, to know that she has escaped. And now her sister's name is Shadow. Her sister's name is Chaya, and Chaya specifically means shadow. It doesn't mean dusk, it means shadow. So she leaves Shadow in her place, and the sun, you know, Shadow looks just like dusk, so he doesn't notice that it's not his wife. And so Shadow has a son, and he is Shani. Shani is Saturn. So basically, what this story is telling us is there was a time when the sun was bigger, hotter, brighter, and there was a time before Saturn when Saturn didn't exist. So remember that Saturn's also the god of time. And so is it possible that there really wasn't day and night like we have today? Like there was just, you know, bright sunlight and then dusk, right? Like permanent dusk, and then again a bright sunlight and then dusk. And so there was no pitch black night. And so it's telling us that our world is finite, right? We're in a finite world. And could it be possible that if the sun was bigger, that the Antarctic basin was way bigger, and that even life forms were way bigger? Because for her to be changed into a creature that's the size of a horse that wouldn't be noticed, that's like me saying like, oh, change me into an ant, or like, you know, like some tiny bug like a fruit fly, or maybe even as big as a ladybug that I wouldn't easily be noticed. Or, you know, to me, it sounds like change me into the size of an ant so no one will notice me. So it's possible that life forms were bigger because we've already flirted with the idea that there could have been giants at one time, right? So, and I think there's loads of proof of that, like huge trees, huge everything. So then the sun discovers the deceit at some point, because when Shani is born, Saturn is born, he's completely devoid of color, he's black. And so the sun thinks, how is this possible? Like, how can there be blackness from me? I'm completely bright. So he doesn't even like his sun. Now the metaphor there is that the sun never wanted pitch black night anywhere. He wanted nothing less than dusk. Like he always wanted his light to be there. And then here, all of a sudden, now we have pitch black night. Like, I don't know if you guys have ever been to a desert, but I've been to a desert far away from any city. And let me tell you, it was a moonless night. I could not even see my own freaking hand. It was that black, like that devoid of light that I could not even see my own hand. And so, anyway, so see, these stories are all, they're easy to remember, like even a peasant could remember it. And I think these stories were made so that if the physics ever got forgotten for a short while and then it got remembered or physics got understood again, that maybe there's a chance that we would remember like the real history of what the sun did and what, the moon did and whatnot. And the moon also has a very interesting story, by the way, actually. So then he discovers the deceit. And then so he runs to his father-in-law and he says, "Where's my wife? Because right now I have Shadow, who's her sister, who deceived me and had my child, and now I have Saturn." And so he demands. And so the father-in-law, shows him where his wife is. And so the son turns into a horse and woos her back. And so, but then when he woos her back, now already the second wife is already there, and now she already has a son. Saturn is already there. And then, so when he woos her back, the agreement was that the sun god would allow the his father-in-law, to shrink him, to make him smaller, less bright, less hot, so that Sandhya would come back to him. But now both of them are there. So we do have dusk, but it doesn't last long. And then we get the pitch black night. And what I had proposed to Kat was that this bun pan theory totally makes sense to me, because maybe that the setup was different. And then this bun pan setup came up. And so what I had proposed is that spout at the center is literally only just a force field. And so when the sun goes behind that force field, its light somehow, the light and heat get completely neutralized somehow because of whatever that force field is. It neutralizes the light and the heat from the sun. And so any land that is behind the shadow of that magnetic spout or that electromagnetic force field that is shaped like a spout, it will experience pitch black darkness for whatever, 3 hours, 2 hours, depending on the season, right? And so, anyways, I wish Kat had been here to describe the whole bun pan, the physics of it, because it totally made sense to me when she said it, because I was like, oh, it totally sounds like this story. This story, anyway, so I won't rant on.
Is Kat the one that came in last week?
Kat may have been here last week. I think last week also I fell asleep early, so I'm not sure. But she could have been on here. I hope she shows up. But if you do see her, ask her to come and present her theory again. Because when I told her, I said, Kat, your theory completely resonates with me, except I don't think it's a physical bun pan shape thing. I think it's strictly a force field. And then if you look at her, the drawing that she did, it's literally like the arrows are coming up from the center and they make that bun pan shape, like that toroidal shape, and it goes back down into the ring of the Antarctic basin. So when I saw that, I was like, oh my God, this is again, it's showing us that this whole thing is like a toroidal shape. It is, a pole is the North Pole, but the South Pole is a ring. And you can see it in her illustration, like all the red arrows come from the center, make kind of like this, dome shape, and then go back down all the way at the Antarctic Circle. So, and then it does that all over the flat plane, the flat Earth. And so it does have that kind of bun shape. And then she was saying that, look, as that center point, it might be like so tiny at the very center, that it's just a teeny, like tiny dot. And that made sense to me because I was like, yeah, because, there's people in the Arctic Circle that can see the sun for 24 hours. So her model with the base of that force field being just one tiny dot, it accommodates the fact that you can still see the 24-hour sun within the Arctic Circle or whatever. But then beyond it, you would be in the shadow of that force field. So that force field at the center that Kat talks about, it is, you could think of it as like a basic, how do you say, like a black hole for light and heat, or but basically it's just a force field that is neutralizing whatever magnetic force field the sun is, or its light and heat are. So whatever the light and heat of the sun that would need to go through that bit of space is getting sucked up. It's getting kind of neutralized. It's getting canceled because of the opposing force fields. So, I mean, in the globe model, it's the physical sun itself, right, that blocks out the sun. But in the flat Earth model, it's a force field that is neutralizing, temporarily neutralizing the light and heat that are coming from the sun in that direction. And once it goes around that spout, then you can start seeing the sun again. So yeah, I wish Kat was here to explain it, but we were kind of, I don't know, we were joking around, but maybe only half joking around about like presenting our model as taking our little show on the road, because it so matches up with this Vedic story. I mean, I could go on about that story. I found like other things too. And a similar thing with the moon, by the way. So anyways, for next time.
No, that's awesome. It's a lot of symbology. I know Vika probably want to jump in and respond to some of that. Go ahead, bro.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This is the thing with the Vedic cosmology, or with most of the cosmologies, right? If you think Avatar, Star Wars, Star Trek, and every other games, right? The basic concept come from these ancient cosmologies and their creation stories, right? So the Mount Meru in the Vedic cosmology is supposed to be a mountain where all the luminaries is attached with an invisible string. We could call it whatever, if we want to call it in a scientific name. That's how they represent. And the Earth with concentric rings expanding, right? So we could imagine in the, like a lotus is a representation in a Vedic cosmology, right? The ends of the earth are the mountains. So the 4.3 billion light years away these pseudoscience have robbed actually comes from the Vedic teachings, right? So there are many other calculations. The detailed amounts about the way this realm is, not only this physical space and the north with extra lands, with intra lands, with upper lands, right? So it's not only Vedic, most of the cosmology have the importance of North Pole as tree of life, or Mount Kunlun, or cosmic mountain, Mount Olympus. Why is the reason? Because these were supposed to be the seats of their creation gods, right? Representing the central position. And this is not made up. It sounds like very much stories, right? I have more than 3 hours of podcast in each cosmologies, and they all are saying the same thing in a different way. The Mayans, the Peruvians, the Babylonians, the Sumerians. The reason these people always connect Sumerians with aliens is because their cosmology is really showing the true Earth, what it is. On a clay tablet, we have a 2,400-year-old map showing the true shape of the Earth. And there are many other structures and artifacts and gadgets which shows how this all function on that geocentric stationary realm with the North Pole in the center, right? The tree of life, right? That word Abraham, a branch of that tree, right? So there's so much more the ancients have left for us. We just have to look in more with a magnifying glass. Everything we need to know is already there. Every cosmology is giving the power of it to decode every cosmology, all right? Not one have the answers. So guys, I have to jump out. Sacred, thanks for letting me up, brother. And I'll speak to you guys soon.
Good to hear from you, bro. Dope live stream too. Y'all tap in with Vika on YouTube.
Oh, cool. It's great to have met you, Vika. I just followed you.
Oh yeah, I'll do that too. And yeah, Sacred, keep doing what you do, brother. And for sure, the thing is, I cannot join on Friday night because when you start is for me, it's like Saturday 3 a.m. right? So the only time could I would join be here. So it's awesome, brother. Keep doing what you do. And shout out to Big Dip too. They're on TikTok.
Oh yeah,
So.
well, Vika, you should just come here whenever you can. So you don't have to be here when it starts. Just hop in whenever you can.
Oh yeah, absolutely. All these legends here. So Sacred, thanks, brother. You can drop me. I'll see Psychedelic and everybody in the chat. They see you all later. Bye.
Later,
Bye.
bro. And yeah, shout out to Dip over on TikTok. We'll be over there kicking it.
Oh, you know Vika from TikTok?
Yeah.
Cool.
We were kind of following each other already over here. I didn't realize, but yeah, we got kind of tapped in over on TikTok.
I'm too much of a techno retard to really get on a bunch of apps because it took me forever to even figure out Discord. But now that I've figured it out, I've been actually spending more time there. But before that, like literally, Twitter was the only app I actually finally kind of understood. I still don't know how to post in other people's, I don't know how to post like other people's repost other people's stuff in your in your chat over here, the purple pill here. It's so silly. But yeah, so how's TikTok going for you guys?
It's been polarizing. We've had some great interactions, and we had some wildly obnoxious interactions. But yeah, we try to carry the level heads way over there. Show them how we do it. It's a great platform to meet a lot of people all at a high clip, and from I don't know, it's just like a higher rate of interaction almost. The way that it's structured, there's a lot going on. I'll tell you that much. There's a lot of legends over there. So matter of fact, Psych talked to Psych over there for the first time too.
Oh wow.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I was just reading somewhere that something like 1 in 6 or 1 in 7 young person, I guess they mean like someone below 25, under 25, now believes that the earth is flat. So I was like, what? 1 in 6, 1 in 7, that is a lot. So I was wondering if TikTok has promoted flat earth a lot, inadvertently, I guess.
Yeah, I would definitely say so. I believe it's picking up a lot more traction with the younger crowds, and especially going more to like what you just said on the TikTok side, because there's a lot more younger audience over there. And I haven't really checked my analytics over there on my page, but I do know that like for me, I'm in my mid 30s, so like I'm 35, and so but I check my analytics, and I get a audience that's younger than me, and so yeah, I really think that the TikTok has got the younger generation over there, and yeah, I mean, I honestly think it's picking up, which is a good thing for flat Earth.
Well, I mean, if you can't feel any motion whatsoever, I think it's time to just wonder if we are moving at all then.
Yeah, 100%. Absolutely. I think those are the questions that the younger people need to start asking themselves, because they see something and then they just believe it just because they were told it from some type of authority, and they don't really do much research themselves. I think it really takes someone who wants to actually have that discernment and actually figure out that there's actually another explanation from what they're being told.
Well, my argument with Globers has always been that, if we were actually spinning and orbiting, that we would have been allowed to feel a teeny weeny bit of it. And so, because they'll always say, like, look, there's all this other light in the spectrum of light that you cannot see. And there's all these other sounds in the full spectrum of sound that you cannot hear. So, nature didn't want you to see the full spectrum, didn't want you to hear the full spectrum. So therefore, you cannot feel anything because then it would be too confusing and you would feel dizzy and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, well, you know what? We can't see the full spectrum. You're right. We cannot hear the full spectrum. You're correct. But we can see some of it and we can hear some of it. So we wouldn't be given the sense of sensing motion, which, by the way, I think is even more acute than hearing and seeing. I think the only other sense that might be like stronger than seeing and hearing would be smell. So I think smell and feeling, those two, motion, feeling motion, especially feeling motion, I feel like that is a highly sensitive sense that we have. And I think that we would have been allowed to feel a teeny, teeny, tiny speck of the full spectrum of all the motion that's going on. And then, of course, the argument is that, oh, because it's steady motion, you can't feel it. You can only feel, if you had to stop or accelerate. And I'm like, well, that does happen, because we have perihelion and aphelion. And at those times, the Earth would have to slow down a little, speed up a little, to accommodate that. So I think it's important to really keep pointing out that, look, even if we weren't allowed to feel all the motion, we should be allowed to feel some of the motion, however tiny amount that there is. But we don't. We don't feel any motion at all. Well, not counting earthquakes, but
That's how I knew when I felt the earthquake. I was like, oh no, we are way sensitive to detect motion. I felt that. And with
right?
everything going on with the earth and you saying I can't feel that, but I felt this earthquake, I was like, no way.
Yep.
That was crazy.
Yeah, and then I'm excited to see the infrared footage that Witsit said that they have, because that's going to prove a lot. Go ahead, 369.
Hey, what's up, everybody? I was looking more into this this datum stuff with the surveying. So the way we get the sea level, right? Because all the surveyors are like, it's measured flat, yada yada yada. But what they may not realize is the sea levels that are given are actually not the original measurements. So what happens is they have a tide gauge, which is just like this point on along the coast, where they measure the sea level above or below this point, and they consider that to be not stable. So they say you can't compare one datum to the next from the gauges themselves, because they'd be at different places. You know, one gauge could be a little higher than the other or whatever, point to point. So that's what they say. And so what they do is, before they release the sea level data, what happens is they have something called the RLR, which is the revised local reference. All right, so each tide gauge has its local datum, which is the one where it's measuring against, and then that gets tied to a geodetic benchmark, which is a fixed point on the land that's, you know, doesn't move. But that's tied into, but they're saying that, from what I'm reading on the website, that's a geodetic benchmark. So if it's geodetic, that means it's taking into account the curvature of the ellipsoid model. Okay, so that's one thing. However,
well, they're utilizing the ellipsoid model, which they're trying to implement the curvature.
say that again.
Like they're utilizing it.
Exactly.
Okay,
right at the point where they're giving. So all the data that these guys are talking about, where they're like, oh, sea level, sea level, sea level, your sea level is geodetic. Bottom line. So even if they say it's measured flat, it's measured flat geodetic, because their sea levels are being derived from a geodetic fixed point on land, because that's what's released to them. What is not released to them is the initial tide gauge local datum data. Now, so that's where we need, in my opinion, that's where we need to focus. So what I'm looking into now is, okay, as soon as they get these datums, they're linking it to geodetics, which is probably not a big deal anyway. It's probably still gonna pan out to be level that way, even if it is geodetic. But once they put it in the model, then it's not. You know what I'm saying? So to get away from that, if we can look at just the gauge data point to point, right? So I feel like that's what we need to do. So I was looking at that, and these are not real numbers. This is just AI. But you know, AI taps into information, so hopefully this is somewhat accurate, right? So according to the AI, along the U.S. East Coast, you might see a variance of around 0.1 to 0.5 meters. And so I was like, okay, so between New York City and Miami, what would the actual variance be? And it's essentially 10 centimeters to 50 centimeters from gauge to gauge. So we're talking about the tide gauges here. Fuck all the rest of it where they're getting into the geodetic and they're telling you sea level. We're talking about the actual places where they're measuring the sea level. 10 centimeters to 50 centimeters from New York to Miami. I think the Earth's supposed to curve a lot more than 50 centimeters.
Hold on, you said 50 centimeters?
Yeah. So I'll tell you exactly what it says. Long-term mean sea level variance. Wait. General range over such a distance, the average elevation variance. That's what I'm talking about. Elevation variance. It kind of threw me off for a second. So I'm talking about the elevation variance between each tide gauge, which is the places that they're measuring the sea level on the you know, they have something there. It's a benchmark right at the sea.
Right, because the
And they
tide
measure when
fluctuates.
they measure when the sea goes above and below this benchmark, and then you get your average. But what they do is, before they release that to the public as a data point, that gets transformed, or that gets connected to a geodetic benchmark on land further back, I guess, right? So to avoid that geodetic benchmark, I'm saying, all right, well, let's just focus on the tide gauges. And here it says, over such a distance, the average elevation variance, now it's talking about between the tide gauges, in mean sea level could be in the range of 0.1 to 0.5 meters, which is 10 centimeters to 50 centimeters, when considering long-term trends. This estimate takes into account subsidence and sea level rise. So I think this is something that we should actually dive into is what are the sea level, what are the variances between how we measure the sea level, because everything else is based on sea level, right? When we're talking about plane surveys and all that other stuff, all of that is based on sea level. So if we can figure out, okay, this is how we measure sea level. Okay, what's the difference between this point to that point to that point to that point over a great distance? Feel me?
I like that, using that as a reference. Yeah.
Right, because it's what plane surveys use as their
Baseline.
point, their baseline. Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's get to where we get the actual data from, and this is what I found so far. And this is saying like it's only 50 centimeters, and it doesn't specify if that's point to point or if that's the whole way. I did ask it about the whole way. So hold on, let me read again. The coast from New York City to Miami spans approximately 1,000 miles along the East Coast. Here's an estimate of the average elevation variance for mean sea level between tide gauges along this route. Okay, so it's between the tide gauges along the route. So it'll be 10 to 15 centimeters per tide gauge. Okay, and that's that's a range. So we would have to kind of average that out and see how many tide gauges are used along the coast, and then see what type of total variance we would get over that distance, and see if it matches up or if it's anywhere close to, or if it encompasses what they say would be the case for curvature of the surface. I don't know how to do that, but that's what needs to be done. Anybody listening, if you want to take this up, that would be excellent. I posted the website up top before. I'll post it again just so it's fresh up there, where we can get the data from.
Yeah, I clicked 2 links. I was skimming what you had posted. I didn't really know what I was looking at right away, so I have to go back and double check.
Yeah, I just reposted the tide gauge one. So this is how we get, all right, this is how we get the mean sea level. And so when you look into what they're saying on that website, and this is a global thing, so we're not talking about like just one little local area. This is a government agency that deals with this information.
He means worldwide, y'all. He means worldwide.
Yeah. So this is legit data that you're talking about here. Tide gauges, y'all. That's it. That's the thing. I'll leave it at that.
I can see D3 with the space in the background, pounding at the keyboard with ChatGPT, like, yo, show me the deviation from the ellipsoid semi-major axis.
Yo, you know it. Yo, I'm trying to get to the bottom of this, man. Everybody wants to keep looking up. I'm like, come on, man. Come on, man. Come on.
Nah, that's the better focus. That's an absolute better focus, especially when the data's available.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. 369. Yeah, it's really great. See, look at how many flat earthers have put on their thinking caps, and we're all thinking about it. And you know something, like the water in our brains, in our bodies, it has all the information of our world, because water has memory of everything. And so, see, I think that if we just keep tapping into our natural God-given intelligence, we can slowly start figuring this out. I think that Creator just wanted us to get together and discuss this in a way, without ego, in a kind of a genuinely truth-searching way, and together we'll figure it out. Like, I feel we've entered a more serious, but also a way more fun part of the journey of flat Earth,
My bad, guys. We're ordering a smoothie.
What you working with, son? What you working with? You got the green one?
Yeah, I remember you telling me about that green joint last time. Hold on,
You got the kale mix?
Let me see if they got that one up here. Let me see.
What you feel? What you feeling like, son? You got the mangoes going on. What's good? We got the orange.
I usually do like the almond butter with the
Oh, okay.
What's it called, with the sea moss?
Okay.
Cyborg smoothie, eh? Yeah, I'll have to leave for a bit because I still have major battery issues.
I was surprised we got you for this long, Liliana. Usually dipping in and out.
Yeah, it's a miracle. I guess maybe the internet traffic is low enough at this hour, at least where I am, where it hasn't disconnected me. Because otherwise it keeps disconnecting me. Even if I'm not at a space, like if I'm just on Twitter, it disconnects me all the time.
I'm so glad you got to kick it with us without the overheating.
Yeah. Yeah, the secret was go to bed early so I can wake up early and catch a little bit of Saturday morning, which I usually miss. Because Saturday mornings, I go to those awesome farmers markets here. So, but this morning, it's early enough.
I love me a good farmer's market.
I know I'm so spoiled because the farmers markets here are really good. I almost never buy any produce, even at the health food store. But I might buy things like lime and lemon or like some tropical stuff, But otherwise, the vegetables and the seasonal fruit, oh my God. These farmers markets are amazing. Like there are farmers that grow like heirloom fruits and vegetables and super fresh and it's organic and I'm so spoiled.
And there's only a few places you can go to get the seeded fruit. Hopefully.
Yeah, non-hybrid. Yeah, they've hybridized so much of our fruits and vegetables, it's if fruits and vegetables without seeds, like seedless stuff, apparently does not feed the endocrine system, which makes sense.
Yo, D3, this one's called the Hulk. I didn't order it yet. It said it got pear, kale, spinach, cucumber, celery, apple juice.
There you go. That's the one.
Lemon juice. He said that's the one.
Yeah, that's the one. There it is right there. You gotta try that.
I would have to put some pineapple in here or something.
Yeah, you can add to it, Yeah, get your Hulk smash on, you heard? Where is everybody? Everybody still sleeping over there, huh? Sleeping in on Saturdays. Get up.
Sacred stationary Saturday snooze.
Morning.
Hey, somebody. What's up, man?
Yo, what's up? woke up to Flat Earth Dave's voice, and then I hear yours, man. It's like music to my ears.
We're trying to get everybody up, get back to the convo. Hope you slept well, bro. Hope you slept well.
I slept great, and I honestly think I took some of that in through osmosis. Whatever you guys were talking about,
Nice.
strongly now believe that we, subconsciously learn. I think I learned that from Dave, actually. Funny enough. Yeah.
Nice.
Well, where are those foreigners like Chris from Romania?
Who's that?
Chrissy from Romania?
Oh, Chrissy. Yeah. She was up here earlier. Probably had to dip out. Maybe back.
Yeah, she was here a few hours ago.
I haven't seen Plucky. A.O. Barra from Japan was in here.
Well, like every movement, we're having some
Oh,
growing
there go
pains.
Plucky.
It's cool.
What up, Plucky? My bad. Go ahead, Eliana.
No, sorry. I was saying, just like every other organization or whatever, like we're just having growing pains.
I don't feel no pain at all. I'm excited.
Yeah. Yeah. But there is stuff going on, right? That is a little bit painful to watch. But luckily you and I, and a bunch of us were excited about all the new truth and new revelation, and we're growing, but it's just kind of sad to see people infighting. I don't like it, but we'll get over it.
Look, Witsis said that 2024 was going to be a big year. He called it. It was. We got the wildest platforms Flat Earth had ever been on. And then he said 2025 going to be even bigger than that. And there's some things already lined up. And I'm just like really interested to see how all this stuff is going to play out. Wonder how many minds will be eased, how many souls and spirits will be calmed.
Okay, so I'm still trying to figure this out, but according to the AI, we should be looking at about 128 meters of curvature between New York and Miami. So if the datums along the coast are only varying between 10 to 50 centimeters, I don't know if that's enough to equal out to 128 meters. It could be, but I don't know.
I wonder how much because obviously it's not going to be a perfectly smooth surface of an ellipsoid. So I'm wondering what's the average deviation that would be allowed.
Right, exactly. Because so I'm thinking like, all right, along that distance, you're gonna have some datums be higher than others, some datums be lower than others. But if it's all within this, like, let's give them double. Let's say even if it's 100 centimeters, I mean, we're not talking about a lot there. So if it's up and down, fluctuating between 100 centimeters, we would have to have a lot of them being lower or high, either lower or higher than the original point. It would have to be a significant amount of them. It couldn't be like every other one is higher or lower. It would have to be overwhelmingly like 90% of them are going down, you know, or 90% of them are going up, whatever the case may be. It would have to show a significant difference between each one. I wonder what the distance between them are, like how spaced out these readings are, these gauges. That's the next thing I'm gonna look at.
I've been thinking about it. You know, I don't think they took these same measurements when they were in Antarctica. I don't think we have measurements or the data set of uh, the sea level over there.
I think they did have their elevation above sea level though, at a specific coordinate.
Yeah, they probably got their elevate. I wonder what the gauge is that they use down there. I wonder what, because they all have like their own ID or name or whatever.
Well, you know, not to change the subject, but I started looking at some time lapse 24-hour sun in the Arctic Circle just because I wanted to compare it with what it looked like from the footage from the Antarctic Circle. And, you know, just like looking at how the camera shows it, it's weird. Like the direction seems opposite for both. I mean, I know that it's an optical illusion because in both models, I mean, in both of the observations, they did see it go from east to west, whether or not it was southeast to southwest or whatever, doesn't matter, but or northeast to northwest, but it was east to west. But it's just interesting that the way that the camera catches, it looks like clockwise from one I think the Arctic was looked appeared to be clockwise, and the Antarctic appeared to be counter clockwise, which I know it's an optical illusion because of the direction that they were facing. But I just thought it was interesting to see it on video.
What's up, Ken?
Big Ken on them.
What up? What up? Trying to figure out what y'all talking about.
Laylee was just talking about a different topic. I was talking about tide gauges. I don't know if Laylee wants to fill you in on what she was talking about.
Ken, I was just making an observation in the videos of 24-hour time-lapse Arctic sun versus 24-hour time-lapse Antarctic sun. And I just noticed that one of them appears in the video to go clockwise. The other one appears in the video to go counterclockwise. But they both were really in real life going from due east to due west. So it's just really basically it's kind of like a weird optical illusion because remember that it's 3D, so it just appears counterclockwise one way, counterclockwise the other direction, but it's just only because of the direction that the camera was facing, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, it absolutely depends on which side of the rotation you're looking at, what direction you're facing. But you're right, it's all east to west. perspective.
Okay, I got some more. So it looks like the typical spacing between these tide gauge stations is anywhere from between 50 to 150 miles, or at least like between like 40 to 150 miles, because we have some in like Long Island that are only between 40 and 60 miles apart. But like down in Jersey and Delaware, they're between 50 and 80. North Carolina, they're between 50 and 80. Georgia is 50. And then Florida, down to Florida, we got them at St. Augustine, Daytona Beach, Port Canaveral, Fort Lauderdale, Miami, and Key West, but between like 50 and 80 miles apart. So I think that kind of makes it easier, right? So they're saying between these stations that are 50 to 80 or 40 to 150 miles apart along the coast, that the deviation in elevation between them is roughly between 10 to 50 centimeters. If we're only varying 10 to 50 centimeters over 150 miles, or even 50, multiple times between 50 and 80 miles, that doesn't look good for ending up at what was it again? 100 and I forgot how much it was supposed to curve. 128 meters, 428 feet of curvature. Thoughts?
What, 30 centimeters is like what, 12 inches?
Honestly, I have no idea. I'm terrible with the conversion.
Oh, I'm not really thinking of conversion. I have a metric ruler, and if I'm not mistaken, it's inches on one side, and I think it's 30 centimeters is approximately 12 inches.
Yeah, you're probably right. It sounds about right. Just
So
like
you're
doing.
talking about what, one and a half feet?
Right. Even if we gave them a full 2 feet, the variance between these places are, let's say, 2 feet. The variance, and then so even if you add them all up, because now they're saying that I thought there was a lot of them and that it would be really difficult to prove it one way or the other, but there can't be that many of them if they're 50 to 80 miles over 1,000 miles. There's a lot, but I mean it's not like a crazy amount, you know what I mean? So between 40 and 150 miles, these things are spaced out, and the variance between 1 to 1 would be maybe 2 feet. I don't see that equating to 128 or 400 something feet, which is what the Earth would curve between New York City and Miami, some approximately like 420 feet, something like that. Between 400, 450 feet. Do you see that adding up? I think we could get maybe a couple 100 feet if they were all going the same way, if they were all, dipping down from the last one and dipping down from the last one and dipping down from the last one. But something tells me that's not the case anyway. Something tells me like they're probably, one is going to dip down, one is going to be higher, one is going to be lower, one's going to be higher. It's going to be like that. I think it's going to be quite random. But that's just speculation. And so, Ken, you weren't here before, but the reason that this is important is because the way that we get the sea level, the mean sea level, it comes from these tide gauges. And then it gets immediately sent to the geodetic platform, which you know about the geodetic versus the plane survey platform. It immediately gets sent to geodetic. So if I'm not mistaken, even the plane survey guys who are using sea level, they're using a sea level that's tied to a geodetic location. It's just a point on land. It doesn't really mean a curve. It just means that it's a point on land that they're tying it to.
Isn't mean sea level just the difference between low tide and high tide?
Yes, but no. And so that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what we would think, and that's what I think everyone thinks. But that's not what they publish. If I posted up in the top, if you go through their website, you can peruse to the location where it talks about the geoid model, and it tells you right there that what they do is they take the initial tide gauge, which is what we're talking about, the high and low at one particular point. They call that the local datum, but they don't use that local datum. They tie that local datum to a geodetic datum, a geodetic point. Then they produce that information for the surveyors.
Yeah, that don't make no sense to me.
Well, the thing is like, I don't think it really actually matters that much, because even though they're saying it's geodetic, it's just one point. Like, so it's, it's one marked location that doesn't move on land. Whereas the local datum, they say, is unreliable because it can fluctuate with land movement and decay, a bunch of other factors that they say. So over time, they rely more on the geodetic landmark. But it's just a landmark. The fact that it's geodetic is where I have the problem. So I'm saying we even stay away from that and just deal with the variance between the gauges themselves, because those are right on the water there. Those are measuring the like you said, the high and low tide. But they're saying they only vary between 10 to 50 centimeters each one at between 40 to 150 miles along the coast. And if that's the case, you just do a simple rise over run. That's not going to equate to 420 feet of curvature, if I'm not, unless they're all going in the same direction, or the majority of them are. You know what I mean? I wonder what the total number of stations are, because we could probably average it out. We would probably be able to determine it right there if we get the number of stations and then see, even if they were all variant at 50 centimeters one way going down, would that equate to the 420 feet? That's what I'm going to do. Hold on.
I'll be back in an hour or two. I gotta recharge these damn batteries.
Go charge up Liliana. Don't know if we're gonna be around for that long, but if we are, feel free to pull back up. See D3 over here crunching the numbers. That list was crazy. There's a lot of stations on that list.
Okay, check this out, right? According to ChatGPT, between NYC and Miami, there are approximately 15 to 20 tide gauges operated by NOAA and other agencies as part of the National Water Level Observation Network. This network includes stations from New York along the entire U.S. East Coast to Miami, and these gauges are strategically placed to monitor sea levels, tides, and other coastal parameters. So we've got the Battery, Jamaica Bay, Montauk, Kings Point, Fire Island, Sandy Hook, Atlantic City, Delaware Bay, Philadelphia, Cape May, Norfolk, Virginia Beach, another Norfolk, Wilmington, Morehead City, Charleston, Savannah, and then like 6 in Florida. We got Jacksonville, St. Augustine, Daytona Beach, Port Canaveral, Fort Lauderdale, and Miami. So that's 20. Let me see. Again, 15 to 20. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. It says the number can vary slightly depending on additional temporary or specialized stations that may be added to the network, such as those used for specific research purposes or post-storm monitoring. Bro, that's only 20. So we've got 20 tide gauges spaced between New York City and Miami at intervals of 40 to 150 miles that only vary in their elevation variance up to 50 centimeters. That's not equaling 420 feet, bro.
Hell no, that ain't.
Hey Ken, how many centimeters did you say were in a foot? I think you said 30, right? Was it 30?
Hold on. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 30. Got my ruler right here. Let's see.
So if you do that math, check my math. Is that equaling approximately like 30 something feet total? Right, so you got 20 tide gauges separated along the coast, and they only vary 50 centimeters between each one in elevation variance. So even if they maxed out at 50 and they all varied 50 in one direction, like down, right? From New York to Miami, they're all varied 50, total of 50, down, 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 down. 20 times 50, it's 1,000.
About 20 inches.
And then you would do, to get that, to convert to feet, you would do the division by 30, correct? Or am I bugging?
It's 30. I got my ruler showing 30 and approximately a half inches or centimeters.
Yeah, that's not going to work. That's not going to matter. We could just do 30. It's close enough.
Yeah. But 50 would be 20 inches because 20 is about another 8 inches.
No, I mean 50, we multiplied the 30, we multiplied the 20 of the or the 30, I'm sorry. We multiplied the 30. Multiply the 30. No, I'm bugging. We multiplied the 20. Like I said, those are the
20 were the
stations
stations and the
themselves.
50 was
Yeah.
max deviation.
Thank you. Yeah, so each station has a max deviation of 50 centimeters. So then we multiply the 20 times the 50. So that means each one of them, it has its max variance. So we're not even calculating like the lower variances. We're calculating only the max variance. If we max them all out, and then I think you divide that by 30, which will convert it to feet, right?
No, by 12. You're doing 20 inches, right?
No.
You're doing 50 centimeters.
No. All centimeters. All centimeters
Uh-oh,
until the last.
333s. Uh-oh, D3.
Right? That's what I got too.
And the conspiracies.
I
You
got
selling out.
33.333. 33.3 infinite. Bro, if that's the case, and that's what this is looking like, but I need everybody to chip in and like verify. Like verify, because I'm not the smart, I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed, guys. I could be fucking this up and butchering it. I need everybody to look at this very carefully and see what you come up with. Do your own independent dive into this. Because this is it. This is it, bro. We could prove it right here. If all of our sea level data points are only varying by 50 centimeters across a coast of 1,000 miles, and it's only equaling 30-something odd feet when the Earth is supposed to be curving at 420 feet at that point. There's nothing to argue. It's a wrap. It's literally a wrap. There's nothing to argue.
I like how you say that. It's a wrap. 2024.
Yo,
It's a
it's a
wrap
Rizzy,
up.
bro. It's a Rizzy. What can you argue? It's not curving. And if it is, it ain't curving at the rate they say.
That's a very flat oblate spheroid. That's a very
Facts.
flat ellipsoid.
The whole coast is flat. I might be missing something. Everybody listening, please take a dive into this. I put it up top. It's called tide gauges. This is how we derive our sea level measurements, which are relied upon for all plane surveying and geodetic surveying and everything else that relies upon those two, which includes GPS and all of that. Please look into this. Please verify. Let's talk about it next week. Naya, what up? I see you got your hand up.
Hello. Hello. How was everyone today? So I was just curious about a couple different things with regards to the 24-hour sun video. Does anyone have any news about that being released soon? It's been a week since last week, so just curious to see if anyone knows anything.
So
Somebody.
Jared said that anyone that I'll let JT jump in, but I heard that Jared said that he released some information or some footage for everyone that have chipped in for his equipment. And I think I heard Witches said that they are waiting for the Globe Earthers to release their data, and then they're going to release theirs afterwards. I don't know if JT got any other intel.
Yeah. Jaren released his GoPro footage. It's a 5-hour video, almost 100 gigs. And he said everybody's going to get that in about a week or two. He's going to make it public, but people that chipped in gave little donations. They got first access to it. I haven't watched it all. It looks like it's vlog format. So like he's in his truck, he's driving to the airport, he's on the plane. It's going to show his whole journey getting there. And I'm sure he's going to have it on while he's there and then on his way back. Now, concerning Witsit, yesterday on Earth Awakenings, he said he has a ton of data to release, and hopefully it's coming out soon. And like Sacred said, they're not trying to, show their cards to have the Globers match or manipulate. So it's coming. He just warned everybody to chill out. He sees all these videos coming out, all this stuff, making up, slandering him, and he's just saying, "Be careful, truthers. There's probably truther traps." And
What you're saying is that
the data's coming.
So what you're saying is that I'm gonna rephrase this. What I heard, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. The Globers are waiting for the Flat Earth participants to release their video, and the Flat Earth participants are waiting for the Globers to release their videos. So everyone's waiting on each other. So what's stopping someone from just hitting an upload button? What's that?
I'm not sure that the stance of the Globers is that they're waiting on the Flat Earthers. I just know that the Flat Earthers are waiting on the Globers. That's the only position I know on it.
So that just makes it look even more sus. Why? What? If there's nothing to hide, then they should just upload it as is. Am I wrong?
I don't think you're wrong. If you were a participant that went on this trip that collected, terabytes and gigabytes of data, would you want to look it over and organize it and talk about it and get it all ready for basically presentation mode? Or would you just want to hit upload to the world and let the world do with it what they will?
The second, because it's more trustworthy. We don't need it to be fudged. We don't need it to be edited. We don't need it to be touched. We literally just need, upload. That's it. That's the beauty of it being natural. When you take a lot of time and a lot of time passes, the credibility goes lower and lower and lower. And at some point, it just becomes like people just don't even care about seeing it anymore because it's been so long since they went. So the longer they wait, the more credibility they lose.
Yeah, that makes sense. And man, I don't know who's over the timetables of any of this stuff. I don't know what kind of tactics are in play from the elites or the controllers. Like, we don't know the whole story. We don't even know what Witsit can say and can't say. Everybody thinks he's a grifter and a liar and shady and a Jesuit or a Jew or whatever they're calling him. But I mean, I'm a guy that looks at things from all angles just out of curiosity, and I don't know if he got threatened or if he got paid. Nobody does. People are speculating and wondering. Um, so I'm just waiting to see what's going to happen. I mean, in my heart of hearts, I've heard him a lot on Earth Awakenings, and in the different forums, Clubhouse, and then he came in here last week. He seems like the same guy to me, and I think he's gonna crush it when he goes on Candace Owens. I know a lot of people are mad the data hasn't come out, but I've also heard that they can't change it or they're gonna know that it's been tampered with.
Okay, well, I guess we'll just have to wait until it comes out. I have two other questions that I believe are really, really important. One of them I just posted to the Jumbotron. It is the math calculation that is a vertical mirror reflection of the Gleason map, but it's essentially the exact same Gleason map. Gleason map just has different colors on it. But what it shows is that the inner distances between the Arctic and let's say Australia, or the Antarctic and south of South America, or south of Africa, if you see the calculations, the math doesn't match. So this is a mathematical proving that the Gleason map cannot be anywhere close to the most accurate flat Earth map that so many are such a fan of, even though that real truthers know the real origination of that map, and it mathematically doesn't match. So I like for someone who's the smartest person, flat Earth map person in this room, that in the spaces, that can explain to me how these distances don't match up and why we should believe that this is the best flat Earth map.
Saint Pierre, bar none. He's even put, notice out there that he'll debate anyone on maps. And Gleason's map is just a globe transformed. So it's not going to have accurate distances between the land masses in the south. Because like if you look at a ball Earth and it's all squished in the southern, because we know once you hit the equator and you go to the ice wall, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. There could be continents. I mean, not continents. There could be land masses we don't even know about out there. And in fact, in the mainstream news, they were like, "Oh, we found a bunch of islands." So yeah, the Gleasons is just basically the best representation or idea of how the world is laid out with the North Pole in the center, and any way you travel out from there is south. We're not saying like it's our map because all maps are transforms of the globe.
So I polar opposite disagree with what you just said. Or I don't know how I'm completely in opposite of what you said. I do not believe that the Gleason map is anything close to the best flat Earth map that is available for everyone to use. I think it's literally the worst and the most deceptive and the most inaccurate, mathematically speaking. And to continue to vouch for it when it's not the best seems kind of odd to me, when that's not nowhere near close to the best one. So like, I'm trying to find out how this math is supposed to work, because it doesn't work at all. It doesn't work anywhere. It's not even close. So like,
Well, the Gleason map is basically a map for the sun. That's what it is. The if you use it for what it was intended for, to show the hours, the daylight hours, and tracking the movement of the sun, it works perfectly. If you're looking for a map that's landwise, you'd have to look for another map, because that map doesn't even claim to be accurate landwise. The first thing you should look at when you look at any map is, what was the map intended for? How was it derived? They base it on something. And the Gleason's map is based on the movement of the sun. That's it. That's entirely it. So if anybody wants to say, "Oh, this is a completely accurate map of the lands," they're wrong. It wasn't even developed for that. It wasn't created for that. So
Shouldn't we have an agreed upon best flat Earth map, or take a poll of like what the best flat Earth map of what the best representation of the size of the land, the distances between the lands being accurate, and then also making sure there's no hidden lands that are actually known to multiple people to be hidden from the lands that are represented on the map, so that it is like the best representation of what the flat Earth community believes to be of what our reality is, not based upon the circuit of the moon or the sun, just based upon what the land representation really actually is. So is there a way that we can eventually like inevitably have that discussion and like go through all available maps that we're aware of and pick the one that represents the best land representation, not the sun and moon?
I mean,
somebody's already tried that, and his name is Antonio Superat, Subirat, I believe his name is, and I think he used shipping or something to try and determine the distances and the layouts of the land masses. So if you want to see something that might be closer to it, I mean, I'm not sure how, an opinion poll, how do we think this works, or, what map do we think is best is going to tell you anything. Antonio Subarat's made a model of a flat Earth and how the land masses are laid out. Um, I haven't studied it enough to know, how he came up with exactly how his land masses are, but I mean, it's something worth it. If you're looking for a map, you might want to start there. I mean, he based it on shipping.
as far as like lands that are hidden from us, that are still a part of the known lands, then we're kind of on the same thought process. In my opinion, like similar to Area 51, I don't think the government is truly going to tell you the size of these places. So it's like hard for us to be able to determine the actual size of the quote unquote known lands, just as easily as there could be lands that we don't know about. We all heard about Japan finding new islands or China finding new islands off the coast, and it's like things like that are possible just right up under our nose. It's hard for us to make out the actual size of where we are and the actual lands that are available to us. But if you have a better map that you've been using or that you've looked at, I think you referenced it last time, but if you want to DM it or drop it in the chat, that'd be great. We could cross-reference it.
I think it's important because a lot of Globers will attempt to use the Gleason map or the map that I just posted as a way to disprove that the flat Earth map is correct based upon flight times, even though they're not truly accounting for the maximum speed of the aircraft or the air currents in the sky that you don't see, but they're there, or they're not accounting for the size of the plane or how much weight is on the plane or all the other variables that they never account for. There's simply just, knee-jerk reaction like, oh, I saw this flat Earth map and I did these distances and I checked out these flight times on Google and then they don't match. And it just, there's not a well-known, this is only for the sun. It's not well known on the Glober's end that flat earthers are only claiming that's for the sun circuit. And I think there needs to be a really proactive effort, and it can be always ongoing and always updated. And we can go on, with a community, they can go on, like everyone can collectively go on a bunch of different explorations and chip into then filling in our Earth, what the land masses truly look like. And we can find like every map available that we have. I probably have well over 100, maybe a couple hundred different maps, both physical, collectively between both physical and digital. I mean, I've got every map I could ever get my hands on that was meaningful. Maybe there's one in the community that I don't have, and I'd love to have it just to add it to the collection. So it's one of those things where I think there should be a proactive effort to actually figure this out, not just say that, this is what we have and no one seems to know, and like look over here. I mean, it should be like a collective effort, in my opinion. So does anyone disagree with the proactive effort to figure out the best land representation of flat Earth?
I've got feedback for you on what I've heard. So I'm not a map expert. I'm not great. I'm not trying to debate you or anything. I've heard this talked about in Earth Awakenings for hours and hours and hours on end, and that's this. That one of the biggest deceptions, or how they even deceived us, was they took control of what they told everyone the land is. Now, when you think about setting out to measure, you got all the undulations of the land. It's hard to go in a straight line. These are points that they make whenever a whole room is debating it. The second you get to an ocean and you start traveling over the ocean, it gets really wonky with currents and winds and keeping a straight line and not knowing your actual speed, because you need speed over distance. The the best bet would be if you could fly. I think if you could fly low and like use LiDAR or a laser or something and actually tangibly measure it in that way and fly as straight as possible. But if you're thinking, well, dude, we got Google Maps, and I'm not saying you're thinking this. A lot of people in the chat, in the rooms say, well, we got Google Maps and it maps out perfectly America. And in that case, sure, America is mapped out really, really well as far as how far is it over to here, and this is the right distance. But when you're taking the whole creation as a whole, and you're talking about all the continents and where they're placed and what their shape is and how much water is between them, it gets super hard to actually tangibly and measure, measurably like have it down pat. So the King's decree made it to where nobody could do anything but the globe transform. And I really want you to talk to Shane because he's looked into this for years. He's the best on maps.
So I'm attempting to sometime in the near future. I'm trying to teach myself or find someone that already knows it. Unreal Engine 5, to put the real flat Earth map and all the correct land representations that everyone agrees to, and the the sun and moon circuit with the firmament with the waters above, and put that in one of the largest mega plots in the metaverse so that anyone can walk inside of it and look at it. So I'm trying to finalize the map representation that we will use for the metaverse plot that we have. And any help or any direction or anyone I need to speak to regarding this would be really, really helpful. It would be of great benefit to everyone once this is done, because then it'd be like the easiest way to figure out what flat Earth really is. You just walk inside of it, walk around the whole map, look around. It'd be wonderful, it'd be like a wild experience. You could even theoretically put on like Apple glasses or goggles type of deal, and then it'd be a fully immersive experience walking around a flat Earth map inside the metaverse, so people can learn about it, like the real biblical representation. So it's an ambition that I've had for quite a long time, and I'm just trying to chip away at it any way I can.
Hey, can I ask you guys a question?
Is this map related? Because I wanted to make one more comment, but Benaya, if it's a change of topic, can you hold on just
No,
one
go
second?
ahead. Go ahead.
My final little thought, Benaya, is I like that idea, like thinking about the glasses and being able just to hand people a tool that really shows them where they're at. And I don't want you to take this the wrong way. This is just the way that I understand, exploring what was created for us. I know that mankind, like you have to think about a puzzle piece. We We've mapped out the sky perfectly because it's the most precise, thing known to man. Like a Swiss watch is not even as accurate as the heavens. They repeat annually. It's amazing. So that's a puzzle piece above us, and that's why a lot of the Globers want to go to the sky to tell you what shape the Earth is, because we know so well the sky. The missing link, the missing puzzle piece is what is the land? And I know you're like, yeah, duh, dude, I'm trying to figure this out. No man, nobody knows the actual layout of the plain earth that we live on. We don't know how much missing land is in the south, how skewed it is, and so that's where it gets weird. Work with Shane, see if you can come up with a solution. Just if he's already thought it through and like shuts you down, don't be frustrated with him, because I think he's been trying to do stuff like this. And then the pilot that I was talking to, he was saying, yeah, man, it's super difficult to know the distances between land masses and their shape and exactly the layout of this place. And I think, scripturally, it even says that uh, that that we can't know, or like best of luck trying, try to figure it out, but you can't. And if you do, I'll turn my back on my people. Like there's some verses that say you're not going to know the heights nor the depths of this place. So at some point, if the answer is you can't know, I'm going to be okay with that. I know it's flat though.
Yeah, I know it's flat too. I've known for quite a long time. I'm definitely in agreement with that. But in a massive disagreements in the collective effort or the collective representation of the flat Earth community as a whole, and like the maps that are being used to represent what the land masses actually look like. I mean, the Gleason map is clearly missing many latitude lines, and the land representations don't match at all. And there are many other better flat Earth maps that could be used to represent what it actually looks like. And I think that there should be a strong proactive effort an ongoing effort to figure it out, like, you know, fill in the missing pieces. So, you know, again, like, and then for Shane, I may be mistaken, but last time I checked, I'm pretty sure he blocked me. So I don't know what that was all about. Maybe I disagree with something on this map and he couldn't take it. I'm not sure, but like I have a tremendous amount of sauce and proof on everything I ever mentioned with maps. I mean, like if he wants to go toe to toe with the intellectual debate on maps, I mean, bring it, because like I got beyond sauce on every map thing you can think of. So, anyways, if someone could give him the friendly notion, look, hey, I'm coming, extending the olive branch, unblock me so we can figure this out, because there's a lot of things that are wrong with what he's posted in many different ways with maps related. But some of the stuff is interesting, but a lot of it doesn't make sense. So that'd be a fun
It's like
conversation.
we're on each other. I'm sorry.
So the last thing, I've been following Flat Earth Fridays for a really, really long time. Not since the very beginning, but since the near beginning, we'll put it that way. So this is the thing. Like I've seen a lot of the same people in the spaces. Some people are new, but and then earlier in the spaces, I think it was Liliana had notated that there's a notion like 1 out of every 6 people believe in flat Earth, or they've heard about flat Earth. And that's a lot of people. So that would, you know, if there's 6 billion people, that'd be 1 billion people. And even if it's 100 million people, we know it's a lot more than what's publicly been put out to everyone about how many people have either heard about it or know about it, or in one of these type of communities talking about it. So the thing is this, is that there's about 100 people in the spaces, and you hold this thing, you know, on behalf of the community every week, but it's the same number of people. So this isn't like a jab at you, Sacred. Please don't take it that way. It's more of, what do you have a plan for 2025 to increase the number count of the flat Earth community 10x? And if so, what if that is your plan, what is it? Are you just continuing to do the same thing every Friday, or do you have additional plans to get more people to know about flat Earth? Like, what is the growth vision? Do you have one?
Is he talking? I can't hear him if he's talking. Or if
I
this
don't
is.
know. I don't know if he can hear Benai or not.
No.
Benai, yeah. So
was-
I don't know what part of the books are you reading, Benai, but we never really made the plan to be this far. We don't really have a plan moving forward as to how to awaken more people. We can't control the amount of people that come into the space. We do have more ideas to like spread the word out, but you know, easier said than done. I don't even know if we do it, will that bring a larger audience. I do want to preface, because it seems like I need to say it, we are not really the voice of flat Earth here. We have amassed a large community and a whole bunch of people who come and who enjoy what we do here, but I don't know if it's fair to say that we control the masses and what might, you know, start the movement in 2025. But I appreciate that support, I think.
Yeah, it's more of a thing of like, okay, if there was a CEO or a board meeting, a lot of those things happen at the end of the year, and they reflect back on the previous year and say, okay, this is where we started, this is where we've come. And admittedly, you all are holding it down. You all have more time available than most to be able to host spaces for this amount of time and have this many people come in. And for that, I think a lot of people would congratulate you for. So thanks for doing that on behalf of the community. Now, at the same time, there should be like a discussion of a growth effort. I mean, are people like retweeting spaces? Are they like inviting new people that they don't see in Flat Earth Friday to then participate in the movement? Are there any physical type of events that you plan on hosting maybe in the future? I mean, it's just like are there any type of ad campaigns that you think collectively can be done on behalf of the Flat Earth community? There's a lot of different ideas, and I think that like I haven't heard anyone, and again, I'm not always present, as a participant on these spaces, but from what I've heard, I haven't heard anyone actually bring this topic up of, maybe it'd be a good idea to at least do a brainstorming session. Maybe someone may have a really, really great idea of something someone hasn't thought of yet to then get more people involved in Flat Earth, because I mean, it's a real phenomena. Not phenomena, it's a real thing. It's not like flat earthers are just making things up. I mean, the earth really is flat. There is no curvature. Water always finds its own level. Everything everyone discusses in all these spaces. And I just think that there could be just a proactive effort to just think about different ideas on how to expand the community. So just throwing it out there.
Yeah, those are some good thoughts. I think 2025 FE is going to blow up huge. Witsit was telling me that his inbox is just getting flooded with invites to different interviews, and I know a lot of people don't really trust him right now. They don't really like him or whatever. But I mean, when he goes on Candace Owens, we're going to know where the rubber meets the road and exactly what he says about his experience, and he's going to point people to the fact that Mickelson Morley didn't find the motion needed, and all the points that we know about no curvature can be found, no motion, and he's going to continue to be a warrior for truth in the FE movement. So I think this TFE people are thinking, oh shoot, it's all the numbers are dropping, everybody's spiraling, but I think it's going to stabilize, and more people have at least heard the conversation. And my hope, because I'm always trying to just be optimistic and hopeful, is that the masses wake up. So I'm with you there, brother.
So like, I want to make sure that I was really, really clear on what I just said. What I said and what you said were kind of two totally different things. I'm talking on behalf of the whole Flat Earth community, and then you pigeonhole back to Witsit and praising Witsit again. Look, most of the people, and according to all the polls that I've seen in all the Flat Earth communities, the majority of people do not believe that the 24-hour sun, the flat or the final experiment, was real. And these are actual flat earthers. These aren't globers. These are real flat earthers. Most of the flat earth community on anonymous polls do not believe that it was real. So when I shared, being proactive with the flat earth community, I was in no way, shape, or form talking about Witsit and Witsit going on Candace Owens or anything related to the flat earth of the final experiment that just happened. So I just want to be
Okay.
You
clear.
guys gotta let
But you
I
see,
don't
but that's
believe
it.
it. A
That's
lot of
exactly
people don't
what
believe
Proud
it.
was pointing out. That's
Hold on.
exactly what Proud was pointing out, though. So right, so this group, like you're coming in as like the voice of this. No, that's not what this group is about, bro. So that whole thing about what's the plan for 2025, you might want to just leave that alone and let things progress as they are. And these guys will figure out what they want to do as going forward. You know what I mean? But they're not the voice of everything. They don't claim to be. So yeah, just you might as well move on with that.
As
Hey,
far as
Benaiah.
private meetings, we have those in Discord. We have those in separate settings. This is the one day of the week where we get to talk, in a group setting where all the flat earthers can come, global earthers can come, we can shoot the shit. It gets heated, we have debates and stuff like that. But when we want to bounce ideas off each other and we don't want the prying eyes of the globe community harping on every last word, we do those in different settings so we can bounce ideas around in a more seamless environment, and not necessarily Twitter Spaces. This one day of the week that we come here and we do this. Other people on stage even have their own Discord servers where they go and they bounce ideas around. So there are those rooms where it's happening, Ben. I don't know. You come off a little hot. That's probably why Shane blocked you. So it's probably why you haven't found those specific circles that you're looking for. But we are here. We are open to ideas. We do have plans moving forward into 2025. It's not just about spaces. Like it just comes as it goes and it flows like as natural as it can, basically. Like we don't want to force it until we have all the pieces, we have all the players, and we're all, able to get boots on the ground to work together.
Wanted to respond if you can still hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you, JT.
Okay, all I was gonna say, Benaiah, is You know, the mainstream thinks that they did see the 24-hour sun. I know the truth community thinks it was staged or it didn't happen or it's fake. But we're talking about the masses are getting inundated with articles that flat Earth has been disproven and this guy admitted it, and they're trying to frame it to where like Whitsitt and Jaron admitted defeat. What I was trying to say, and I don't know why it didn't come across, he's gonna go on Candace and he's gonna slay for the truth. He's going to completely tell the truth about what he experienced down there. I think he did go. If you didn't, that's okay. We don't have to be enemies because we have differing beliefs. Like if there's 24-hour footage and all kind of chest cams and all kind of high def footage, and if this stuff's coming out, because they can't just like sit on it forever, we're going to be able to cross reference and see stuff. Like, did you see Mark Herman's behind the scenes video from his iPhone? It's 4K and it shows the scene and the layout. Like it looks really good. But my main point that I don't want you to miss is the masses think it happened, and the masses think flat Earth is stupid and dead. And Whitsitt is going to go on mainstream platforms and correct them and say, no, it's not dead at all. And he's going to start listing off all the demonstrable proof that we live on a stationary topographical plane. So that's good. Even if you think he lied or he's a grifter and you hate him, he's still going to go in front of the mainstream and correct the record. So I hope you see that as good.
I don't see anything that Whitsitt does for the flat Earth community as being authentic. So unfortunately, we're going to have to agree to disagree on that. But we can still agree that the Earth's flat and seek truth. We can continue doing that.
Okay, brother, sounds good. We'll just go separate ways happily then, because schooling Globers, you know, in the field, every time he jumps on Earth Awakenings and Clubhouse, and even coming in here debating and talking to PhD physicists, like, you don't think it's good his ability to debate the topic?
I think that just because that his ability to debate the flat Earth topic from a 20,000-foot view, to then build credibility over a number of years from people that are just coming new to the subject, does not discount all the fakery and foolery that has already been distributed with all of the videos of the 24-hour time-lapse video of the supposed 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Nor was he able to answer any of my questions with authenticity. I clearly asked him where was the sun at when he arrived on last Flat Earth Friday Spaces. He first said east, and then a few minutes later he said west, and then a few minutes later he said southwest south, and then
Ben, all of our spaces are recorded. Please do not make claims that you do not want us to go back up, okay? He answered all your questions. Nobody's saying you had to agree, but do not make basic claims, Ben. You are being recorded in 4K quality.
That's great. I can post the recording and you can go listen to it. It's literally clearly he said it was east, and it's west, and it's west southwest. He should have immediately got the answer right the first time without stumbling. It's really, really bad acting. So we can agree to disagree. We'll just wait for the 24-hour video, and then we'll slice that up with all the fraud and foolery whenever that comes out. But just the fact that it's taken over a week, it's been back for a week. Look, there's no excuse that says, oh, it takes too long to upload a video. It's been over a week. Now we're getting this theory of, or this idea of like, oh, we're going to wait for the Globers to release theirs and then we'll release ours. And then it's like, what? It's such a dumb idea. Like, just looks bad.
But why is that? Why is that a dumb idea?
It's
Like,
a bad
wouldn't you agree?
idea.
Like, wouldn't you agree that like the Globers could be deceptive?
No, I think they're both deceptive. They're both in on one deceptive vision.
Wait. I said, wouldn't you agree that the Globers could be deceptive? You said no, but then you agreed that the Globers would be deceptive.
I'm saying that the Globers could potentially be deceptive, and also the flat earthers could be deceptive. The idea that they're going to wait for the other party to release their video just makes their stance look more like less authentic. It looks a lot less authentic. See, this whole idea of like,
hold on. I have a follow-up question, because you're going on a tangent. I asked you a specific question, right? Because you know, if I was a flat earther and I wanted to make sure that there isn't any deception, or at least control what I could control, I would probably wait. until the globe earthers. Like I wouldn't want to release my data and then maybe the globe earthers manipulate their data to offset my truth. I
Could
would
you
probably
could you elaborate more?
I would probably wait until they drop theirs,
What are you
and then I
afraid
could
of?
drop mine, and then I can know for a fact that there is nothing that could be manipulated based off of seeing my data first.
See, but that logic doesn't make sense because if they didn't manipulate any of the data to begin with, then they should have nothing to fear. This whole idea of like, oh, maybe they manipulated it is protecting me from releasing it later doesn't hold a logical sense at
No,
all.
it's not. It's not. It's not assuming that they did. It's like, yo, just in case they decide to try some funny shit, which they already proven to have done, try to find some funny shit, right?
I mean, that's
Just like Wissett has said, I don't even know if you're listening, but just like Wissett has said, like before they even sign the contract, you know, they say, hey, everything got to be on the up and up if we're gonna go. And then all of a sudden, before they sign a contract, all of a sudden, Mick Toon says, say, okay, yeah, I'm actually gonna go now. So that was a little weird. Not to say that that couldn't have happened just like that. But it would just make sense to say, hey,
if someone
potentially
doesn't have anything to
something. Look,
hide,
we're speculating right now, and I know you have a specific way that you would have done it off of 5 hours of sleep over a few days. Maybe you would have been able to follow through. Maybe you would have been able to upload a terabyte of data
it's been a
over
week. He's been back a week. You're
one.
still claiming.
Yo, I'm still talking. I'm still talking. Don't disrespect me. What was I saying?
You received
Yeah, like I
5
was saying, man.
hours.
Yo, you interrupt me one more time, bro, you probably won't be back. So have some self control and respect me while I'm speaking. I'll let you rant and cry for weeks already. I'm just replying to what you're saying. So I say, yeah, maybe you would have been able to find a way to upload a terabyte of data or whatever the case is on megabyte upload or whatever the case. Like, hey, they feel like they want to do it a different way. We're just saying, let's just wait to see what comes out. It makes sense to wait until after the Globers upload their data, so that way they can't manipulate anything based off of the Flat Earthers data. Like I don't have any problem with that. I would like it to be a little bit faster, but excuse me, it's the holidays. Dude don't feel well, he's sick. Some people want to put things behind the paywall for the people that already donated and help them to get the equipment. You know, they deserve priority, and I probably would deserve priority too. Like we have Flat Earth Fridays, like people that support Flat Earth Fridays get mics first. I can't blame anybody for handling it their own certain way. I just think that we just need to like exert a little bit more patience. If you don't think that anything's going to be a problem, if all the data is going to be what it is, you're going to be, first of all, you're going to be able to see if there is any problems or not, whether it comes out now or 2 weeks from now. So if everything's on the up and up, you'll be able to tell. If everything's not on the up and up, you'll be able to tell. Just have a little patience, bro. It's the holidays. Relax.
I can tell that everything's not only up and up, and everything is spiraling out of control on all the back channels and all the different threads and all the different anonymous polls and all the different communications I've had with countless amount, like more people than you count on your hands and toes times multiples. There's a lot of people who don't believe it happened, and the longer it takes for it to come out, just looks incredibly more suspect. And if they really didn't have anything to hide, they just hit the upload button. It's not hard. And hold on, there's only, you said 5 hours. That okay, he only had sleep for 5 hours. Okay, he's had a week. He's had the time to come back, take a huge, long, multi-day, binger sleep session, wake up, hit the upload button, and it still would have had 5 days to upload. Look, the point that now we're being told that they're not going to release it until the Globers that went to the trip are going to release their video first is so unbelievably suspect that it just adds to the massive amount of bullet points of all the reasons why it was fake. Now I'm trying to figure out, why did they go through extravagant links to fake this video? That's what I'm trying to find out. So if anyone has some, I have my own theories and thoughts on like why they would go through such extravagant links to fake this, but it would be interesting to hear everyone else's take on this that I haven't yet heard. So,
but now, what do you think about the data that Jiren already released?
Which data specifically are you referring to?
Well, the ones that you have access to right now. The one that's
yeah.
Did you watch it? Did you watch any of it?
No, not the ones that Jaren released. I was busy yesterday. I'll get immediately.
So like this is kind of what like Ron Boston Beer was talking about. He's like, hey, there's data that has been released. There's data that is going to be released. And it's like you're jumping to conclusions and you haven't even watched the data that has been released already. Like it would make sense to say, yo, it would make sense to say, hey, yo, like, you know, I went and I supported Jaren. I got the, you know, the body cam footage. I seen everything from him going from where he was over to the ice. And here's my conclusion based off of reviewing the data. You're just coming in here and you're just yelling into the mic, and it's like you're ignorant to all the things that have been released already. And we're just saying, oh, bro, not only is there more to come, you haven't even watched the stuff that's already out. So don't you see it's intellect? Don't you see it's don't you see it's like it's
if
not.
It came out in the past day, I haven't seen it.
It's been out for more than the past day. He did a live stream a couple days ago talking about it. So it's just like you're not even trying to find the information that you're on the mic screaming about. You're not even trying, because if you actually tried, you will be, if you actually cared that much, you will be over checking for Wissett, you'll be checking for Jaren, you'll be checking for Liz, you'd be checking for all this stuff, and you would have saw where you could have got the data that has been released already. You haven't even done that. So it's like hard to take you seriously when you haven't even done like the basics, bro. And that's all we're saying. Like, bro, just hold your position until you even get the rest of the information, especially the information that's out now. You may change your mind. You may change your mind and be like, damn, I was tweaking for the last 2 weeks and I didn't even know he had like body cam footage all the way to the ice and I was calling it fake. Like, I don't know. And then you may watch it and you say, hey, there's more things that I have questions about. But you ain't even do the bare minimum. Bro, you didn't even do the bare minimum yet.
Actually, I did do a tremendous amount this past week over the holidays. I was mapping out where the sun was at exactly, in the exact GP location of the sun during Witz's trip. So therefore, when he does release the video, we can follow along the map on like a real flat Earth map of where the sun was at while he was on his trip, to then disprove the video footage can't be real because it doesn't match reality. Because on last week's Flat Earth Friday Spaces, you tried to convince everyone that the sun's position above the, going across the horizon was apparent, when clearly we know exactly where the GP location is of the sun at every given moment of the day, even during Witz's trip. So to act like I'm not putting in work couldn't be more inaccurate. Okay. I may have been doing.
That's not what I said. I didn't say you're not putting in work.
You said tweaking,
I didn't say that.
And then a whole
I said you have
language and dumb stuff on last Flat Earth Friday that didn't have any merit to it at all. No, like,
you're just misrepresenting what happened, bro. I didn't say you're not putting any work. I said you have a focus on the footage. I asked you about the footage that was out. You have no clue about it. Now, I appreciate you coming into Flat Earth Fridays and asking about it, but to be yelling into your phone about this, that, everything is spooky, and we ask you about what's already out, you haven't even looked at it yet to even be able to make an intellectual decision about what's already out. So, and then your excuse for not doing that is that you've been busy. And then when we say, yo, look at what they've been through, they ain't even getting no sleep. Wish is sick. He got a whole baby. His daughter's birthday was there. It's the holidays. He's got a lot of things going on. Can he take a rest after, going all the way over there? And you like, nah, that's not good enough. But when we ask you about why you haven't looked at everything that's been out yet, and there's terabytes of more to come, your excuse was that you have been busy. So it's just like a blatant contradiction.
50 videos that were fake. 50. So just because I didn't watch one that you're claiming doesn't mean the other 50 weren't faked. So like,
well, you didn't
clear about what we're talking about.
But you didn't look at the footage from the people that you're questioning. You're questioning the flat earthers, and I'm just asking you, did you look at the flat earthers footage? And you just told everybody no.
I looked at many flat earth footage, but maybe not the exact one you're referring to. But the ones that I have seen are fake. A lot of people agree.
Okay, well, you're yelling about getting more footage, and there's footage you haven't even seen. So it would just be interesting for you to go watch the body cam footage and then pick that apart. Show us why the body cam footage is fraudulent, so that way we can have a conversation about it. Until you do that, bro, you can't cry about more footage and you didn't even look at the ones that may lead you to some new perspective. Don't you think that's a logical approach?
I think a logical approach is to see the one out of the
No,
50.
don't you think what I said is a logical approach to look at what's there first, so that way you can make an intellectually sound decision and then ask for more, not complain about more before seeing what's already out. Don't you think that's logical?
I would say that the most honest intellectual response is to see all of the available information available before I make an educated decision. But based upon the information I've seen so far that was released prior to the one you just mentioned, it was beyond faked. So the credibility is so low at the moment that it's really disheartening that this would be tried on the flat Earth community. It sucks because I feel like the community as a whole has come such a long way for then something to be faked like this on such a level, and then for so much time to be wasted to have discussions about it when it really didn't happen, when that same amount of time could be used towards something much more fruitful, in my own opinion. But we can agree to disagree. I'll look at the other videos and connect with other people in the community and slice it up, put it through a bunch of different softwares and see how many different ways it's faked. But yeah, we'll do that.
I can appreciate that, but just keep in mind, bro, we wasn't talking about this until you brought it up. So you're complaining about a topic that you decided to bring up to the community.
Let me chime in.
We were talking about other stuff.
I suppose it's been a while, so I suppose if I want to say something, I have to just cut in.
Oh, hold on one second, Axel. I think we had Macaroni was next. And
well, I'll wait my turn, but my thing was short.
Yeah, I mean, Mac, do you mind if Axel jumps in front of you, or do you want to get your stuff off? Because you've been patient.
Well, yeah, my thing was just kind of like what videos he was pertaining to, because I did see like a 24-hour video, and I was just wondering if that was like what they actually released, or if that was, because I know it was just a time lapse, or people waiting for like the full 24-hour video, or like what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, I think most people just want everything in totality, and I agree with that. Like, we do want to see everything.
All right, that time lapse they released though, that was from them, right?
Yeah, I think they said McKeegan uploaded a time lapse. I don't know if the 25-hour one is released, which I don't even know if they're going to be able to do that, but I think if that is the one, they condensed it to 25 minutes or something like that.
All right, yeah, I appreciate it. Thanks, dudes. Happy Stationary Saturday, and yeah, keep it up.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Axel.
Yeah, I don't find Witsit particularly trustworthy. That's fine. You guys can disagree with me. However, I do think that if you're going to accuse a man of taking like a week-long trip to Antarctica, and you're going to say everything that was going on was fake, even for someone that I don't particularly trust, I would like some evidence that it's all fake. And I think it's just a lot of people. Is that the right way to say it? I don't know. I'm just saying I like some evidence it was all fake. I don't think it was all fake. It's fine. But if for me to be like, oh, obviously this was all just nonsense, yeah, I'd want some evidence. And I haven't seen any evidence. Just people, post their pictures and being like, well, why aren't these shadows where I think they should be, in a way that doesn't really make that much sense. So I think people are coping. So I guess what I would say about it.
So I'm going to say one last thing for this Spaces for today is that I have a tremendous amount of evidence on my feed of like you can take out the blue out of the background, but the blue of the jacket is still there, and there's a white outline around the people. It's not just the shadows. Looks like Witsit's taking a huge vape, and then he blows it out, and then you see smoke, but then the very next breath after that, there is no breath that's visible. So, and then it looked like it kind of hurt his lungs when he took a big vape and kept it in for too long. But anyways, that's a whole nother subject. the thing is this, is that there's a whole lot of evidence. There's more pieces of evidence, and you can count on your hands and toes times multiples. If you go down the whole feed, there's a whole bunch of people doing this, like taking apart the video like piece by piece and showing all the different things that are wrong with it. It's not just one, it's a bunch of different things. And it's not just shadows, it's much more than shadows. But anyways, hope you'll have a wonderful day. That's all I have to share for this week.
Can I chime in quick?
Yeah, go ahead, Dave, real quick, and then we'll get to Bowser, Ken, and JT.
Yeah, I won't be long. I'll be quick. First, JT pointed out all the things that Witz has done. To say that he's not good for the flat Earth community is JT did the only thing possible to say, okay, we'll go our separate ways, because that's just a crazy point of view. I mean, look what he's done for the community, and we're gonna have to wait to see what he does on Candace. So the other thing is, when you said, did you watch all the videos? He goes, well, I've been busy. This guy's been busy. Does he have 2 little kids? Did he have a birthday? Did he just get home from Antarctica? Is he sick? And did he travel on an airplane with the little kids to go visit his parents for a couple days? It's not home. Okay, he's been traveling for 4 days.
It's called an upload button. It's literally one button.
No. There's not one button. You don't just pull everything off and just go upload raw data. He probably hasn't even pulled it off his camera yet. He was sick. Then he had to pack. He had to celebrate a birthday, and he had to go to his parents or wherever, or her parents, wherever they went. They flew somewhere. The guy he's like taking care of himself and his family, which is number one. So the fact that you don't have time to hit the play button and watch the videos that are out there, it speaks volumes to what you're saying. And the other thing is, you say there's ample evidence. I'll tell you the best evidence I've seen of fakery. This is the best evidence, and it is, I don't even believe it's real. The vape incident. Boy, that looks really weird, but I don't think that's what actually happened, right? So let's wait to hear it from Whitsitt. And the reason I say that's the best evidence, because everything beyond that I've seen so far is complete garbage. It's just garbage. Like, I had to go out and film Paige walking across the parking lot to show that her shadow tripled in length walking 7 steps. Okay, it tripled in length, just like McToons did. I had to show that it switched from left side to right side, but it was still parallel with the side of the road. Even though it switched, I had to go out, take my time to make videos to not defend the Globers, to help flat earthers not look stupid. Right? So again, wait for the videos to come out. And I actually hadn't heard the strategy that they're waiting for the Globers to put theirs out first, because Globers are so dishonest, and maybe they'll have something that contradicts or whatever. I actually think that's a good idea, but I don't even know if that's what's really happening.
That's just pure speculation. I have no idea.
That is pure speculation. And for people that think the whole thing was fake, there's too much evidence coming out. You're going to have to backtrack. Wait. There's Jaron filmed himself literally from the time he got in his car to the time he got to Antarctica, and that, along with the other cameras. I was talking earlier when I was on about the 360 camera, and people go, the shadows are going the wrong direction. Have you ever looked at a 360 camera on a regular screen? Nothing makes sense, right? It's worse than a fisheye trying to look for curvature. So again, when you say there's ample evidence, where? It's like Globers. You sound like a Glober. There's ample evidence that things go over the curve, and no one will explain how the sun sets, even though we explain it.
Nothing that said makes me sound like a Glober. And
well, no, you're making arguments like a Glober.
Just because I don't believe a flat earther that faked the trip to Antarctica does not mean I believe.
So you keep saying that, so you double down, triple down on that.
No, the only way to save Whitsitt is to try to discredit me and make me out to be
No, I'm not even talking about you at this point.
Earth.
You're tripling down.
You're
tripling down that Austin wasn't there or whatever, that the Hood's fake studio, whatever. But when all of the information comes out, will you come back on here and apologize to everybody?
I'm not going to talk in a speculative manner when all of the...
Oh, you're not going to talk in a speculative manner, but you'll talk about speculatively what happened in Antarctica before you have the... All right. Hey, thanks for having me on. I'm going to jump back off, man. Thanks, brother.
Yeah, that was a good slip. Yeah.
I mean,
you've been speculating the whole time, gang.
Yeah, everything he's speculating on is taking our most trustworthy guys that have done the most work, more than anybody else, and saying that they're not trustworthy and they're lying and they're faking, and you haven't even seen the evidence. All you do is speculate, Okay.
No,
I say we're all on the same team, but you don't appear to be on the same team.
Are you going to come back and apologize? And it's like,
yes, 100%, 1,000%. Let me ask you a question. Well, but you actually think that I'm a shill because I was the guy that was supposed to go on the trip. They begged me to go on the trip. They voted me to go on the trip. I was the guy that was supposed to go on. So when I turned it down, did they go, oh, now we have to go find 2 new shills? Are we all paid off? I mean, Nathan Oakley was supposed to go. He turned it down, right? So are we all shills? Or maybe there was a bigger planned deception, if that's the right word. Maybe there was a bigger planned demonstration or trick to get people to think the Earth is a globe. We all know it's not a globe, even you, I think. And you're not looking at the big picture. I was supposed to go. That's how I know that they're not lying, because I was supposed to go. What if I said yes, I was going to go? Then I would be the one that's lying, right? Thanks, man. I'm gonna roll. I'm gonna roll.
Every single guest that's ever been on InfoWars is controlled opposition, and
Well,
you've been on twice.
Yeah, I've been on twice. So that means and so I was actually going to go and take the time, but it's not worth it to go look at all of the people that have been on InfoWars, and there are so many people that have been on InfoWars that there's no way anyone can say that they're controlled opposition. There's so many people. Alex didn't even know who I was the second time I came on, because it was 6 years ago. The first time I was on via Skype, right? And he fought me the whole time we were there. So Eddie Bravo's a controlled opposition. Sam Tripoli's a controlled opposition. I'm controlled opposition, and everyone else that's been on there. That you're listening to Russian vids. You got to stop doing that, and you got to think for yourself, or something.
Did you
crazy.
just say I was listening to Russian vids?
You must be, because he's the one. He's the first one that ever said that.
Absolutely ridiculous. You know how stupid you just sounded.
Yeah. Every single person that's been on InfoWars. How about this? Every single person that's been on Candace Owen is controlled opposition.
I guess you want to find out, huh?
Well, okay. I mean, that's what you're going to say next. And Candace Owen is controlled opposition, and so is everybody else.
Allow a video to come out, and then we'll take it to the next step, because you obviously don't have any idea what's happening.
So. Yeah, I don't have any idea. All right, guys. Hey, happy Stationary Saturday, everybody. See ya.
All right, Dave. I will say, man, I just really encourage people to just reserve their jumping to conclusions and opinion before all the data comes out. It doesn't really help, though. I will say, before we get to the rest of the hands, Jaren did confirm that there was maybe some vaping going on, and there was just like a smoking section or something like that over there. I don't really know. Maybe we'll get some clarity on that. But there's so many other clips where, I mean, you could see like the breath in that environment from different videos, different days. I mean, it's there. So I don't know, man. I think we should just continue to question, but not falsely just speculating and accuse. We could be a little bit more patient. Prod, you want to say something before we get to the rest of
Yeah, I just wanted to verify. Ben, you don't believe that a 24-hour sun is possible on a flat Earth, right?
I do not believe that a 24-hour sun is possible on a flat Earth.
Okay.
No.
Okay, appreciate it. That's all.
In Antarctica, but in the Arctic, it could be. Now, there is one caveat: if there is a possibility of another sun on Earth, then the collection of the sunlight between the sun that we are used to and then the sun that is south of Antarctica, those could be, that collective sunlight could add up to be 4 hours. That's the only caveat, but that would take additional explorations to either disprove or debunk. There has been a crazy amount of videos and photos that I've seen. I've seen so many of like proof of like more than one sun on Earth, and I find it to be fascinating. I'm still doing additional research on it, but it's just one of those things that if someone, now Witzik claimed that he did see the sun between him and the firmament facing south, and that sun, the sun that we're all used to was circulating around or circumnavigating around the Tropic of Capricorn, not where he was claiming it to be. Perhaps he was seeing the other second sun, and that could be the only explanation of how I could come to the idea that he saw sun for 24 hours. Maybe one of the suns was a different sun, but we would have to see all the proof to then figure out what they're claiming that he saw.
Yeah, that second sun, we just call it the apparent position of the sun. But can you do me a favor? I made some polls that I think you and some of the other people that agree with you might like. You don't have to repost it, but if you want to spread it so that the other people who share your view can get to vote on it, so we can have a little more of a consensus, just check them out, vote on them, check them out, send them to your people who also don't agree with the flat Earth 24-hour sun. We want to just get a consensus of what is faked and how people feel. So I did make those polls for this episode, so if you could check those out, that would be great. But we are going to get to the hand, so hold on.
Yeah, that's actually makes more sense because there's a lot of people that share the same sentiment that don't believe that do believe the 24-hour is possible. It makes sense to that, you have a little bit of hesitancy to accept it, being that you don't believe it's possible. So yeah, we're just trying to get like a pulse on everyone's consensus to see where everyone stand at. So thank you, Proud. That's a great question, and the poll should go crazy.
Yeah,
I
because
think we were
I
gonna.
don't even know if Ben knows it. It's some flat earthers on TikTok that believe the 24-hour sun is possible, but they think that they went to Antarctica, but they faked the footage so that they set the studio up in Antarctica. So it's like a whole bunch of layers to what people believe and don't believe. So we're just trying to figure out what it is to begin with that people are contesting before we even start like trying to help them through it. But yeah.
Well, that's all I have to share for this week. Excited to see the 24-hour video footage, and I will see that other video that you mentioned on Jaronism. I don't really follow him, and if I may be following him, and if I do, then I don't really see his feed, so I'll have to go manually check it out. But I appreciate you letting me know, because I can't be the only one that hasn't seen that one particular video. But again, that doesn't discredit the other 50 plus ones I've seen from all over everyone's timeline. So
Yeah, you
Yeah, I
shared
think this
something.
one is just.
You shared
I,
something in the jumbo with the infrared.
yeah, I'll definitely check it out. But I hope you all have a great.
yeah, I think the one that he released is just the footage of him making his way to the ice. So people can kind of like watch him go through the motions, just in case they feel like that's not where he went. So I think that would kind of like give people a little bit more context. The only thing is, I don't think he released it free yet. I think that one's behind a paywall for all the people that supported him already. So you'll have to like kind of find that. So yeah, let us know what you think when you find it. I think it was oh, Bowser's back. You had a little bit of feedback, bro. We had to like rotate you. I think it was Bowser, Ken, JT, and then Jonathan, I think. I'm not sure, my bad, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I lost all connection there for a second, but I just want to say as a listener that I kind of empathize with Benaya. I think he might be kind of hard headed a little bit, based on like character. I think there's other reasons to lie too, other than just being a bad person or the Freemasons. We don't know these guys' lives or actually what happened for sure, and that's the problem. Like I said, I was going to bring up the vape pen. That was already discussed. That was the, you know, Dave did a great job of explaining everything away, but the vape pen is kind of suspect to me. And like I said, I disagree. Months causing division, as far as I'm concerned, up to the event, and I feel that Austin did change during the event, and I'll
But
put a seed.
I missed some of what you said, but you said the last thing I heard you say was you shared with Benaya's sentiment because of what?
I said I think Jaron was doing nothing but cause divisiveness within the flat Earth community for 8 months leading up to the event. But on the other hand, I felt Austin's been nothing but genuine. But like I said, I feel something's off after he got back. But I'm not saying that means it's just there's other reasons to lie than being part of the Freemasons or being a bad person. There's the the Earth's flat, and it's a lot of power is behind keeping that a secret. So it doesn't mean that and that's just it. The globe side has more power than we do still. So we don't have to we can be skeptical of the Antarctica event and not defame everybody. Like I said some bad things about Jaron, but that's just based on the way he was talking in his live feeds about people, making the same arguments that everyone's making now. So, and like I said, I guess that's just what I have to say. But I like hearing what Benaya has to say. Don't kick him off. I like his map idea of the Bible and everything. Whether it's true or
No,
not.
we ain't never kicked Ben off. Yeah,
Okay, I
we ain't
know
never
you
kicked him
threatened
off.
to. You threatened to, but either
What
way.
to? Well, you I threatened to kick him off. I ain't threatened to kick him off.
I think you guys were getting heated there. I was walking, listening. When you guys were arguing, he said, "I'm going to kick you off. I'm not going to let you back in."
Oh no, like if like well yeah, so yeah, I do agree because he was interrupting. But yeah, as long as we like not interrupting each other, we can hear each other out. Like it's all good.
Yeah, I have bad habits like that too, so I can empathize with that a little bit when you're passionate about something. So, yeah, like I said, that's just my 2 cents. Like I said, we'll know the truth. I do agree that the videos will come out and we'll be able to scrutinize them. So,
one other thing before I go for today is because it was just mentioned with the Bible map. I've done so much tremendous amount of more research on top of when I last talked about it, and to this day, still no one has ever told me in the Middle East where the bitter waters of Mer is at, or Mount Schaefer, and I have another list of another 50 plus places you probably will never find. I've done a tremendous amount of research. Look, I would have already mapped the Israel from the Bible in the Middle East if it was real, because I deeply want to know where every single place happened, who was there, for what reason, what were they doing, what happened, where did the battles happen, where did the 33 kings reside that Israel smote before they built the foundation, before they built the first temple. Like, I'm real deep into it. It's my most passionate research I've ever done. Like, after I heard everything about flat earth, and I'm always trying to learn what I don't yet already know from within the community, but to keep the intellectual gears going, I'm really into the Bible and mapping it. I'm really into maps in general, but Bible map I find to be of incredible importance. So again, like, just because I haven't talked about the Bible map doesn't mean I haven't forgotten about it. Matter of fact, I have a tremendous amount of more sauce than I haven't even discussed, and I'm always making posts on it too, type of deal. I would never fade the idea that the real biblical Israel is the United States. And also, a lot of speculation too with Trump coming into office. He's trying to, apparently look at conquering or merging Canada and potentially Mexico into the U.S. and becoming just a North American Union. Well, that would be really, really biblical too as well, or to some biblical merit of some degree, just for the sole fact, because of my research, like the majority of things happen in the United States, but there are some things that happen on the border of the U.S. and Canada, and also some things happened in like Mexico type of deal, when in the book of Acts, when they were going and spreading the gospel all around the world, and they were on ships, traveling on ships and going to different lands, each land at a time. And I had mapped that all around the whole North America. So what's really, really happening in life, in my opinion, is truly like the foundation of something that could come in the future that could be biblically related of some degree. To what degree I don't yet know, but I do find it incredibly fascinating. But yeah, I mean, that's whole nother interesting topic that actually really does directly relate to flat earth, because the only way that I even found this out to begin with is by dissecting all of the old flat earth maps and finding out all the hidden lands that were on them, consistently on them, and then cross-referencing that with all the modern day maps to then find out, well, why were all these lands taken off of modern day maps? For what reason? Only to then find out that it had a biblical reason on a very feasible, very high probable scenario reason on why I believe those lands are actually hidden to begin with. So like some people in the flat earth community will say like, oh, they're hiding flat earth to hide God. And then the next thing I come to is like, well, what other things that could be done to hide God? Well, how about all the elite people hide every single biblical location that's ever been told to you? And believe it or not, they could very well be in a whole different area, and maybe nothing happened in the Middle East from the Bible. Maybe absolutely nothing happened, and everything happened over here. So then, like, when you actually do all the mapping and do like the map to each camp one at a time, not just saying like, oh, here it is, but like, no, it has to match within the camps, and then it has to match with the camp that they were at before and after in the book of Numbers. And it's like super, super, super relevant to finding out truth. So like, I mean, again, like I'm a real truther. I'm not going to let anyone fake a video, or what I and many other people believe a fake video in Antarctica, and get away with it without speaking up and then making truth be known. You know, if they really did go, then they should have no problem uploading the video and hitting the
But now
upload button.
I got two more questions before I got two more questions for you before we move on to Ken. One is there a way for them to settle your concerns through video footage?
Are you talking about just hitting an upload button? What are you talking about?
No, just like let's say like they finally hit the upload button. They release footage. Is there footage that you would accept from them that would say, okay, based on what I see now, I could see that they were over there? Or is there no footage at all that they could show you that would have you feel like they were there based off of what you've seen already?
Well, I don't know how they're going to save it, but I'm willing to look at it to figure out how they're going to save it, because what we've already found out already is fake. But that doesn't mean that doesn't automatically mean that the new video that we're going to see is fake. That would be intellectually dishonest. But it has a high
cool, bro.
probability
Yo,
of being
cool,
fake.
yo. That's what we've been wanting to hear from you, bro. We wanted to make sure that you wasn't delusional. Okay, so yeah, that's I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that.
Okay, but there's like a really high probability it's going to be fake, and we're going to go into it with a high level of scrutiny because of what we've already received. So I just want to be really clear about being intellectually honest.
Yeah, no, fair enough. The last thing I wanted to ask you before we get to Ken, is do you have a favorite map of the flat Earth that you like to reference?
I believe that there are better maps than others, and the best map that I know that is available does have room for it to be better. But I believe it's the best one that we have so far, and that's the Urbana.
Which one is it? My bad. Which one?
Well, I believe it's the Urbana Montes map, but the problem with that map is that the land that was done many hundreds of years ago, and the coordinates, the modern day coordinates could be slightly different than what's on that map, but they did a really good job for that being a couple 100-year-old map. Now, what is right about that map is the coordinate system on how they actually plotted the lat and longs on the map. It also includes the hidden lands that are hidden from most modern maps of the four lands in the middle of flat Earth, and it also shows the Antarctic land not being one continent or a band of just one continent. It actually shows it being 7 different unique continents. It's not just one; it's 7 different continents, and that's not really even the real Antarctica, because the lowest land on that map is a modern day coordinate of minus 43 degrees south latitude. Now, that being the case, to get to 90 degrees south latitude, that's another 47 degrees that's not of land, that's not even referenced on the Urbana Montes map, that's actually in our reality. So I believe that's a condensed map that we've been given, and there's a whole nother band of continents that surround the land that's shown on the Urbana Monte map. Now, this is where it gets even more interesting, because if we're told that you can find latitude using a sextant, then that means automatically by default, and you can correct me if I'm wrong on this one particular fact, but you can correct me if I'm wrong, but that would then automatically by default then prove that latitude distances increase substantially the further south you go. So I believe what's happening here is that we have this modern day lat and long coordinate system that was made by man, but it's actually inside of the real coordinate system that was made by God, of which you can then check the latitude with a sextant. So if you do like a right angle calculator, and then what we know is, so we don't know the distance between one point to another on the land. That is an assumption. There's an assumption that each latitude distance between each latitude line is 69 miles. But in reality, that can't actually be true if we're actually getting the elevation of Polaris above the horizon. So let's just say we just do some numbers right quick, and we do this assumption that Polaris is no more than 3,000 miles above the north of a flat Earth map. And then we go to wherever it is on Earth where the inclination or the elevation, I don't know the exact right word, but where Polaris is only 1 degree above the horizon, wherever that is on Earth. And you do that map. So we know 100% that the Polaris is 1 degree over the horizon. And we know that the assumption, we don't know this for a fact, but we're going to just assume in this example that the elevation of Polaris above the middle of Earth is 3,000 miles. Then if you then take the distance from directly up underneath of Polaris to that point of where the observer is, it is a far greater distance than any flat Earth map that anyone has shown on these spaces, or even a globe map. I mean, we can do the map. I mean, it's different if you do like an elevation of Polaris being 3,000 miles above the center of north versus 4,000 miles versus 5,000.
Okay, man, 15, 20 seconds. Try to wrap it up because we do got a couple hands. I'm listening though.
Yeah, my bad. I thought it was important. You asked the question. I was trying to give you an accurate, like elaborate answer because I think that the details matter. But the thing is this, is that I do believe I posted the map that I believe is the most accurate flat Earth map that we have that actually fits reality the best. And that's way different than the Gleason map. That's why I'm such a huge advocate of it, because it actually shows the hidden lands. It shows all the right, it has the right number of latitude lines represented. You know, and there's a lot of things that could be done to update that. That's why I'm trying to.
Yeah, I remember you was talking about the latitude lines, like the Gleasons didn't have all of them, and you were saying that's a concern. I remember you mentioning that.
Yeah, it's a huge concern. That's why it never matches math or reality, and it doesn't match, because when you delete the first inner latitude lines and the outer latitude lines, and then you slightly fudge all the locations, or whoever Gleason, whoever made it, or the collection of people that made it, it throws off, it skews off all of the distances that are going to be calculated on that map moving forward, because so much land and latitude lines were deleted. Therefore, it's just not going to match, no matter how many times someone tries. So when
Well,
you
I'm
have all
interested in seeing the map that you referenced that you like the best. I probably saw it before because you probably shared it. I just don't know by name. So try to send it to me again, throw it in a purple pill so I can see which one you're actually referencing.
Yeah, I'll do that right now.
Yeah, I'm looking through the listeners. They are spamming the thumbs down, brother. But I feel you, bro, and I know you're passionate about maps, so that's why we respect your voice. I just know you're married to like actual positions rather than apparent positions, and that may be where we have to be a little bit more critical. But we can get into it in a little bit. Let's slide over to Ken and then run Boston, and then we got a few more hands up, and we'll rotate some mics. What up, Ken? Happy Stationary
What up? What up?
Saturdays. What you got for us?
Yeah, man, I don't even know where to start. I remember when Dave turned down the trip, and I agreed with him. I thought, these people are, they're low, and I wouldn't I wouldn't have accepted either. I would have been like, hell no, I ain't going with you, because you're just gonna try and go and make Flat Earth look foolish, blah blah blah. But then when Witz had said, he was going, I think it was in Discord, he was talking, and he explained why he was going. Because, there were still people that said, I don't know if it's a good idea. And the first words out of his mouth was, well, if somebody from Flat Earth doesn't go, and they go, then they control the narrative. They can do anything they want, say anything they want. And if any flat earther tries to stand up and say, that's not right, blah, 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 you're lying, the first words that's going to come out of their mouths is, hey, you had a chance to go. And you didn't want to go because you knew we were going to blow your paradigm out of the water. You were scared to go. So you don't get to sit back and call us liars and everything else. This is the way it is. We went and got it for you. There you go, on a silver platter. Now you want to say we're lying, right? And that would be what? It would be stupid, because then nobody wants to really stand up and say, hey, that's a lie. Because you had the opportunity to go and prove it was a lie, and you didn't take it. So Witsit was like, so we're going to go. We want to control the narrative for our side. We want to go ourselves, and and see what happens. And he even said then, he said, if we actually go, if we actually land in Antarctica and they actually take us there, short some, oh, weather's bad, it's not going to happen, or, whatever. He said, I expect there to be something of a 24-hour sun, because they wouldn't obviously take us there unless they thought that they could show us a 24-hour sun. And he said, but I want to film everything. And he started going down through the list of stuff that he wanted to record, the data he wanted to get. He saw it as an opportunity that this is where we can go get real-time data, collect it ourselves, so that we can go through it. And they don't control the narrative. And I'll be honest, I felt like there shouldn't have been a 24-hour sun, but there's people who said, hey, my model predicts a 24-hour sun, flat earthers. And, so I kind of got behind them going, because at least we're there. If there's anything hinky, we'll be able to, we should be able to spot it. We should be able to find it. And, I don't know about the release. I do know that, like, I've heard Witset's faking the breath with the vape. The first thing I noticed when I went to look at that video was that it was put out by the opposition. So it was put out to make him look bad. And if you think that they don't see the division within the flat Earth community over whether Witsit and Jaron and the rest of the guys that were on the flat Earth side are Jew shills that sold out and they're selling us down the river. If you think they don't see that and they're not trying to capitalize off of it, you're nuts.
Hey Ken, real quick, do you think that just because it came from the opposing view of a glober, that it automatically by default means it's fake? Is that what you're trying to claim?
No, I'm trying to claim that if all you're going to do is look at something based off what the opposition gives you, how much stuff do they give us that's legit? I mean, they're not there to try and show you, hey, you've been taken in. The Earth is really flat, but you've been taken in right here. No, they're saying the Earth's a ball. You're an idiot, and look at your guy trying to fake this stuff here. Now, why would the opposition try and say that anything was faked? They want the world to believe that it was all real.
Do you have a good explanation on how he blew out a huge smoke of air, and then the very next breath was nothing? The immediate next 2 or 3 breaths in that scene was nothing came out after he exhaled a vape pen. So do you have a good explanation for that?
I do know I saw a video where he was live streaming from Antarctica, and people specifically asked about that. He's seen it in the comments. People specifically asked about why is there no breath, because he's standing there talking. There's no breath. And he said, it's very dry here.
So do you not have a good explanation?
You're not exhaling. Yeah.
So you're saying
what?
you do not have a good explanation of how there was a big thick of cloud of smoke coming out from after a vape rip, and then the preceding 3 or 4 breaths or so forth was absolutely nothing? You don't have a good explanation for that one clip?
Oh, sure. I can speculate all day long. I would rather ask Witsit.
Well, what do you think?
What the context of that video was. But if I'm trying to demonstrate that you can't see air, I might take a vape and blow some out and say, hey, there you go. Look at this. I'm breathing.
Wait,
and
what?
There's no nothing.
What?
I don't know. It's speculation. You're speculating. And that's great. It's actually great. I'm glad somebody's questioning it, because I question it myself.
So you're saying
But that's not the point.
You don't have a good explanation.
I'm saying I don't know the story. I don't know. I don't know the background, the context of that video. I don't know what Witsit was doing at the time. What I do know is that we have somebody who filmed it, gave it to someone else, and they put out a hit piece on Witsit. So what do you want to you want to insinuate that? Do you have a good explanation for why somebody on the Globe side would want to insinuate that this whole thing was fabricated?
Are
That
you
there
talking
really
about
wasn't a
Vape Gate?
24-hour sun in the Antarctic? Because
I'd
that's
like
what
to
you're
focus on the
that's
evidence
what you
rather
have
than
to
who
assume.
produced the evidence. I think we should focus on the evidence rather than who produced the evidence, and then like
Oh,
go ahead
it's not
and
even about that.
it
That
is
is
about
evidence.
that. It is evidence.
It is about that. Because what you're talking about, if I'm a Glober and I put that video out to show you that Witsit is faking something, then I'm saying to you that the whole trip was fake. The entire trip. So any claim that there was a 24-hour sun is now null and void. But you notice that none of the people that went to Antarctica put out that video and made that insinuation, because they do not want to claim that there was not a 24-hour sun and that they were not actually in Antarctica and that they actually faked the whole thing.
So you're saying you don't have a good explanation of how you can blow out a
Okay.
massive bong rip vape.
Benaya,
I'm saying I don't speculate. I'm saying
Benaya and
I
Ken.
can't make that speculation because I could be wrong.
Let me interject a tiny bit because y'all are in a loop. Last night there was a long discussion over an hour about the vape gate situation in the vape. I can find it for you, cue it up because it is recorded on Earth Awakenings. He said that when he went inside to get his gloves to pick up the snow, it was warmer air. And then he took a big drink of water. And he noticed that when he drank water down there, the first breath or two would be, show his breath more. So if he went inside and took a deep breath or was breathing warm air and he just walked back over to the camera and to show breath, he let all the contents of his lungs out. That would have been the last of the warm air inside. His next breath in, cold, frigid air. The next breath out, clear. I mean, sure, dude, it could have been a vape. Hey, Vapegate, did Witsit vape? Oh my gosh, he did. That could be a that could be a solution, an option, or the contents of his lungs had warm air that only one exhale could show it. And so before I hand the mic back over, there was a guy that said, "Oh yeah, man, I work in the oil fields. It's super cold out here. I'm sitting in my truck. It's warm. I'm drinking my coffee. I step outside, and that first breath, boom, it's just smoky. The rest of it's not." Another girl said, "I snowshoe in Canada, and I've noticed that some days you see your breath, some days you don't. But if I'm inside and I walk outside, my breath shows and then it doesn't." So I'll find that for you if you're super curious about this. But if he didn't vape and you think he for sure did because of videos on the internet and you're wrong, that's just going to be kind of like not a good look.
I think that each individual proof that it's fake should be held to its own individual situation, as each individual proof would be held in a courtroom. Just because one thing may be wrong doesn't discount all the other things that are wrong. There is over 50 different things wrong. There's probably a lot more. The more videos I see, the more things I uncover. But there's a lot of things wrong with all the evidence that we've been given. The vape is just one of many. Okay, so you're now claiming that it's possible that you can blow out a huge, thick cloud of smoke, and then the very next breath is absolutely nothing. I've never seen that in reality. I don't think a lot of people have ever seen that in reality or have ever experienced it personally. I am going to look more into it because I am fascinated by that claim. If you could please send that or post the evidence that you just claimed inside the Purple Pill so that everyone can enjoy it and look into it a little bit deeper, that'd be great. And thanks for sharing.
Yeah, appreciate it. Ken, do you have anything else? I didn't mean to step on your turn.
No, I was just trying to, I was working my way to, I think that questioning everything is healthy. I don't think that it's wrong to question stuff. I don't think that it's wrong to be critical. But what I do think is that in the process of being critical, make sure before you open your mouth that you're absolutely right. Now, to me, I couldn't see a vape in that video. So I couldn't say, no, that's not a vape. I'm taking the word of whoever said it in the video. Oh, he's hitting a vape and he's making whatever. I'm taking that as legit. And from what I hear, I shouldn't. I should take it as though he stepped inside the tent, which he did, that he was breathing warm air, that he drank water, and you could see his breath. That makes complete sense. But is that what happened? I don't know, because guess what? I can't see the cup of water either, or the bottle of water. But I do remember him talking about it was so dry there that you consistently have to drink water because it is dry. And, I just see people just, we don't even have stuff yet. And I see the value in having people that are super critical. But when it comes down to it, because I've thought about it and thought about it, if people are so tied to the idea that you couldn't possibly have a 24-hour sun in the Antarctic, and that if there actually is a 24-hour sun in the Antarctic, then that means that the Earth isn't flat. I'm gonna go ahead and say it right out front. If your beliefs are tied to that about the Earth not being flat if there's a 24-hour sun, you're not a flat earther. You have no idea why you believe the Earth is flat. I've been in this long enough to know that I don't care if you showed that there was a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. It doesn't make the ground under your feet round. It doesn't make it a ball. We've been saying for years, what's in the sky does not dictate what's under your feet. Because whatever's happening in the sky is happening over a flat Earth. I can accept the fact that there may be some anomaly with the firmament and the sun, that for some reason it looks like you've got you a 24-hour sun. It could totally possibly happen, because what do we know? We don't know how high up the firmament is. We don't know how it works. We don't even know what the sun is and how it goes around in the sky. These are all mysteries to us. So to say with absolute certainty, oh, I know it doesn't go, there's no 24-hour sun in Antarctica, is ludicrous. It's a ludicrous claim. It's based on your speculation. It's based on your beliefs. It's based on what logic you could push through. That was my logic. No, it's not going to happen. Why? Because the sun can't be, on the other side of the Earth, flat Earth from me, and be circling around this spot that I'm in. But then you throw in the dome, you throw in people who predicted a 24-hour sun. How did these flat earthers predict a 24-hour sun? Well, I'll tell you what happened. These people had models. They predicted a 24-hour sun, and everybody ignored them. Why? Because they absolutely knew there could not be a 24-hour sun in the Antarctic. So we can just ignore these flat earthers. We can ignore them. Because what? Because we have evidence that they can't possibly be right.
I think it's good to question everything, and I think that every real truther enjoys the process of fact-checking truth and researching what was already searched before them. So I think that to discredit other truthers and to talk bad about truthers that are simply questioning what is being presented to them is counter in reality to actually being a truther to begin with. So I just want to say I really enjoyed the intellectual conversation with you all, and I look forward to next week. But I'm gonna switch back to listener. But thanks.
I agree. I agree. There should be people questioning it. I'm questioning it. I mean, I have a tendency to, I'm operating off the premise that the people that went down there aren't looking to lie to me. And maybe that's optimistic, but it doesn't mean that I'm not going to be looking for anomalies, things that don't make sense, things that don't fit. I think if you're in the truth community, you have to look with a critical eye. But at the same time, I'm not willing, absent evidence, to just start saying, oh, this person sold out. There's definitely no 24-hour sun. This person sold out. That person sold out. This is all a big psyop. This is just to destroy flat Earth and, discredit flat earthers. If if I'm going to do that, if I'm going to walk into this room and tell everybody that's sitting in here right now that all those guys that went down there are kills and they sold out and everything else, I'm going to come with the receipt. I'm not going to come with some, oh, well, look at this. Isn't that strange? Or look at that. Isn't that strange? I'm going to show that it was absolutely deceit. And they're going to be able to look at it and say, you're right. That is kind of deceitful. There's no way you can explain that. They can't explain it. They've been asked and they can't explain it. That's the whole problem with a lie. It doesn't stay up, you can't hide the truth very long. You can get over on people. You can make people doubt. But eventually the truth comes out. And if this was a psyop, we're going to find it. We're going to see it. And it's going to be with the help of people like Benaiah. But I also think it's going to be with the help of people like me. Because I'm looking at it critically. I'm just not willing to sell them down the river before the evidence comes out. Because if it turns out that they did go, that there actually is a 24-hour sun, that all these things that we're looking at is explainable, then I have to turn around and apologize to them for jumping the gun. But I can still remain critical. And I think everybody should be critical. I think everybody should be looking at it, with a critical eye. You have to. Trust no man. So, that's all I really want to say. I'm not trying to defend anybody. I'm not defending Witsit any more than I would defend Benaiah or anybody else. If you've got something and you say, hey, look at this, I got this.
Well said, Ken.
I want to see it first. I'm done.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, Ken. It'll be interesting for people to see, like, for those who don't believe that this was true and also don't believe that a 24-hour sun could work on a flat earth, if they're going to maintain those positions or abandon one or the other. Only time will tell. There was something else that you said I wanted to comment on, but I forget. Oh, I lost my codes. While we wait for my codes to get back, I think Matt was up next, and then maybe Jonathan and Flash, or maybe Flash and Jonathan. We'll figure it out.
I'm gonna hop in. I was next. I'm pretty sure, unless Jonathan, were you ahead of me, Jonathan? Because I wasn't sure about that.
Oh, I didn't see your hand up, JT. My bad.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, if Jonathan's on the mic, let me know if you want to go first, buddy, or I will.
Go ahead, Matt.
Okay, and Sacred, this might spur your memory because what Ken said, I mean, I'm not going to completely re-say it, but he said a lot of things that were on my mind. So thanks, Ken, for sharing from your heart. And, it just shows Flat Earth Fridays, you got people with different ideas, different opinions. And honestly, the way that it went that last half with Benaiah was great. He wasn't quite as triggered or aggressively speaking. He was speaking more calmly about what he believed. So anyway, here I go. I think what we're experiencing as people, and especially as truthers for some of us, for the people that seem to be, spiraling a little bit, is they haven't exercised their, delaying their gratification. And I'm not trying to knock them, this whole thing has been stressful. Like, right? Is it going to happen or is it not? Like, that's the first thing. A lot of truthers, including me, I put my chips on the table saying they were going to pull the plug and not go. That's what I really thought was happening. I thought they were playing chicken with Whitsitt and Jaron, but they did the legal paperwork. They made the contract to where if it did happen, they couldn't get screwed to the wall and a hit piece be taken out. So, you know, check for Whitsitt and Jaron there that they got his lawyer involved, made sure they were protected. And when it came up to it was like, man, it looks like they're going. And we're all excited watching the trackers and they're heading down there and stuff. That happened. And what was a little weird for me was Dave McKeegan's 24-hour time lapse was presented quick, like immediately. Basically, here it is, 24-hour sun, and then the strange TFE announcement where each person came to the mic to give their opinion on the 24-hour sun. So obviously, there, at least if this happened, which I do think it did, Whitsitt and Jaron already knew, like, holy crap, that thing stayed up all day. Like, there's no line about it if you're down there and you're like, that is wild. The sun stayed up all day. So those speeches they gave, I understood that. Now I am in the camp of like, man, I would love some footage and some data and star sunspots. I meant every one of us would love to be scouring through the data, and I would probably put Man of Stone, at the very top of the list of someone that wants to look at everything immediately. But anyway, so now there's videos coming out on TikTok, on Instagram, everywhere that's basically showing Vapegate, no breath. They do like the snowpack where, tell them I'm on the phone, I'll be right out. The snowpack thing is a weird video where they're like walking around and there's no footprints in the snow.
Take Flurfurter out my Jumbotron.
And I know that that's weird looking. And then the angles to the sun was one of the things. The sun looks too high, they say. Now there's videos of circular studios, like they're in a LCD panel that wraps around them, etc. And then also like their shirts were off. What are they doing with their shirts off? So you got all these people saying this is not possible. That's crazy. That doesn't make sense to me. When here's the thing, it's not curtain call. The show's not over. Right now, they're not saying cast your votes on if you think this is real or happened or what do you think. They're not even saying what do you think. They haven't even given the data. So we have people saying fake, shield, deceiver, liar, grifter. I hate you, Whitsitt, you're a liar. You should, whatever they're saying to him. When in all actuality, all footage, all data hasn't been released and reviewed yet. And I know for the people who can't wait to make an assumption and they've already decided it's fake. They already decided for sure that was an exhale of vape. That's what they've decided. Well, then, yeah, every second that ticks by, they're just getting more and more infuriated that the quote unquote psyop is this ugly or whatever. But, I've started Jaron's video and I'm like, wow, I've vlogged before. I've been on trips before. I'm like, okay, he's traveling. At least so far, all this is real. And I think as I watch it all the way through, I'm going to be like, oh, sweet, he actually went. And, Whitsitt said last night on Earth Awakenings, actually, I have it queued up. I might play it and see if you can hear it just a little bit. Let me know if you can hear this. I'll do a little test. I understand the skepticism. Did you hear I understand the skepticism?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to play this just for a second because it's kind of relevant to exactly what we're talking about. Listen. And if I wasn't there and there were just two people who claimed to be flat earthers that said they went, I would initially be skeptical as well if I didn't know them personally. I get all that, okay? And I'm trying to look out for you guys. I'm trying to tell you there's about to be such a huge data dump, bro. That you're just like right now, for example, when you're saying like, oh, we see that scene of him coming out of the room. You know where you get that from? Because we're dropping 360 video that's interactive that was filming the entire time. So basically behind the scenes continuous. There's a 25-hour video that after 8 hours that only exported 15% that's coming. A 25-hour long 360 video. If we faked it, why would we give you 360 video that you can look at everyone for 25 consecutive hours, everywhere they move, everything that they say, every camera that's filming the other angles that you're going to see? That isn't what you do when you fake something. Did you see a 360 interactive video of the moon landing or any of these moon missions or any of these space missions? You'll never see that, right? That's on its face should tell you that we're not lying. And whenever we start to drop all of this footage, all of the behind the scenes, everything that we're about to drop,
You're going to feel stupid. I am literally trying to big bro you. I am trying to look out for you. Because I will let you guys know, and here's my rant's over after this. I don't care what you think, bro. Okay? I am completely desensitized to this. Because of Flat Earth, I have been attacked 24/7. I have been called a shill by Flat Earthers for 5, 6, 7 years. I've been attacked by everybody. I can genuinely tell you, I don't care. Because the real ones have hit me up. They were excited when they found out I was going to go. They said, thank you for taking all the bullets so we can figure out if it's actually there. They messaged me when they were back and they said, dude, I'm so proud of you for going. It's so exciting, blah, 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 blah. The real ones had my back. And then the ones that I now know aren't real are the ones that are just making up complete slander about me. To me, this has always beneficial. I now know I can't trust Q up ever, 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 ever.
Anyway, he was getting personal with like somebody he can't trust in Earth Awakenings. Anyway, I like hearing Witsit speak on what's coming, and he's still engaging in the community. I think a lot of people knock him for not having a better schedule. Where can we find you? Why haven't you uploaded a video yet? But like Sacred said, he got home, was sick, daughter's birthday, and then flew out of town again with his family. And I know as a stay-at-home dad, sometimes I have to just check out. I'm just gone. You can't reach me. I can't do any truther stuff because I'm engaging with my family. So I'll land the plane with this. The videos that are coming out and blowing up all over the internet right now, who are they from? Who made them? Who made these footprints in the snow video? Is this the authentic footage delivered by Witsit? High def, interactive 360 cam footage? Is that what it is? Or do we not know who that is or what that is? Is it fake just to cause more division in the community? There could be Globers out there trying to emulate or fabricate videos to just absolutely make us all lose our minds. So my prayer and my hope is to stay patient, stay calm. The curtain call's not done. The show's not over. We're not voting yet. We haven't even gotten the data. When we get it, we can watch it. We can look it over. Then we can talk. And I know there's going to be a million more places to argue and places to say, whoa, that's fake too. That's fake too. Eventually, it's either fake or it's not. And I'm not scared if it's fake or it's not. Either Witsit's authentic and genuine like he's always been to me, or he's not, and he's not going to be my friend anymore. It's not going to end me. He's not my God. I don't worship Witsit. I know he's at the top of the debate category in Flat Earth, and he's a big mover. He's a heavy hitter, but he's also a dad and a husband, and he loves Yah. Like he loves the Creator, and he's doing this for truth. So if you think I'm an idiot, if you think I'm deceived, that's totally your free will to think that. We'll see. We'll find out. Just don't spiral too hard in the meantime till we get the data. Love y'all.
Yeah, no, thanks for playing that, JT. I think people need to hear some of the some of the words from Wizard himself. I mean, he spoke about this too in the last Flat Earth Fridays. Like, bro, like just chill. We're about to release a bunch of stuff, and yeah, Wizard's just like everybody else. He's just really good at retaining information, being coherent, logical, and being able to break down the sciences in such a digestible way that it just seems unworldly sometimes. But just like JC said, like it's not the end all be all for anybody in the community. We're here all sharing ideas with each other so we could determine what's the truth for ourselves. No one above the other. Although we do know that some people are on certain paths to impact the community in different ways. So we appreciate everyone's own, personal background and, how they do things with their own skill set. And Wizard does have a special skill set. That doesn't mean that he is the end all be all though. So again, like we're just encouraging y'all, like to, again, stay vigilant. Just don't jump to conclusions, bro. Like unless y'all okay with like, walking all them claims back and, moonwalking if everything come out to be legit later on, that's fine. It just seems like an unnecessary position to put yourself in.
I know, I'm just thinking about all that content that like he would have to clip up. You know how much content that we have? Well, Secret, but there's hours and hours of stockpiled content. I can only imagine if I didn't release a video in 4 hours time, you guys would be calling me a shill. Oh my god.
I was gonna say thanks for the mic time. Appreciate it, and I'm gonna drop because I got to take care of these kiddos, these cubs. Peace, y'all.
No doubt. Shout out to the Run Boston Cubs. Yeah, man. Like I be I need to take I detox every single week. I mean, we only be on Twitter Spaces for like what 20,
10
24,
hours.
6 hours, right? Like, and I already be needing to detox. Imagine like doing all the stuff that they did that week and preparing and running around and do it. Like, bro, that's y'all lucky he came in here the day that he left and when he came back. Like, uh, he put in a lot of work, man. He didn't have to. A lot of family stuff that's way more important than this, and he kind of made a decision to put the community first in certain aspects. So the way that man balances things, man, I respect it. I'm hoping that nothing comes out nefarious. I'm reserving my judgment. I'm just leading with love and leading with positivity before I get to being toxic and critical. So, well, still critical, but don't have to be toxic. Anyway, shout out to JT. I think we have Matt up next and Jonathan, and then we'll slide through some of the rest of these hands. I think Flash was up after that. Matt, what's up?
Hey, what's happening?
Matronius Prime. Welcome to Stationary Saturday morning.
What's up? You know me. We've talked like 4 times.
Yeah, welcome back.
I'm a globe believer, and I think neither of us will ever convince each other. I just wanted to have Witsits back.
All right.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. We're listening.
Okay, no, all right. He's the guy that like the flat Earth community sends out to argue and debate everybody else, like on Tim Pool and all these other shows and shit. But now when he goes down to Antarctica and films a 24-hour sun, suddenly he's a candidate to be a shill or like a plant or something. When he's been around forever. Like I disagree with almost everything flat earthers say, but I know Witsit is about it. Like he's always in there. But now I've just been listening for fun, but like I hear all these people saying like maybe the footage is fake, or maybe he's a shill or an informant, or maybe he's faking breath with vapors. I find it absolutely insane, and I'm curious what you guys think about it. I don't want to argue about whether the Earth is round or not.
Yeah, no, that's a
I kind
valid
of want to
question.
just
We've
say
been
which is legit.
Yeah, no, that's a valid question. We've been kind of talking about it a little bit. Like I respect everyone's criticism because it is weird. Like I said this like 2 weeks ago. Like we got like CGI PTSD. Like we don't want to see no green screens and nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like we don't want to see nothing of the sort because it's too much footage that we have been given that we've seen some glitches and this and that, which made us dismiss a lot of the reality that they're trying to give us. So when we see some things like start to glitch out, quote unquote, with the footage that we don't expect to do that, we're having that same reaction, like, oh, here we go. Someone's patch on their jacket look like it has some green screen on it. That doesn't specifically mean that it's fake. Right. I posted something earlier last night where like some astronaut's head like went straight through the ceiling on the ISS. Like that is something to question. But I don't think that we have to dismiss just because somebody may have left their green screen on. So I just feel like, just in my opinion, like I understand the criticism, but I just want to make sure that we're being fair and patient.
Right. But I mean, I don't want to talk ISS. Like some of the shit looks fake to me. I'm not trying to argue about the shape of the Earth. I'm trying to argue with its credibility. Because let me just be real. I believe in the globe, and when I hear him say shit like I watched the whole Timcast, so that's what I can reference. To me, it just sounded ridiculous. And he's been arguing hard for stuff that I disagree with for years and years. He's been around forever. But now suddenly all these, like, I don't know, maybe newer flat earthers Because I've heard you guys defend him. Sacred and Proud, you have defended him because you know who he is. But even as a globe believer,
I never met
I
him.
get
Just to be
pissed.
clear, I've never met him before. I just
Oh,
never,
really?
yeah, I never met him before. I just never seen him intentionally be dishonest. Has he been perfect?
What about Jeranism?
I've never met him before either.
I
Iranism
mean,
is
to me, it's funny because he lost his own. You know the documentary. He lost his own experiment, and he was like, "Oh, interesting." And, you know, that's a big clipped thing that gets run around, and you guys hate it.
yeah, because
But,
they misrepresented what actually happened. But yeah, that was some. That's why we didn't want the same thing to happen this time around. But just to be clear, I
yeah.
didn't mean to like bring up the ISS as to like debate the shape of the Earth. I'm just saying like that's the reason why. Well, there's a couple of reasons why some people are questioning whether it's real or fake based off of things like that, like seeing someone's patch on their jacket with the green screen because they said Will Duffy left his green screen on. So when certain colors pop up, like it'll have like the green screen, like that's like the explanation for us.
Yeah, that's what
People
I
are
heard is
questioning
like
it
he
based.
always has green screen,
Yeah,
so he left it on.
some people are questioning the footage based on things like that. And then there's other people like Benai that came up and was honest and said, "Hey, I just don't believe there's a 24-hour sun." And some of the footage also looks a little spooky, so I'm just rejecting it. But it's not everyone
Right.
takes that position. Not everyone thinks that the 24-hour sun isn't there. Some people still believe that the 24-hour sun is there. They just think that the footage is a little sketchy. So, and it's based off of things
Well,
like I just mentioned. But
I mean, okay, so if I were a flat earther, and I know like all the arguments, so proving there is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica is a huge fucking deal because it immediately uh, debunks the Gleason map like completely. So it's like it's just hard to believe. So it's like all these people. It seems like you and your co-host and a few other people are just like, look, it's Witsit. He's on our team. Like all this shit. But then you just got all these other people who are just bringing up, oh, well, the shadows don't move right and all this other stuff. And I've watched all the footage. They just move the camera where the sun is always in the background. So, of course, the shadow is going to move with the person. And just all this other stuff. It's just like, do you really think Jeranism and Witsit are faking? That's the thing. It's like they can't explain a flat Earth map with there being a 24-hour sun in the house. So they just say they're shills.
No, you have to
so
realize
just
some people
just to
to
quickly
this.
put just to quickly clarify, like some people do believe that it challenges the Gleason's map. If you take the sun in its actual position, but it's actually been demonstrated over Gleason's map. So that's also something interesting to take into consideration.
Well, no,
And
there can't be a 24-hour sun on a Gleason's map. It's impossible.
I think we directed you to this last time we spoke. We told you to go check out Joe Hanvey. Like I said, like we're not saying that that's exactly perfect how it's being modeled, but to say that it's impossible or it debunks the Gleason map, like it's just not true.
What it is though.
But
Can I explain it?
if
I'm
it's
not trying to fight with you.
no
Can
no
I
no,
just say why I think
I'm
it is?
just saying like it has been demonstrated over the same map that you're saying it doesn't work over. So
What
like,
has?
say it again.
What has been demonstrated over the map I'm saying is debunked?
Seeing
I'm saying
a
24-hour sun debunks Gleason map.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is, and I want to get to the next point because you say you don't want to really go back and forth, but it
I
would
mean,
make sense
I
what
love
you're
it. I just
saying.
don't
You
want
you
to be
can't you
antagonist.
can't you can't speak while I'm speaking, bro. Can you please mute up?
Yep, sorry.
Yeah, so what you're saying would make sense if there was no demonstration. But Joe Hanvey has been putting in a lot of work showing a rotation and a counter rotation from a single light source over the Gleason's map. So I advise you to go to YouTube and look at Joseph Hanvey, and he's demonstrating the phenomena in different ways. It's definitely not perfect, just being intellectually honest, but he's showing how it could be possible from different perspectives. So if we didn't have a demonstration, then I would agree with you, Matt. Like, yeah, it would definitely be challenging to the AE map. But the second thing you said, and I'll let you have the mic before we get to the rest of the hands. I think when you're talking about the 24-hour sun being visible, it only is challenging to the people that claim that it isn't, right? And a lot of us thought, or that it wasn't possible, or that it wasn't there. Obviously, due to a lot of the footage that we got in the past, seemed to be all doctored and, manipulated and edited and things like that. It doesn't have any bearing, though, on what the ground is doing. It's just for the claims of the flat earth to say, oh, there was no 24-hour sun, because we never seen any evidence that qualified to be substantiated for a 24-hour sun. So a lot of people was like, hey, we're not just going to blindly believe something that we ain't never seen before. So then when they finally went out there, they're like, okay, well, it is there. Cool. So we got to walk those claims back, since we said that it wasn't really there, since we never got no evidence. So it's not really about like challenging flat earth per se. It was just some flat earth was saying, hey, we don't have no 24-hour sun because we ain't never seen it. So it was only those flat earthers that have to either accept the 24-hour sun because they say it wasn't there, or those that have always said it was there, and it is what it is. We have, as long as they accept it to be true. So I hope that makes more sense.
Oh no, I get you. Can I ask a question? Because because I have. So, if they're standing in Antarctica, and the sun rotates around them 360 degrees, right? You could look in any direction and be like, okay, well, there's South America, and then Australia's over there. And then you could call somebody in that spot and be like, hey, what's the sun look like? And then you can call somebody in the Arctic, up north, be like, hey, what's it look like? It's probably dark, because if there's 24 hours of sun in Antarctica, then those are the times when you have 24 hours of dark in the Arctic Circle. Right?
I'm sorry. What was the actual question? It sounded like you were talking about the darkness and then something at the Arctic Circle. But I didn't get the question.
Well, let's assume that Witsit and all of them guys were in Antarctica, and they saw the sun rotate around their head 360 degrees and not set, which is the evidence being claimed, right? Okay.
Yeah. They're claiming that they saw it circle their head. It was up for 24 hours. Yeah.
So they could stand in one direction looking at like South America, or like turn around and be facing Australia based on a globe model. And you could probably call somebody in any of those areas and get the status of the sun. So that's what I'm saying. And then you can call somebody in the Arctic Circle and be like, hey, is it dark there? And it'd be like, yeah, because if you have 24 hours of sun in the south, then you have 24 hours of darkness in the north, which is all documented.
This is some dumb shit,
so that's
man.
what I'm saying.
This is bullshit what you're talking about. This is like, what the
How?
fuck, man?
So
what do you mean?
So Matt, do you agree that if I show you a demonstration of the phenomena over a flat surface, then it's not impossible?
You got to specify, bro.
Yeah, so if I just like the same situation that you just implemented, where you have an observer in two different continents. I think you said South America and Africa, and they're viewing light, and then another part of the earth is darkness. With that same light source.
Like the Arctic Circle would be dark when it's light in Antarctica.
Right. So I was just asking, do you agree, if I can demonstrate that phenomena over a flat surface, then it's no longer feasible to be impossible? Like, you can't say it's impossible if I can demonstrate. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, but yes. If you could demonstrate it to where I couldn't argue about it, then yeah.
Okay, cool. Like, I'll send you some. I'll send you a DM. You can check out the YouTube. And like this,
there's certain models that's being created like in the moment, and it's pretty interesting. And it's in real time developing. So I'll send it to you, and then you could take a look, and then maybe next week you can come talk to us about what you think. Sound fair?
Yeah. I rarely come on here.
Yeah, you come in here every week, bro. Stop it.
No, I was here last week because I want to do the same thing and defend Witsit. But now it's more like, I don't know.
Hey, Matt,
I don't want to fight you
people
guys.
question Mr. Beast when he went to the
Yes, go ahead.
They question Mr. Beast, and it had nothing to do with Globe. And there's like hundreds different posts over the internet saying he didn't go there. Why do you trying to make us look crazy when we're just being skeptic about science, which is legit? Globers question
Wait,
Mr.
what?
Beast. Mr. Beast went there a few years ago, same location. There was tons of stuff wrong with the video. They questioned him. It had nothing to do with flat Earth. You're just talking bullshit because, you know, we can be skeptic and it's completely legit, man. You probably didn't even see Mr. Beast going to the same location in a studio, which he has studio size of stadiums in North Carolina, man.
So Witsit and Jeranism went to a studio?
No, I'm not saying they went to the studio. It's completely fine for us to question whether or not they went there because there's no data from any one of them. Even Jaron didn't post any data. We can be skeptic. It's completely fine, man. But I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm saying it happened with you guys, with Mr. Beast, you know. Even Globers question Mr. Beast. Not saying Mr. Beast didn't go there, but even Globers questions him. So please stop acting like it's something that's not completely basic on skepticism, man.
That has nothing to do with anything I said, though, brother. I don't want to fight you guys. Like, I've said what I need to say, and I think my argument is legit. If it's, you can confirm what time it is on any place on the planet when there's 24-hour sun in the south, and if you don't believe it, then you don't believe it.
Yeah, no,
And you think
that's what.
that two inside guys are shills.
Yeah, not everyone takes that position. Some people do have
I know you
their.
don't.
Yes, some people have their questions, but I did send you the demonstration, bro, so you could go check it out. Check it out. There's like almost 100 videos on that page, but definitely over the last few weeks, check out how the demonstration has been developing over time. I think Joe Hanvey just posted a couple days ago, maybe even more recent than that. So yeah, just go check that out. And let us know what you think. And he's looking for all critiques. He just asked that you please be civil when you are critiquing, if you do have any critiques. And if you find things that you like, please say some things that you like about it, so that way you can encourage him to,
Right on.
develop.
Yeah, like as much as we argue, I like you and you like your co-hosts and all them, and it's been established that we will never convince each other. But I just wanted to say those few things. So thank you.
No doubt, bro. But hey, if you ever find curvature or any measured motion, you will convince me that the Earth is a spheroid in a vacuum of space orbiting around the sun. If you can show that, I'll be willing to update my.
We're going to be bickering.
What happened?
I said I can, like right now with a few sentences, but then it'll turn into bickering like it always does. So.
We don't bicker, man. We just want exclusive evidence. We want something that's only gonna work with a heliocentric.
Okay, watch the sunset. Go to the top of any tall building, and then watch it again. And then you're gonna say it's perspective, which doesn't work because how is the sun gone and then it comes back? But
is that a curvature claim?
I
Is
just
that a
wanted to
curvature
throw in
claim,
that
or is that?
we both see the sun at an apparent position.
Yes.
Whether you and I believe in the same thing, you don't believe in flat Earth. We both view the sun in its apparent location. Okay, I just want to throw that out there for like 20 minutes.
Yeah. But I'm saying on a flat Earth, if you watch the sunset on the ground and then climb a building and watch it again, how did it come back into view unless it was behind curvature? It's common sense.
No, but I mean, you know the argument that perspective works on both a flat plane and a curved surface. So that's why, you already know that. So it's just like it's not anything to argue. It's
And
not
changing your
exclusive.
elevation literally changes your view. So I don't know what you're arguing.
Yeah, it's not. That's why I always preface with exclusive evidence, something that only works on a sphere in motion. If it works on a flat plane that's stationary, it's not exclusive evidence. You get what I'm saying?
Well, hold on. Sacred. How would that work on a flat Earth? Like, why would it disappear when you're standing on the ground, and then why would it reappear if you went up a tall building?
You just told us it's perspective. You have a
No,
larger.
you said that.
No, I didn't say anything about perspective. You said that. You said you're just gonna say it's perspective.
Right.
And right, so you said that.
That's what you're doing, though, right?
Well, that's applicable to both a flat plane and a curved surface. Like when you raise up an
Okay.
elevation,
How does it disappear on the ground and reappear if you go up?
you see more when you raise an elevation, bro. Like that's just how.
Well, okay, so what was stopping you from seeing more when you were on the ground?
Angular view.
Yeah, you mean
when you raise up an
curvature.
elevation, you're increasing your angular view. If you want to demonstrate it at your house, you can put something away from you. You can get down as close to the ground as you can, and you can see it start to disappear. And as you stand up, you get a better and better view of it to where you can see all of it very well. You can reproduce the effects on a flat plane. I wish I'd saved that video. They took, I think it was bricks, and they put them on something so they could slide them across the floor. And they put an iPhone on the floor. And when it's right in front of them, you could see the different color bricks all the way to the floor. But as they pulled them across, I think it was either Lowe's or Home Depot. I think it was Home Depot. They pulled it across that floor. The farther it got away, you see the different colors start to disappear.
Right. I've seen the
But as
video.
soon as they disappeared, and you couldn't see the bottoms anymore, and it's on a flat floor now. This isn't, oh, well, it's on the ground. It could have been the ground rising up. This is on a flat floor in a Home Depot. And as soon as you couldn't see the bottom anymore, they picked the camera up and stood up, and you could see all of them again. So all they did there was on a flat plane. They showed that things can disappear on the bottom. And then when you increase your angular view, it all comes back. So you're talking about the same thing. Okay, well, I'm losing the sun, but if I go up 20 stories, hey, I can see the sun again. Well, you increased your angular view.
Hey, what if you were to do that experiment on the floor with a flashlight? Would you lose sight of the flashlight ever? No.
Somebody did it with a flashlight on
No, the
wheels.
answer is no, and you know it.
Come on, somebody
Did you
did it
say
with
ever? Like, of course
somebody
you
in here
lose.
could probably pull the video. They did it where they backed the flashlight away, and eventually the light disappeared. I think again it was in a warehouse. I can't remember exactly.
Over a flat concrete wall.
Hey, I love you guys. I don't want to argue with you. Me and Ghosts and all you guys have been through it a few times, and it's always funny afterwards because I get to listen to you guys talk shit about me. But I don't want to argue. You heard my piece.
I don't talk shit about you, Jonathan. I defend you as one of the better Globers out there.
I think that's Matt. That's Matt, Ken. Matt.
Yeah,
Matt. I thought it was Jonathan.
Talked plenty times.
Astronomus Prime.
I think Matt is only toxic when he's around his globe friends. I don't think Matt is toxic individually.
I'm by myself every time I talk to you. I believe every word I say too wholeheartedly. But like I said, we're never going to convince each other. So what's the point?
Nah, you could if you have exclusive evidence that only applies to a oblate spheroid in motion. Then,
well, how about I go to Antarctica and film a 24-hour sun? Nope. They got vapes and they got bad shadows and green screens. Like, no matter what the evidence is, you guys will just shift the answer.
No, we will.
We talk about this every time. You don't prescribe to a single globe or a flat Earth model. So
Yeah,
if
neither do y'all. Y'all don't have a single globe model. You don't know how the
yeah,
globe came to
yes, we
be.
do.
Y'all have different interpretations of the orbits. Y'all don't even know how gravity works on all scales. So it's like y'all had different models for different things, like all through y'all scientific quote unquote observations. So it's just like y'all got to be careful with like holding us to certain standards when y'all don't even hold yourself to those standards. That's all we saying.
Well, see, like you will ask me complex questions that I might not know the answer to, but I could ask you simple questions, and you would just make up complex answers.
Well, I mean, I'm sorry they're complex.
I got an example.
We'll try to be more less complex, but sometimes if you asking like, intricate questions, we're gonna have to give you some intricate answers. But the simple thing that I could do is which I did. I sent you some visuals. I sent you some visuals and some demonstrations so that way you can watch it and then in the future you can come back and speak on it. Because if you're not aware of the demonstrations, then it would make sense why you have your position.
Well, I remember way back you sent me a video I didn't get till way afterwards, and then I was pissed because the video was absolutely ridiculous. Is it in the chat for this?
I mean, you could dismiss the demonstrations if you want, but no, I sent it to your
No,
DM.
I'd like to look at it.
Yeah, no, I
But it's
sent it
just
to you.
like, can I ask you a simple question?
All
And
right,
then
last one, because we do got to get to
last one. All right.
Jonathan and Flash, and then we got a couple
All
more
right.
minutes.
Okay, so if you go to the southern hemisphere, you see the southern stars, right? And then the northern stars get blocked. Explain that. It's a simple question.
It's the same explanation that we have for the sun.
But it
Which is
doesn't
what?
work the same ways, you know. You can see southern stars from the northern hemisphere sometimes. That's why it doesn't work in a globe.
Well, if you're close to it, the equator, maybe.
No, it's like really, you
All
can see
right,
the
fellas.
southern stars, but you can't see the northern ones. You know, it doesn't work both ways the same.
Prove that shit.
Just
Why
check the
is it every
replies under the
time
video.
you
Sometimes,
brought
you know,
something
people
up
tell
with
that
the
shit.
sun, and the only difference your question is now is let me change celestial bodies. So you move from the sun to the stars. Can we go to the moon next? I mean, celestial bodies are things we see in the sky. So all you did with your question was change from one celestial body to another celestial body, re-explain it. How does that make sense?
Well, the sun still stands. You could see it 24 hours in Antarctica, and then in the northern Antarctic Circle, it's cold. It's dark for 24 hours because that would make sense on a globe, and it's documented. It's not like a fairy tale. Like this is shit that happens. You can call somebody in Alaska, in the northern part, down in the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, and they'll be like, "Yeah, it's dark as fuck right now." This
And just
the sun
and
didn't
just like
change. You guys just didn't answer it. You can't
no,
answer
I
it.
mean you say we can't, but it's the same thing as the last time. That's what Karen's saying. It's like you're asking us to re-explain something again just for just hold
You
on,
explain
hold on. This is why you're not
it.
listening. You're interrupting. Nobody interrupted you. You're just switching celestial bodies with the same explanation that we just gave. Right. So again, if we can demonstrate it, you can't say that it's impossible. So I just again encourage you to go check out the link I sent you. Go look through some of the videos and go watch the demonstration.
Is it in my personal?
Say what?
Is it like? Did you send it to me or is it in the chat?
There's a post up in the nest. The second post from the left, it says Joseph Hanvey, and it has his YouTube link. I also thank you, Proud, for putting that up there, and I'll also send it to your personal DM. So just go check out some of those
Okay.
demonstrations and go look for some of the things that you have questions about the sky phenomena. Just keep in mind that that doesn't change the shape of the Earth. It just shows that it's demonstrable over a flat surface. So yeah, let's
All
talk
right.
about it next week.
You guys have a good night.
Yeah, man. Have a great New Year, by the way.
Right. You too. All right. I'm out. Peace.
Yes, sir. Don't talk shit about Matt when he leaves, y'all.
Yeah. Right.
What's up, Jot?
You got to admit, I give you content and I pose questions that you guys just give me clips for. All right. Sorry. Bye.
What's up, Jonathan?
It's pretty good. How was your Christmas?
The holidays was good, man. Got the family, kicking it with the family all week. It's been good. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I'm hoping to get a little more out of the New Year's part of it, since I've had some bronchitis. So, but it's
I
getting a
hope you
little
feel better,
better.
bro.
Hopefully, it doesn't
Yeah, I
flare
hope you
up as
feel
I'm
better.
trying to talk here. But yeah, haven't.
Try gargling with that apple cider vinegar. I heard that might help.
Yeah, I might try that.
Make sure you mix it with water though. But yeah, go ahead.
Okay, cool. So yeah, always enjoyable chiming in here, listening to you guys go back and forth. So especially, lately, things are kind of, I don't know what you call it, but I'm taking an interest in really both sides, both camps, I guess, in the flat Earth side of things, just to see what the reaction is, especially to people like Whitsid and Jaron. I know they're pretty respected, especially Whitsit. So I'm glad that there isn't like a complete avalanche to toss him under the bus. And as always, this Flat Earth Fridays seems to be pretty much a place of free discourse, free speech, whatever you want to call it, between all kinds of different people. Flat Earthers, globe earthers, and the ones who are civil and a little more crazy on both sides. And so it's good to see that there isn't such a mad rush to take the easy road and just say they're all lying. So I have respect for that, and I frankly expected that, because I know that there's a lot of smart people on the flat Earth side. So, and I've also been paying attention to the Globers, of course. My main concern is that there will be a lot of jerks. There'll be a lot of people coming on here, and I haven't been on here in a while. So, but I'm sure there have been some people gloating and trying to say I told you so and being a-holes. So hopefully there's less of that than expected. But yeah, it's just it's interesting to see an event like this take place down in Antarctica. Obviously, I believe it really happened. And just kind of see what ripples and waves that makes in such a hotly, contested subject like this. But anyway, I was listening to you guys talk about the sun, and all the go-to kind of arguments, and it just kind of, it always hits me pretty hard when I hear, like Ken, you brought up the idea that that things in the sky have nothing to say about the shape of the ground. They generally do not tell us the shape of the ground, and I agree with that in a very general sense. But just to be completely honest, I just feel in my heart that it just doesn't seem to sink in all the way. There's some kind of connection, between the two. There should be some kind of inference that you can draw between the two. Would Ken, would you like to kind of clarify what exactly flat earthers mean when they say there's no connection? Do they mean there's absolutely no connection?
No, I'm saying, um, in a nutshell, whatever's happening in the sky doesn't determine what's under your feet. So um, if you can't measure any curvature of the earth, and you see anything happening in the sky, then anything happening in the sky is happening over a flat plane. Now, if you can measure the curvature rate of a sphere with a radius of 3959, then you can say that anything happening in the sky is happening over a sphere. Uh, one does not dictate the other, is what I'm saying. What's happening in the sky does not dictate the shape of the ground. Can there, can you change your models and show this stuff? Yeah, absolutely. You can change the model. So I don't know what kind of correlation you might think there would be. I mean, in the globe model, we believe that the Earth goes around the sun. Or even if you're a geocentrist, you think the sun goes around the Earth, but it's still a ball Earth. And so you can model it out that way. If you think it happens over a flat plane, then you have to model it out that way. But I mean, what happens in the sky does not dictate what shape the ground is underneath your feet. I mean, I thought it was pretty self-explanatory.
The Werner von Braun quote, man. The firmament determines, the glory, whatever.
The heavens declare the
Yeah,
glory of
hey,
God.
If we prove a firmament,
hey,
it's not a globe. That's how simple it is.
Actually, I know a PhD that would disagree with you. He's a geocentrist. Actually, more accurately, he's a geostatist. And he has a globe. Mostly, he says that he's never really given it the shape of the Earth that much thought. He just uses the globe. That's just part of what he's always had. So he uses it, but he has a firmament in his model. It's the alpha model. Um, and he says he has a firmament in his model. He says he also has the ether. Um, he can go to great lengths to demonstrate how relativity is bunk, and he's done it. I mean, um, it's just that people like him aren't taken seriously. They're not published. Um, so that doesn't get out there. I there are people who believe in a sphere shaped Earth with a firmament. Put it that way.
hey, real quick, I think Dave wanted to chime in to something that Jonathan may have been saying earlier. Thanks, Ken, for that.
Yeah, the guy that never.
Hey, shout out to Dr. Bennett too, because y'all should go look into his work. Ken's right.
Thanks, Sacred. The guy that never comes here every week for extended periods of time. That Jonathan.
Um, yeah, I guess recently he hasn't been here, but
I kind of
he's
remember
pretty
hearing.
cool.
I can hear him every week. So I just want to quickly address some of the things he said. If there's light in Antarctica, then it would be dark in the north. He's correct. Go look. It's dark in Alaska. Sun doesn't rise in northern Alaska this time of year. So he's already proving that we're correct on that.
Oh, that was hey Dave, that was Matt. Matt was just
Oh,
up here. Yeah, that was
yeah,
Matt.
Matt.
Jonathan.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Matt, the guy that doesn't come here every week.
Yeah, him. Yeah.
The
He's
guy that
here
hardly
every
comes
week
here,
but
but
doesn't
every
come
week.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's there, and then you sent him Joe Hanvey's model showing that it does work over Gleason's map. He hasn't yet seen it, so we'll give him time. Hopefully, he comes back next week, and he sees that. The other thing is, the example of the bricks on the Home Depot floor is a terrestrial example, and it is good showing you how things disappear from the bottom up, but it's not great for the sun. However, it has been done with a light. Zach Zambala from Globebusters, he did it in a warehouse where he dragged on a little wheel, a little wheelie, little roller. He had a light, and he pulled it away, and literally it disappeared. It was crazy. But that's again a terrestrial object. We're talking about a celestial object. So he says that if the sun sets, you go up in the tall building and you can see it. You can see it again, and that only works on a globe. That's ridiculous. If you're standing next to a hill, let's say you're somewhere and there's a tall hill, a mountain, or even just a tall hill in front of you, and the sun is going towards the hill, it'll disappear behind the hill, right? And then if you just float it up into the air, you'll see the sun again. Well, that hill that's 10,000 feet over your head, 10 feet over your head, 10,000 feet over your head, whatever it is,
is over your head, but if you push that hill 100 miles away, it looks like it's at your eye level, right? So when you go up, you know, to deny that perspective isn't the reason that you're seeing beyond it is ridiculous. Now, yeah, it's not exclusive to flat Earth, but it's not exclusive to the ball, right? So things that are above your head will block things that are going, it's celestial things that go beyond it. And then if you push that thing that's blocking the celestial thing into the distance, it appears to be at your eye level. I think I've discussed this with him before, but he brings it up again and again and again because Globers always say flat earthers will never address how the sun sets on a flat earth, although we address it every week here on Flat Earth Fridays. So, or Flat Earth Saturdays, Happy Saturdays, whatever how you want to call it. And so was that all three things? One,
You say happy Saturdays,
Happy
stationary
Saturdays. Yeah.
Saturdays, Dave. Come on
Stationary.
now,
All right.
stationary Saturdays.
Stationary sunsetting Saturdays. So those things that he's claiming are simple things that flat earthers won't address, and when we do, we address them with complicated answers. I don't think it could be any simpler than that. And you can go outside and prove that yourself. Wait until the sun sets beyond a hill and then climb a tree and you'll see the sun again. Now, is that behind the hill? Or is it behind the Earth curve? It's the same thing. Push Mount Everest into the distance, and it looks like it's at your eye level, and it will block the sun or stars when it goes behind it. Oh yeah, the third thing was southern stars. Basically, he's just changing it from one celestial body to another, and the sun is easier to see. It's harder to photograph southern stars from the north, but they have. If you just Google, I think you could still find it on Google. Southern Cross from Texas. It's been seen from Texas many times, right? And then there used to be back in 2017, there was a whole bunch of reports of this observatory in South America, 30 degrees south, that kept filming Polaris. And then all these scientists would get on and say, well, this is because of refraction. You know, they have their refraction slider. And on these days where you can see it, on these perfectly clear days, there's enough refraction to pop Polaris up hundreds of miles of curvature. 30 degrees south, you should not be able to see Polaris. But when we see it, they just deny it and say refraction. So there is nothing that will convince these globers that they don't live on a globe, and they will constantly claim that we don't address these things when we do very clearly. There you go. Thanks for letting me cut the line. I appreciate it.
Respect this.
How do I raise my hand?
Hold on, we gotta get Dave to throw up an emoji. So hit the heart with the plus.
The heart with the plus.
Throw up 100.
There you go. I got it. There's my hand.
Oh, you found it. Okay.
Found it.
Yeah.
All right. I didn't see that. I didn't see that. All right.
Thanks,
So next
Dave.
time I'll raise my hand unless I need to cut for some reason. And I appreciate the extra slack you guys give me. You guys hold a great show. So keep it up.
I'd like to add something
Appreciate
to
you,
that,
bro.
if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead, Jonathan. You can finish your thought.
I still plan on doing this, and I want to make sure I do it right. So I'm gonna be posting it, my progress or whatever, because I want this to be like a team effort, bring people from both sides together, because I really do think we agree on basic things. So you mentioned refraction, and I think on some level, Dave, you agree there is such a thing through different mediums and whatnot, and even
I do not.
Oh,
I
you
do not.
do not believe there's anything?
I do not believe that physical objects can pop above physical blockage in front of them. I do believe that things get distorted, things get warped, things get compressed, but I do not believe that if you were standing on one side of your house and I was standing on the other, if I walked 50 or 100 miles away, that I would pop up over your house.
Oh, okay.
Right? That's what refraction requires. I do not believe
I'll
that.
grant you that. I'll grant you that. What I'm saying is, what you just said is, which is you believe things get distorted. That's what I meant.
Yeah, things get distorted, but they don't magically pop up in perfect clarity above that, above refraction. And refraction has to do when these changing mediums. Like you can see refraction when you go from air to water, but if you're looking over the curve of the Earth, you're at one level of density. You're not going through multiple levels of density. You're going through one, and it's not changing. And we can see too far, and refraction doesn't explain it. And to be a glober and believe in refraction, you have to believe refraction perfectly matches the curve of the Earth. So when you're looking at something 8, 10, 12, 15 miles away, that all of those objects are refracting up the perfect amount to stick to your tangent of the globe, which is crazy. That sometimes they should be below it, sometimes they should be above it. If refraction was real, we would see lights at all different, I'm referring to the 4 lights on the frozen lake. Sometimes they would be higher, sometimes they would be hidden, but they always just show up exactly at your eye level, which is the tangent of the globe, if you believe in the globe, or maybe the ice is just flat and we see the lights.
One thing I'll say about that particular experiment, because I know what you're talking about, is I noticed that the ones that were further away were flickering more. And before I continue, I'm not trying to do a getcha. Okay, just
Yeah, those are they flicker a little bit because of the thickness of the atmosphere, and it's starting to obscure them, but they're not popping up. They're not raising up. They're just becoming blurry. Like on a beach, I was using my P1000, zooming in on my family. I don't know, hundreds of yards away, not that far, and they were wavy, they were wobbly, they looked ghosty, and that's because of all the humidity in the air and the thickness. So on a lake at night, over a frozen lake on a clear night, there's very little humidity, very very little. But at those distances, things become a little wonky. The attenuation of the light into the atmosphere still happens, but it doesn't pop them up and make them look like they're at the tangent to a globe Earth. They're just on a flat Earth.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Hey, Jonathan, I'll let you get the last word. If you're good, then I'll get to the rest of the hands here.
Yeah, appreciate the conversation, Dave.
Hey, thank you for being respectful. I know we disagree on things, but I think I clearly explained that, and it's worth having the conversation. So thanks.
Yeah, Jonathan's cool. I always say I got this like globe earther curse where like I follow a globe earther and then they end up like crashing out on me. But hasn't happened yet with Jonathan, so let's see if we could break the sacred crash out curse.
It appears I have Jonathan blocked because it says blocked under his name, but I'm glad to talk to him here. So
What, you blocked Jonathan?
it looks that way. I block some flat earthers basically because I only read the first 2 words of the comment, and if I don't get it, they get
Dave,
blocked.
unblock them.
All right, I'll
Block all
unblock.
those trolls and mute them.
I'll unblock Jonathan.
Especially now since Elon like let everyone see each other's tweets now. It's like, whatevs.
Thank you for unblocking me, Dave.
Jonathan is unblocked.
Yeah, Jonathan, we got you unblocked.
Hey, by the way, today is the first time I've ever unblocked anybody. Just so you know.
That is an honor.
I didn't even know how to do it before.
Thank you, Dave. I did invite you to I tagged you rather in a conversation I was having with somebody else. And this is a flat earther who was being cordial and we're having a good conversation about scripture. So I wanted you to get your thoughts because he suggested I reach out to somebody more knowledgeable, and he mentioned you. So.
Well, I'm not the most knowledgeable in scripture, but I'm glad to listen and chime in with what I know. If you want to talk about scripture, I would talk to Run Boston Bear or Austin or there's many others that are. I'm more of a I'm in the learning mode on the scripture side, and I find it fascinating.
Cool. I'll reach out to them then.
Yep.
Nice.
All right, I won't take up any more time. I'll just go on mute for a little bit. I'll see you guys.
Am I up, Sacred?
Oh, is it Rohan in the building?
I think it's Spirit or Lust.
Head. Hold on. I think I have Flash up next, but I mean, if you have to go, then maybe Flash will allow you to like jump in front of him real quick.
What do you think, Flash? It'll only take 30 seconds.
Go around then.
Okay, bet. I appreciate you, brother. Yeah, just 30 seconds, promise. What I wanted to say, bro, is I really value honesty, and I value the flat earth community, the parts of the flat earth community that saw the reality of the 24-hour sun and have accepted it and are saying, okay, let's see what we can do to go forward from here. But just the dishonesty of like having people that you respect, like Witsit and so on, go there and then have to come back and make up these crazy ideas about green screen and so on. it does not reflect good on that part of the community. I know most people. I don't think most people are doing that, but some people are doing that. And then finally, like, a model is only as good as its ability to make a prediction. And the flat earthers overwhelmingly push a model that predicted no 24-hour sun. The globe model predicted 24-hour sun and told you the exact days you can see it, what the elevation will be at, the exact degrees given your latitude, and all that turned out to be true. So one model was wrong, the other model was right. And now the folks with the wrong model are saying, trust us, we're working on a new model now. And this time we're going to get it in 2024. I don't think you have any credibility at this point to create new models. But that's it. That's my whole 30 seconds. I'm done.
If you look at the model, a definition of a model is a miniature of something where it has everything that works. So your model is a little desktop ball that's tilted, but it doesn't show how it rotates around a gas ball in a space vacuum. It doesn't show how it chases that. It can't hold water. It can't hold cruise ships to the bottom, and it can't contain air. But as I said earlier, a bucket of Kentucky Fried Chicken with a plastic dome lid can hold air, can pour the gravy in there. It does get contained. It lies flat. You can float a cruise ship on it, and it's stationary on a table. So a bucket of Kentucky Fried Chicken is a better model of the Earth than the globe not model. So stop saying we don't have a model when your model is ridiculous.
Sacred, I appreciate you, brother. Thanks for letting me speak.
Yeah, no doubt, Rohan. I will agree with you on, a lot of people like jump to conclusions and kind of like unnecessarily or maybe prematurely attacking people before fully taking in or interpreting the data that was collected. I think that that's premature, and I don't like that for us. It gives the opportunity for people like Rohan to come in here and highlight that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? We don't want to feed them anything else that they could, focus on other than providing some exclusive evidence for curvature and motion. So just keep that in mind when y'all doing what y'all doing, because the globe earthers are loving it. Now, I will say though that all the data hasn't been released, so I'm not sure if it matches what the predictions are, Rohan. So I don't know if you have anything that I haven't seen. Maybe you have seen some data that's been released with regard to the sun angles and things like that, based on the predictions of the sphere. So if you do have that from the TFE, the not final experiment, the first observation or the first examination, as we like to say. If you do have that, then yeah, we can match it up. But I don't even think any of that's been released yet. So I don't know if we could claim that it matches. So we are waiting for that.
In the spirit of Run Boston Bear, one last comment.
Yeah, go ahead.
One last comment. We have, and I am 100% guilty of this. We have, based on our belief on what the flat Earth is, we have made assumptions about things that we have never measured. We did the sun tracking back in 2017, I think it was, where we showed the GP position of the sun, or the zenith position of the sun, works, and it circles around a circle map. Pretty close. It looks pretty close to the AE map. Maybe there's a better map. Who knows? But we assumed that there was no circling sun in Antarctica. Now, I don't know what's going on in Antarctica because, I wasn't there. And if I was there, was there deception involved? Who the hell knows? But again, we are allowed to change our opinion based on new information. It doesn't kill our argument. I used to say a flight from Santiago to Australia proves the Earth is a globe. But then I found out those planes have 7 layers of heat resistant paint on them. They go 700 miles an hour. There's air currents that disclosed, not us making it up, at 350 miles an hour. That would make the flight times actually work perfectly. The plane wouldn't even have to go as fast as it apparently can go. So again, flat earthers do change their minds. I used to think the most crazy thing in the world. I used to think the Earth is a globe, but I changed my position based on new information. So again, saying that we're moving the goalpost. Well, globers move the goalpost every single time we give a perfect rational answer. How come we can see the lights on the ice? Well, they're refracting. You can slide that refractor so you can see the back of your head, right? That's nonsense. So there you go.
Yeah, and also, the Globe Earth updates their model all the time when everything doesn't work. I mean, they
Yeah,
literally
but
changed all of physics.
Listen, on my DITRH channel, the last video I talked about it before. It says clip from the Gnostic Academy. Watch that, so you'll watch the whole thing, the 3-hour presentation by Marty Leeds. He really explains how the sky is immeasurable, and I just encourage people to watch it. It's really good. Look at the comments; people are loving it, and it really helps explain how we explain the sky. So I encourage people to watch that. All right, I'll try to be quiet now.
Are you good, Dave? I think I saw Betty up here. Betty, if you're still in here, come back up. I don't know what happened. But I did think that it was oh, did what's the name drop already? So now I lost the plot. Because there's somebody that Rohan jumped in front of, but I don't see him no more. And we are gonna rotate mics, guys. I know D3 Ken, are y'all around? Might need help co-hosting.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, I'm gonna send you co.
Yeah, I'm here too. I'm just listening and also checking out Brian Forrester's new post about the DNA and on the Paracas culture and all the elongated heads that we find in the world. Excellent if anybody's interested in that stuff.
Oh, sounds interesting. Nice.
Yeah, I'll share it up top.
Dope. Okay, and I can't see all the requests, guys, so bear with us while we try to rotate some mics. Thank you for being patient. I know a lot of people want to get their thoughts off. I think it was Last Spirit, and then we'll go to Darth, and then we'll oh, it's not Darth up here. What that Darth? And then we'll slide to some new speakers. It's been last call for like 6 hours, but we'll keep it rocking for y'all.
Yo, I just want to say much respect to Dave. Dave, I'm holding this like in line anytime you can butt in front of me, man. I have mad respect for OGs, especially somebody who's put in 10,000 hours. And the fact that you still call it Kentucky Fried Chicken instead of KFC, I was cracking up, man.
I haven't been there in literally 25 years.
You can tell, man.
Probably the last time they called it Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Wait, is Kentucky Fried Chicken racist or something?
No, not at all, man. It's KFC here in Canada in Montreal. It's PFK, Poulet Frit Kentucky. Like all these acronyms, they ruin logos. But you're old school, bro.
It's Kentucky Fried Chicken, dude.
The conspiracy is that it's not chicken, so they can't call it Kentucky Fried Chicken anymore.
Oh, that's interesting.
That makes a lot of sense.
Can't rule it out. Can't rule it out.
Yeah. Anyway, man, I just look. So, if I can summarize what I hear so far, we got Globies coming in, doing zero research, claiming they can get it in 10 minutes, and have no respect for let's just say the 10,000 hours that it takes to have expertise. And yet none of y'all call yourself an expert at all, but you definitely put in the time. So, mad respect. I don't even understand what that conversation is. And then at the same time, they come in with certainties like, oh, there's no way we could convince each other, which I believe is true one way. There's just some projection put on. So the fact that you're still having that conversation and a patient conversation, like again, mad respect for you guys. Then we got the so-called FEs who are, hey man, I'm convinced it's a flat Earth, but then getting triggered that it's been a week, I guess 8 days now since Witsit landed, right? The same day it was his daughter's birthday. Yeah, and he's going on like no sleep. He's literally working off the ether. But man, all it takes is upload. It's like, I don't know, man. It just reminds me of, if you guys watch The Sopranos, when Tony Soprano is trying to convince his Uncle June, and I put it in the pill, and he told him the story of the buffalo, right? And then it's like, I don't know if you guys heard the story of the buffalo. I'll say it quick, but it's in there. So basically, there's a daddy buffalo and a son buffalo, and the son buffalo looks down in the valley and sees all these female buff. I guess it's the bull, right? Sees like hundreds of them and says, Daddy, let's run down there and let's F1. And the daddy just looks at him and says, Yo, son, let's walk down and F them all. And I feel like that's how it is. Like you got so many proofs, you just want to come down and give the most accurate data because people are like ripping apart vapes, they're ripping apart footprints, like they're, I don't know, their entire Chicken Little sky is falling in. So it's like, yeah, take your time. And I think you guys are 100% bang on. He's gonna walk into Candace Owens looking like Conor McGregor with all his proofs. Anyway, just mad respect, man. You guys are teaching me patience, and that's something I definitely need to work on. So yeah, I love Sacred the way you can absolutely eviscerate someone without even saying much. Like mad respect, man. That's some good defense you play. You play some full court press.
You feel me? Got the full court press, got the half court trap,
That's like
got that
KG
lateral
smacking
motion,
the
man.
floor, man. You're KG smacking the floor right at the inbounds.
I appreciate you, bro. And I'm sliding down some of your replies, man. I like how you keeping like a little I don't know your document and everything as we're talking about. It's pretty funny. I like it. I like it.
Thanks, bro.
Hey, Sacred.
Yo,
I don't know what order the hands were in, but I see Taylor and Benjamin as speakers, but they got blue dots like they're requested. And I can't, when I go in, I can remove speakers, but I can't add nobody or anything.
Yeah,
So
we're
I
out
don't
of
know if
mics.
Taylor and Benjamin can speak and it's just a glitch on my side or what.
yeah, I don't even see them up here. I'm gonna drop you down, Ken, and bring you back up. Maybe it'll refresh for you because I don't even see Taylor nor Benjamin. And I think as far as the hands, let me just drop and bring it back up. Just request back, Ken, and I'll call you again. Hopefully
Yeah,
that.
we're
All right.
definitely out of mics.
I do think it was Spirit, and then Kels. And then I want to hear from Black Betty because Betty been waiting for a while, and then we'll slide to some of the other homies and some new heads up here too.
And I'll drop down to give a mic.
Thanks, Laz. I appreciate you, bro.
All right. Can you hear me?
Spirit.
Yes, you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. Very good.
All right, awesome. Thanks for hosting this space. I just wanted to comment on several things. First, with regards to blocking people, I think Elon Musk just posted recently that the algorithm suppresses accounts that are blocked or muted. So I would just encourage any truth seekers here to try to avoid blocking others, who you feel are kind of on your same wavelength of seeking the truth, because that may limit their reach. I also want to comment on the
Hold on, Spirit. You said blocking people may affect your algorithm, or being blocked by people?
Oh yeah, being blocked by somebody affects your algorithm as far as like how your posts go out, and so it leads to like a degree of like negative ranking in the system. So yeah, I don't really block hardly anybody. I did block a few true spam posters in the past, but I just wanted to just share that. And then also, Matt was on earlier, and I would say that for the period of time he was talking, I felt like my patience is like really being tried for some reason. It's just like the way he talks. And I think I'm not sure if this is true, but I was thinking that some Globe posters may come on and comment and just to sort of derail things. It seems I'm not saying he's doing that, but I just kind of felt that.
I'm still here.
Now, let's now want to comment on Gets It. So I've been to his YouTube channel, and I realized that he had, he went on that trip in mid-December to show that the sun was up 24 hours in Antarctica, and he hasn't really posted very much since that trip, and neither has Geoentrism. And then something that kind of surprised me is that I think I'm over 24, 25 flat Earth believers who are prominent social media accounts. They were invited to go, but only like 3 went, and I couldn't get that. I can't really understand that, or why the few people who did go, they're not really posting all this evidence of detailing their trip to kind of dissuade naysayers. It's just something I just could not really get there. But now just moving over to what this all means, the footage that we have. So we were told that. So I understand that to you all, Witsit Gets It has credibility, right?
I know he's definitely equipped me with so many tools. That's me personally. I don't know how anybody else feels, but and I haven't seen him intentionally be dishonest about anything. So that's just my opinion.
Okay, and so I haven't really been following Witsit Gets Its posts, but given that he has credibility within the community and he went there, and that also we're going to receive unmodified 25 hours of footage of 360 degrees of the sun in Antarctica. I think that that's probably going to improve to most minds, who are on the flat Earth side, that basically the 24-hour sun in Antarctica is a true phenomena. And so what I present here is just that we may be in a situation of either true contradictions in reality, or maybe in a spiritual sense, individuals putting out false information, like over the years, like maybe not even intentionally, just like as if another force is operating through them to cause confusion. What I mean by this is, on my own YouTube channel, I did a video covering a really tiny YouTube upload that was posted a few years ago. It was posted by a researcher, supposedly showing the 24-hour sun time lapse in Antarctica. The video has evidence of fakery because the sun's rays look exactly the same in the beginning of the clip compared to the end of the clip, but the clouds are different. So I learned about this from another, flat Earth poster, I think on Twitter at that time. So just the fact that individuals will go through the lengths to fake videos of Antarctica, but then we're going to receive 25 hours of raw footage of Antarctica. There's like a contradiction there. Why would someone go through the lengths of like faking footage if it's a real phenomena? It's and so I pose that this could be a spiritual thing. There's also fitting with the 16 emergency landings book. Like there's a book basically showing a lot of planes landing in places that seem to support a flat Earth Gleason map model. Why is that even a thing?
See, that's why a lot of flat earthers is feeling like it's a setup, because it's like, I mean, that would have to be a very long game setup though. But we don't understand that either. We're like, why were we getting manipulated or seemingly faked videos or incomplete 24-hour footage from public cams if it's been there the whole time? Like, why has that been like that? We can't figure it out. But continue.
Okay. And so then there's all, I think, as far as like where I stand on the issue of the shape of the Earth, I would say that I've been sort of sympathetic to the concept of Earth as being flat. I first learned of the concept in 2016 and had consumed a whole bunch of material online at that time to try to understand the theory. And I'll say intuitively, it makes sense from the optics that we have, look using the P900 to look into the distance and bring up things again that would otherwise be invisible. Like intuitively, it all makes sense. And then also intuitively, we know about the apparent CGI fakery with NASA. So just trying to reconcile all these things, I posit that we're basically in like a type of simulation where the man in the sky, or however you want to define the higher power, wants us to think the Earth is a globe, and that's why the Southern Cross exists, and that's why there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. It's like intentionally posited confusing information for us to kind of think things are a certain way. And this is also why like the wandering stars, the planets, look spherical and they have moons just like we have a moon. Assuming that we are like in a true flat Earth model, it does seem that the creator of this model kind of wants us to debate about where we are at, essentially. That's like the main conclusion I've come to, though I don't really know exactly where we are. I'm just saying, like, from all the last 8 years looking over things, that's kind of like where I'm at with that. But I think to kind of bring the conversation forward, I think if we were able to organize the optics that are used for all the footage that we received, like from NASA or other organizations that show satellites being released, or just flights where they jump from planes. Like, so there's a lot of footage that we have access to. We're aware of the scourge of the fisheye lens. But if we were able to organize the optics and all of the different footage that we received, and then say, like, these are all the examples of true flatness at elevation, and these are examples of curvature at that same elevation, I think we could probably work through this and then just, finally prove kind of like the true dimensions of the Earth, essentially. Not sure what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I was thinking, like, is there any consensus that we can all agree on to send some type of optical instrument to give us an accurate depiction at elevation? It would have to like be devoid of distortion, like barrel distortion and fisheye lensing and things like that. I know they try to remove some of that distortion. I just don't know if it can be 100% for something that we need definitively to use as evidence. That would have to be something that we would have to figure that out together. Otherwise, the only way we'd be able to really tell is if we go up that high and see with our own eyes. And not a lot of us are going to be able to get that opportunity. So,
Right, absolutely.
yeah.
And then who made the comment about the observing from 30 degrees south that you can see Polaris? Was that Flat Earth Dave?
I think that was Flash that said that.
Oh, Flash.
Maybe it was, yeah, I think it was Flash.
Yeah, I didn't know that, but that's kind of an interesting point.
30 degrees south. 30, 30, not 3.
Right. Yeah, exactly. 30 degrees south.
I thought I heard you say 3. Sorry.
Oh, maybe it was Dave.
Yeah. And then the Southern Cross from Texas. These are things that, the horizon is optical on a globe Earth and a flat Earth. However, it's infinitely optical on a flat Earth. On a globe Earth, it's only optical as far as the clarity of the air. The air is perfectly clear. Then there's a physical horizon that nobody could ever find.
Yeah, I think that could be an example of some of the observations that we could compile. Like how far in a northern latitude can you see the Southern Cross, and likewise, how far in the southern latitudes can you see Polaris? Like, we can get exact information on that, and we can create models, either proving things are a globe or otherwise. And just want to say thank you, Flat Earth Dave, for your work. I've been following your work over the years too, and I would say you seem to be like one of the most charismatic individuals presenting the case for the Flat Earth.
Hey, I want to point out one thing. The only person that knows that I'm not a shill is me, right? Run Boston Bear doesn't know that I'm not a shill because, Sacred doesn't know that I'm not a shill. You can look at my work and I could be an awesome actor. The whole thing. This could be the long play. I've been doing this for 2 decades for this very day to help prove the globe, right? Nobody knows. You can be connected. Now, there are people, and I will say, like Ron Boston Bear, Sacred, other people, when you're spiritually connected, you can see truth. And deception is clear as day if you allow your senses to see it, right? So, people that say that I'm a shill, I say, where's your evidence? And they're globers when they say that. Even the flat earthers, they go, there's tons of evidence. There's tons. There's the other guy that was on earlier. There's 50 videos that prove deception, right? Can you point out one specifically? And all that can come up is Vapegate, okay? And whoever explained that perfectly explained it. He went in, warm air, right? And then took a drink of water and came out. I'm waiting for it. I'm in the Northeast here. I'm waiting for it to be super cold out, and I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to go inside. I'm going to take a drink of water, warm air. I'm going to walk outside. I'm going to breathe and see how many breaths have fog. And I know for a fact that's how it works. So again, there's an explanation, but that's not good. That's not good enough for the globers. So there you go.
Yeah, I don't mind not everybody understanding that explanation because not everybody is from colder climates. Some people are in warmer climates all year round, so they may not see their breath in the cold air. But that's exactly how it works.
Yeah, it does. And there's a video where Austin was talking, and every breath literally was snowing out of his mouth. I think it was the last day because the relative humidity had changed. It was super cold, and you could see it. So did they just get the air conditioning unit working in the studio on the last day, or what happened? You know, it's people got to chill out and wait until they see the evidence.
Yeah,
Absolutely. Yeah.
I posted a
People think
clip of him on Owen Benjamin, and right in the beginning, you could kind of see it. So it's just like, I don't know. Do we think he's faking his breath? Is that what the claim is?
And also with the white brightness everywhere, it's going to be really hard to see it. There was one where he couldn't see it, or I think it was Jaron couldn't see his breath, but he went over to Austin, was standing in the shade, and you could see Austin's breath. It's just a little contrast. So there's lots of reasons, but again, you know, I'm not defending them. I'm defending us. I'm trying to protect us from making stupid mistakes that McKeegan will just use to discredit the intelligence of flat earthers.
Yeah, I'll pass this back to Spirit just real quick.
Yeah,
Spirit.
I'm timing out. I'm gonna grab some lunch with the family, or brunch. I'll see you guys.
Oh no, love Saturday brunch.
Yeah.
Let me just say real. Let me just say real quick. Like that's a very important point that Dave is making. Is that if we are being premature in our stances and positions, it's just going to be a lot of content for the anti-flat earthers use to highlight.
We need to look out
the
for each
errors,
other.
and they're going to monetize.
Yep.
Before you go, David, please.
Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry for interrupting. I want to convince you with something. I think you you must agree with this, because you came around this idea, but you're not insist or not expand on that idea. What is the relation between the sun and the land? There's no relation. If you give always you give us some analogy about how the light in the roof, or I mean in the
sky,
the light in your not the sky, in your
map, model, app.
No, in your roof.
Lights in the ceiling. Lights in the ceiling.
In the ceiling, yes. Light in the ceiling cannot give any details about your room.
I actually don't say that anymore because you can measure the ceiling.
See, everybody in the flat earth movement from the beginning, from Dubai, nobody criticized this idea. What is the relation between the sun and how the map is painted? Is how they do the map? There is no relation. Why there is relation between the light and the land?
Right. Well, you're right, but I no longer say the lights on your ceiling in the living room dictate your floor, because I could measure my ceiling and put a carpet on my floor accurately because they are the same size. So I say the lights in the sky, which is non-physical light, don't know how far they are, don't know how big they are. That has no relationship to the physical ground which we stand upon. So
yeah, but all maps is draw following the sun circle.
I agree with you. I think what you're saying, if I understand what you're saying, I agree. And again, that's all we need to say about the TFE is we don't. The lights in the sky do not correlate. I mean, they might correlate a little bit. There is some stuff, like the zenith of the sun over the known lands where we are make perfect sense.
I will give you a key, which is related to the ancient civilization and all the history from all sides, in Arabic history, Islamic history, in Western history. There is a sea, which is Atlantic Sea. They call it the Sea of Darkness. Up to the journey of Captain Cook, he also described the Sea of Darkness. And suddenly, nobody mentioned the Sea of Darkness, as if it has become light. And all the history, 2, 3, 4,000 years of history, they describe a sea of darkness. You see where I'm going. Hello.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear what you're saying. Again, it's just a simple argument, and I please encourage people to watch Marty Leeds' last video. Check my channel out. Watch the clip. It really, I think, if we all got on that same unified message, this wouldn't be a discussion. When it comes up, we can literally dismiss it instantly.
Yeah, there is no relation between the light in the sky and how the land is
Right, but
topography.
there is a correlation. There is a correlation. Like we watch the sun, we can track the sun over the known lands inside the Antarctic Circle, and there is a correlation with the zenith point of the sky, so of the sun. So that's cool. That's cool. But when we go out south, the location of the sun seems to change. It seems to do something that most of us didn't expect, but many of us did suspect. So again, we're learning about the sky. Awesome. You want to talk about the shape of the sky? You want to talk about the shape of the earth? They're two separate topics.
Right. This is the point.
Yeah.
We don't have any evidence that the land is also following how the sun is circling. The land is something different, something separated from the sun movement at all. Yes.
I encourage people when people bring up, oh, the final experiment, they admit this, just start out with the simple point that the lights in the sky do not determine the shape of the earth. But if you want to discuss it, we can have a discussion, but it's not about the shape of the earth, it's about the lights in the sky. And as long as you frame it that way, it's great to have these conversations, but there's no reason to say that it adds curvature. I mean, it adds curvature to the flat earth, or it makes water do what it's not supposed to do, or it makes air contain. None of that has anything to do with the motions of the lights in the sky. And then if you want to go take it to the next level, is explain how the sun, made out of helium and hydrogen, has gravity and holds on to Pluto and ignores our moon and does everything else in a space vacuum.
You see, this is what I mean, David. I don't know how, but
Final thoughts, AR, because I know Dave got to go, and Spirit didn't want to finish his thought, but go ahead. Final thought for Dave.
Okay, no problem.
All right, we're good. We're good. We're on the same page, dude. Let's all kind of try to unify a little bit with the basic message, and then have these discussions. It's awesome, right? But the TFE has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. It has to do with the first observation, TFO, the first observation. And now we got it. Now I still question, what did they observe? I don't know.
Okay. Yeah. And I looked at their time lapse footage and also had noted that at certain points the sun appears like elliptical in the sky, like it's being smashed.
I find that fascinating.
And so I kind of wonder if that was is that an issue with the optics used, or is there going to be other footage released from other cameras showing the sun also doing the same thing? I think if there's correlation with other, videographers,
it's interesting really that Joe Hanvey's model also shows a squashing sun when it's out south.
That was interesting that there was a correlation. It was like, oh, it's all distorted. Then the footage came out and the sun was distorted the same way.
Yeah, but I did struggle a little bit with Hamley's model, just as far as how he showed it. It's implied from looking at it that there's essentially two suns. Is that correct?
Well, if you look in the mirror when the sun is behind you and you see a sun in the mirror, are there two suns?
So we're looking at it from an outside view, right? And it's not to scale, which he's going to try to customize or modify a little bit, so it's more to scale. And he's claiming that the where he's pointing the sun down, it's around the tropics, and it will be out of sight from the outer edges, so you wouldn't actually see it. So we're asking him, can you put the camera inside? And he's like, I'm working on getting a bigger acrylic dome and adjusting the scale.
He did get the camera inside though, and that's how he saw the counter rotate. Yeah, he did it from the inside, and it showed.
I got to check it out.
It showed exactly what McKeegan showed. It's on my channel, DITRH. I have a video, a Hanvey video, where I show the two side by side, and they really correlate. Again, it's only a theory. No matter how perfect it is, it's only a theory, and it's quite interesting. So the question is, are there two suns? There is no southern pole. There's a southern circle. So how many points are on that southern circle? The answer is infinite. So there's an infinite positions of the sun while it's on the other side of the Earth, right? So when Jaren is looking south at the sun in Antarctica, people in Australia are getting light and heat. It's interesting that those guys aren't getting heat; they're just getting light. And so, if you think in a physical world of a physical sky, there's really no explaining that other than the Earth being a globe. But if you think in a non-physical sky, an immeasurable sky, as it says in the Bible, then it makes a lot of sense. Again, we don't know, and we'll never know until we can get up there and measure it.
Sacred. Two things. Taylor dropped and come back up, so she's showing us having a mic. If Benjamin is still having problems, he's showing as requested. If he could drop, I could bring him back up. For some reason, those two didn't come through right. But Betty has been waiting a long time, and I think she has to go or something.
All right, and I'm going to go.
If you can get her a
Thanks,
mic,
guys.
it'd be great.
Okay, yeah, I'll go too. Thanks, Sacred and Proud, for hosting this, and thanks, Dave, for what you do there. All right.
Nah, I appreciate your the value that you added, Spirit. Great addition. Yeah, I did have Darth next, but Betty said she was waiting until since last night. It's been a while. We had a lot of great speakers. I didn't see all the requests, so we're trying to maneuver through them. So, Darth, if you don't mind, Betty got to go. Could she just jump ahead? Thank you, Kelly. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Kels. I appreciate it. Good morning, Sacred, and happy born on day, Proud. I heard you're going to be having a born on day, but listen, folks, I'm going to keep this really brief. Okay. Yeah, I've been waiting just a little bit. The discussion keeps coming around to the 24-hour sun. Can we just reel it back for a second? I want y'all to put on your thinking caps. Okay. We need clear and convincing evidence, right? Preponderance of the evidence, all those kind of things. And what I've done of my own research is I've actually reached out to the company that actually they said that they used for this excursion. Let's call it that. So I want you all to think about this for a second, okay? In order to go to Antarctica, and Ken knows this, being military, if there's anybody military in here, you know what you have to go through to go to Antarctica, okay? So to go, you need passports. And as of this year, as of November 2024, you now need a visa. Okay, these things take time. A visa, you send in your application. It takes about 2 weeks to receive it. Then it takes about 2 weeks at a minimum to return it to you. So you're looking at 4 weeks. So start thinking about timelines of everything that everybody said, right? Plane tickets and itinerary, physicals. So I'm in contact with a lady named Murray Gubler, and she is from the company, the Antarctica Logistics.com. I have several emails speaking with her and even asking for the same guides that Austin Whitsitt used so I can use them as well to go to Antarctica. And what is the protocol and procedures? So I want you all to keep this in mind when you're thinking about this 24-hour sun that everybody's talking about. First, y'all, we have to prove they were even there. That's the first hurdle we need to get over. And that's what I wanted to say. It's just not simple. So I'm going to read you something. Hey, Betty. She says, hey, Betty, we can have you come down December 30th to January 4th, and you'd be able to have maybe the same guys as Austin Whitsitt. I'm currently working on a quote for the trip costs, but if you could let me know if those dates would work for you. The other option is 4 January to 10 January, but I'm not sure who your guides will be. So I responded back to her again, and I asked, actually I stated back. Let me go back. I dropped it. I think I dropped it to you, Sacred. I asked her, or actually I told her that I wouldn't be available, and that's obviously now because I'm in lambing season. I personally wouldn't go, but I wouldn't have no problem with helping fund somebody else who actually would really go. That could actually. The other thing is passing all these physicals. I can't pass the physicals. Her and Murray and I discussed these things, and I probably at my age I would not pass the physical in order to go over there. So these are things that we need to keep in mind when discussing this Antarctic trip, because it's simple, folks. All they need to do is provide the proper documentation that could be examined with eyes where people can see for themselves and see the plane tickets, the itinerary, the physicals. Did they pass the physicals? And these passports and visas, folks. You know, people, I don't know all of these people, and most of y'all know that I just sit back and listen. But the paralegal comes out in me when I'm like looking at this evidence. It's not clear, it's not convincing evidence, right? It's sketchy at best. So, and one last thing, living in Wisconsin, the coldest weather I was ever in was -50 below, and I cried. You're going to see your breath. I just went to Virginia. It was 28 degrees there. I see my breath every time I went outside. I'm just going to put that out there. Okay, you're going to see your breath. But I want y'all to reel it back in. And if anybody wants to see these several, I've been corresponding with these logistic people at Antarctica since December 17th. If anybody needs to see anything that I got the receipts. And I can tell you right now, as of the, what is the 19th, I think was our last correspondence, asking once again for Austin Whitsitt's guides that he had so I can have the same guides. Yeah, I have not heard from her, but I'm going to keep emailing. So I would start with just the simple passports, visas, itinerary, the physicals. Did they all pass their physicals? I don't know. These are the kind of things that we need to think about. I'm going to go ahead and land my plane there. Sacred, once again, I thank you for giving me a mic. Proud, happy born on day. And for everybody listening, just listen and observe and use your eyes, right? Thanks. God bless all.
Thank you, Betty. And I really appreciate that approach, right? It's like, hey, we should question some of these things. Some things are necessary for validation. I don't know if I'm going to request a passport. Some people may not feel comfortable with that amount of information, whether it's blacked out or not. But there are other things that they can't use to verify.
You can show stamps. You can show stamps quite easy, just like I did the other day in the room, just to prove to everybody. Passports have stamps. It's real easy, real easy. And if these folks are claiming this, you want the truth. You
True.
really want.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. I'm gonna ask you, Betty, the same way I asked what's his name? I forgot. The other guy I sent the link to. Did you get a chance to watch Jaren's body footage of the body cam?
I've seen I've seen personally, yes, a lot of the stuff. And in my opinion, I'm very skeptic.
But the one that he has behind the paywall right now, I think at least I think it's behind the paywall. He said it's only for the people that helped him with the equipment, and he's gonna release it soon. Because I'm wondering, because I didn't see it yet, right? But I'm wondering if that is on the footage, right? Because you're requesting documentation, which is valid. What about footage? Or would that be acceptable, or is your standard documentation?
Nope, my standard is going to be black and white, right?
Okay.
I'm going to need documentation. Listen, we've been messed with before with all this kind of stuff before, going back all and coming forward. Some of us have been here since 2015. It's the same dog and pony show, just a different script is all it is. So and that's my opinion. I just want y'all to think about other things, because everybody keeps focusing on this 24-hour sun. We need to put them there first, right? We got to put them there first. And I'm not done with that yet. I'm still in contact with individuals right now. Y'all, it's not an easy feat to go to Antarctica, right? It's not simple. You have to plan. Some people plan for a year. Like I said to somebody the other day, Jason, my Navy SEAL friend, which I asked about the Coriolis effect for Taylor, right? He plans a year in advance to go to Colorado to kill elk, right? A year in advance to plan. You don't do a couple months to go to Antarctica. It don't work that way. I'm sorry. It don't work that way. But people are going to believe what they're going to believe. And Sacred, I've seen everything on the Twitter floor with my eyes that has been put out. If you haven't seen something, then I probably haven't seen it either. So I don't want to speak or I don't want to misspoke about that. Just saying.
No, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, I respect that. There was a part that Jaren showed in his last live stream, which I can't confirm because I didn't really look at it too much. But he was burning something with an hourglass. So he was trying to see if that was the actual sun. So that was one of his tests that he showed quickly, that he used a magnifying glass to focus the sunlight onto what looked like a tag or a ticket. Now I'm not sure if it was a plane or a bag tag, something. I get the feed what was on. But he did have something that he was burning a hole through. I'd have to go back. If it was something that referenced like a flight or that he was using just to, burn some holes through, would that qualify?
If you're asking me, no. I want
Okay.
documentation. I'm serious. I want documentation. I deal in black and white, and that's exactly it. As far as the footage or what's happening, I'm not trying to like overly question anything. It's just real simple. Give me some documents that I can look at to make sure they're authentic, and it's fine. If not, we're gonna have to send somebody else back over there to find out exactly about this 24-hour sun. I just know that we have to put them there first before we debate about this 24-hour sun. And just because there is a 24-hour sun is or may not meet doesn't change the shape of the earth, the plane, whatever people want to call it these days. I just needs to be skeptic. You know what? Do your own research. Don't listen to anybody else. You know what I'm saying? There are people that we look up to, like some of y'all look up to Flat Dave and then Witsit. You know what? I'm not saying anything except for do your research, analyze it, flip it around, spin it around, do whatever you need to, and just think about it. Does it make sense? Does any of this make sense? It doesn't. It's
Just to
and when you have military, experience and background, then it starts making a whole lot of not a sense. And there's others that can speak more articulate about it than I. I want everybody to just reel in and take it back and not focus on the 24-hour sun. You need to focus on, did they get there? And where is that $500,000 that I've heard about? I mean, seriously, if they didn't go, where is that? Where is that money? Just gonna put that out there.
Okay, interesting. I do have a comment, but Proud, were you gonna say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to throw out there. I kind of agree, Betty. I think the average person would have had trouble coming to Antarctica so quickly. But given the circumstances of like the entire world trying to shut down flat Earth, it definitely does align with them being able to get it done so quickly. I definitely think Duffy spent time orchestrating this behind the scenes to get this done so that it's like as fast as it took place, basically. Like, yeah, I don't think this was a regular civilian thing, It wasn't just me or you trying to hop on a plane and fly down there. I definitely think there were like powers that be to make sure that this happened in a timely manner.
Well, you can rest assured that I'm going to get down to the bottom of it,
I
100%.
know you will. Trust y'all don't know Betty.
Yes,
She
whether
gets to it.
or different,
And we need that.
I don't care.
That's what's up. But so Betty, two more things. So if the footage is fake, would you say that everyone that was there would have to be in on it? Oh my God, I sound like a Glober.
Well, yeah, just like everything else that you have to be into. Yeah, you'd have to be into it. Do I don't know. There's so much spiel out there right now that some people, were threatened, blackmailed, their family, this, that, or the other. I really don't know, but I know since 2015 to coming forward, I know what goes on with some of this stuff, and I know the ops that take place and the stories that go out and people that spin them, right? So there is that. I don't know what I don't know, but I do know I'm going to get down to the bottom of it, and I will deliver to you all what I find out, good, bad, or indifferent, because at the end of the day, I really don't give a flying fuck, right? I just want the truth. I don't care what the truth is. I just want the truth. If the earth is round, it's round. If the earth is flat, it's flat. If it's concave, it's concave. If it's like the Masons say, then it's like the Masons say. We got a black hole sun. I don't fucking know. But bottom of it.
That's funny. Hey, did you see the other thing I want to ask you? Did you see the poll that Proud put up about the if you believe in the 24-hour sun, if the flat earthers think the 24-hour sun is possible over a flat earth. Did you see that poll?
I think I did, but you got to remember, don't hold me to this because it was the holiday, Christmas break, whatever everybody's calling it this week. So I was in Virginia, so I didn't see everything. I was trying to keep up. I got to do a little bit more keeping up, but I seen your space has been going forever, and I was like, I just wanted to get this out because I did, you know what I mean? I've been in contact with those at Antarctica. So once I get it all together, y'all, I'll put it in a thread and I'll drop it for all y'all.
Y'all follow Betty. She got the juice. I'm telling you. But do you think it's possible though, Betty, over a flat earth? You think the 24-hour sun is possible? Or do you think it's not possible?
Well, anything's possible. I don't want to be caught in the thing. I'm kind of like Switzerland. I run that line. At the end of the day, I just want the truth. Whether it's round, concave, black hole, sun, I just want the truth of everything. And all I can do now, guys, is do what I do best, and that's research, and that's dig. That's the paralegal in me. I will find the truth, whether it's good, bad, or indifferent. You will hear about it, whether it's good, bad, or indifferent, because the truth don't matter what the fuck I think, right? It doesn't.
That's a fact. That's a fact. Okay, last question before we get to Darth. If it is possible over a flat earth, right? Do you have a theory of why they would fake it if it is actually happening?
$500,000 reasons why they would fake it. There's $500,000 worth of reasoning. I don't know. I don't know who they report to. You know, like I said, I've been here since 2015. I've seen a lot of the crappy stories. This is my 22nd account. I'm very insulated. So with that being said, I don't know. I don't know what I don't know. I only know what I can prove. And thus far right now, I know that I'm speaking with somebody at the same place where they claim they went. And guess what? I'm getting the runaround. So I'll leave it with that. And like I said, I think I have 9 or 10 emails. I dropped one to you, Sacred, just so you could see. I'm not bullshitting. I didn't come to play. I want the truth. Whether
Okay, I'm gonna check.
Crowd likes it, whether Ken likes it, whether Flat Dave likes it, we just want the truth.
That's a fact. Keep me posted.
And I will drop down. Thank you, Sacred. Thanks, Ken. Thanks, Proud. Happy birthday, Proud. May you have many more.
Thank you, Black Betty. Love that you slid through. We don't get to hear from you too often.
Yeah, thank you, Black Betty. So beautiful. And we got 3 more beautiful, Lynn, Darth, and Taylor. What's up?
I think Darth is up next. Sacred's been calling the speakers out.
Yeah, what's up, Darth? Good to see you.
Hey guys. Oh, I'm so happy that I got a chance to talk to you guys because you're like this, in my mind, you're like the science boffins. And I've had this phenomenon happen this year where I live. So I'm going to give you a short background. I live literally on top of the 1066 Battle of Bleedon, that hill. I live on that hill. And I moved here 3 years ago. And it is a new development. And structurally, there has been 0 changes anywhere near or around where I live. Now, the first 2 years, because I've lived here for 3 years, the first 2 years, I could, by the clock time, what area the sun would touch my 12-foot by 12-foot backyard. You know, it'd be one end, it would be like 11 a.m., it'd get towards the other end by 1, and it's gone again by 5, 6-ish, you know, it's going. And it was clockwork. This year, the sun did not hit my garden whatsoever. It's literally missed my garden. Now, I'm in the UK. I'm in the southwest UK. Like, I'm on the coast. UK is really tiny. Like, England is like 400 miles, I think, or so, like near enough. The sun is 93 million miles away. And it is and it's not just that, it's temperatures too. Like our country, like it could be sun throughout the whole of the UK, but the north will be 17 Celsius and the south will be something like 28 Celsius. This is like 300 and something mile distance between that area, and the sun being that distance of 93 million miles, and those rays, and the rays are covering half the planet as well, remember. And how can it be so specific with its temperatures? Like, I'm going to hit there, that hot. I'm going to hit there, that hot. And I know this, they say the atmosphere thing and everything as well, but come on, guys, this is 93 million miles through a universe that's apparently minus 400 and something degrees. The surface temperature of the sun is only 10,000 degrees. And I say only because that's traveling 93 million miles through minus 400 and something degrees. Like, and it's just when you put all of these little things together, and the fact that the sun doesn't hit my garden anymore, how is that? I understand, like, the earth may wobble, but we have quarries about 10 miles away. When they blow one of those, I feel that vibration. When I'm earthing, because I do the earthing thing, guys, like I've done it for years, I call it Earth's pulse. I feel the Earth's vibration. Like, our senses are so acute to everything, sense of smell, sight, all of these things. Yet we are spinning and zooming and wobbling and an uncontained atmosphere and 36 billion trillion tons of water being stuck to this spinning ball that is just with this thing called gravity that is really, really selective about what it can and can't do, and it's unexplainable as well on top of it. And it's just so it's not one thing that got me to to God, to flat earth, to hope, to purpose, to all of these things, because that's what this brought for me. It changed everything in my life, and it's all the little things. There's so many small things that you can't rationalize and you cannot logic. There's no logic behind them. There's just no understanding of it. But when you put all that on a local sun, a flat module, and even though we don't know exactly how far away the sun is, for me to be able to be that specific with temperatures and things in my mind, and I just say it's my opinion, in my mind, that can only work with a local sun. It just, and our atmosphere and our air, the air we're breathing can only be possible if it's contained. So there's your dome. And that's, and that's how it is for me. Even if there was no God involved in this for me, there is, and it's all, this brought me to God. But even if you took God out of this, the logic, the rationale, and the science behind it, like, there's just that spinning ball is just wow. Like, really, it's wow.
This is why I said last night, they don't want to go demonstration for demonstration. Because just like Kels told y'all, we can demonstrate all of those claims. They got a problem with that on a quote unquote model. And that's the simple stuff.
Hey, Sacred, I got something come up. D3 said he'd be happy to co-host if you need one. So if you want, you can take my co-host and give it to him.
Appreciate you helping out, Ken.
No problem, no problem. I just where I'm going, reception's going to be poor. And I'm better off as a listener. I don't lose anything, but as a speaker or co-host, I'll probably just get cut off. It'll just really mess up.
Don't we have satellites? We're still having these problems?
Yeah, and that's only like 15 minutes from my house.
Y'all go follow Ken. I'm sure he'll pull back up when he gets connected back to those things in the thermal.
Hey, do y'all mind if Taylor goes first and Lynn, then I'll jump in after them? That's okay.
It was actually, I think it was Taylor, D3, Lynn, and then from Boston to RG. I could figure it out from there. And I see we have MR up here and maybe Mark. And then we'll rotate some mics. I think we still got some requests, man. It's stationary Saturdays, man. Repost, retweet, let them know where we at. It's the 2024 wrap up. Shout out to Levelheads, man. Appreciate y'all. Talk to us, Taylor. Can you hear us?
Hey guys, happy Saturday. I was just gonna mention, kind of what I was mentioning last night about the importance of looking at the sun in the north. So, please keep your eyes feel, you get slower, or
Are you still in the woods?
in June.
Hey, are you still in the woods?
Yeah.
Clearly, man, you is roboting. Shout out to the cyborgs out here, but whoa.
Man, okay, well, it's all good. You can just skip me.
Try one more time. Come on, Elon, come through for us.
Can you hear me?
I mean, Whistle was perfectly fine. Antarctica, we can't get Taylor in the woods.
I just keep talking, Taylor. Let's see.
It's all good. I kind of meant to say already, just about you know trying to sell filters up to the phone. Yeah, thanks guys. Happy Stationary Saturdays.
You got this, Lynn. Go ahead, honey.
Taylor took us.
I'm glad you. Glad to hear from Lynn for sure.
I'm waiting to hear from the host to let me know.
Yeah, shout out Taylor for taking Flat Earth Fridays camping. W to the chat. And we got Lynn in here. What's up, Lynn?
Okay, first thing I want to say is if I ever go missing and nobody can find me, y'all call Black Betty. I want her on the case. I think she could do the job. Oh my goodness. And I loved her. I love your ideas, Betty, if you're still down there. I like the idea of the documentation and all of that. Okay, that was my gut reaction. Oh, yes, that sounds good. My second reaction was I think somebody said, oh, well, it might be a matter of privacy. Okay, well, if they don't want to show them to the whole world, they can show them to Black Betty and 2 or 3 people she picks or something. But I will vouch for Black Betty as far as her character. She's not going to show them to the world. She's not going to leak a document. Okay, having said all that, I've seen too many Jason Bourne movies, I guess, and that type of movie where the main character opens up a briefcase and they've got 42 passports. Buy a lot of passports with $500,000. So I don't know. I think the documentation is good. Maybe they're going to be legit, maybe they're not. But I think we need other things too. I think we need every video they took while they were gone, every bit of data. If it takes us 6 months to sift through it all, then so be it. But I think it all needs to be considered. But I think the documentation is a good idea, as long as we know, well, there is a chance that it's fake too. I don't know how to get out of this problem, but anyway, I am for, just pretend like this is a court case, okay? The jury doesn't give the verdict until they've seen all the evidence and heard all the testimony. And when we just go out and you're tainting the jury pool is what you're doing when and it's really not funny. When you say okay, I think it's fine to say, well, my opinion is, or this looks suspicious, whatever. But when you come out and say, there's no way around it, this is fake, absolutely 100% this is fake, I don't think you can say that at this point. Or if you can, that you should, until you have seen everything that is presented before the judge. And that's all I have to say, guys. Thank you.
I totally agree. We just have to be patient. Once the information drops, then make the claim, give your opinion.
Can I comment about this TFE?
If it's relevant to what Lynn said, yeah, AR, but we do got a lot of hands, so I'll give you a few seconds. Go ahead.
I will be quick, and I need people to think. Please, people, think. First of all, I think the sun is 24 hours in that area exactly all the year, not only in the winter, not only in the summer. And I think there is 4 corners the sun do the same thing, 24-hour sun. But maybe far away, maybe there is a darkness between that and between the point and in the north exactly, between the north and the south. What is the important thing? I need people to think. Why you agree on the sun as a evidence to draw the maps? Why? Why you accept it? You accept it without question, whether flat earthers or heliocentric or geocentric or whatever. The map, what we get, we accept it without question. Only because the sun is circling this limit. Nobody question that. And if you compare the video from Mr. Beast and the videos from Jaren and Austin, you will notice that that exactly the same. The shape of the mountains, the shape of the land, all the same. If this area is only for 4 months sun, 24-hour sun, it should be the level of the ice should be changed. As you hear from Jaren, when he talked to the people work there, they said never saw ice or rain. No rain, no ice, only wind. See, the people must think about this. There is 160 people here. Think, please think. Why you accept the map as it is? Just only because the sun is circling this area. You see where I'm going? I feel embarrassed, really. How people this is from years. I am only talking about this from years. Don't consider the sun is the only evidence for the map, for the drawing of the map.
Well, I just want to make sure that we're
Just
clear. Like, I think a lot of people get what confused us to wrap this last point up. I just want to make people aware that there's a difference between a map and a model. Right? A map is not a model. You use a map for a specific purpose. Now, you could reference it as for an example or something like that, but maps are used for a specific purpose, usually for navigating or plotting.
How you consider the map only the area which is circled by the sun? How?
Hey, D3,
imagine
if you don't mind, let me help you out with this one.
Well,
yes, sir. I understand
hold on
what you're saying.
one second, RG, because there are a lot of hands. Everyone's patient. I just wanted AR to get his quick thought out. Thank you, AR. We'll come right back to that. I know
Thank
D3
you. I am
actually.
leaving. Thank you. I am every week listener. So thank you very much.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you, bro. You can kick it and hang out for a little bit.
Yeah, I'll defer.
Go out. Thank you.
I'll defer until a couple other people speak because people have been waiting.
Okay, cool. So yeah, we didn't hear from JT or RG, but I think RG wanted to say something. So
Yeah, thank you, brother. Thank you. Yeah, if you just allow me maybe a couple of minutes, I'll speak kind of slow and see if I can answer his question and a couple other questions that I'd heard. Okay, so with the sun and the circulation and its position, from what we can tell so far, and what's been written about a lot, is that magnetic north moves north to northeast at a certain pace, and then it can be measured to show it slowing down or speeding up. But over the last 8 to 10 years, it's moved a good 450 miles already. So you will see that maps, the difference between maps and models, are maps can be updated, tweaked, twerked, depending on the elevation, your latitude, longitude, and different countries are not going to have the same one as we have, right? Now, as far as a model goes, what we've been taught in school, the model has to include gravity, right? It has to include dark matter, dark energy. That's what's been incorporated to the model, heliocentric or geocentric. They're still trying to push things on us that would throw off us knowing that it's just a hemisphere. It's a firmament. We know that. My biblical cosmology friends. Now, that's pretty much stayed consistent. That's dimensions and examples, I guess, visual examples. And now we're learning super quickly about optics and perspective. Slow down. Let's not worry about the physical so much. There is a model, which I've, just come across, did a lot of my own research. And I encourage you guys, just don't worry about trying to prove somebody's trip wrong or right, because that's not our God, that's our friend. And just trust him. Give it a little bit more time. I'll leave it at that. Oh, and the model has no gravity, no dark matter, no dark energy. It's just magnetic, electric, and dielectric. Dielectric being the vast darkness in space that they say is filled with this and that. It's just the ether. That's the backdrop. It's the primer field for everything. I'll land it there.
And the ether's important because they can't have their emotion without.
I don't see any other hands. We got hands up?
I see JT.
Yeah, I got an update from Witsit if you have time.
Oh, yeah, let's hear. Appreciate that. How's it
Okay.
feeling?
Yeah, let me know how my mic sounds because it's a little bit of reading, but I'll get through it. He posted this he posted on his Ko-fi that the update's, a little bit long, but that he's planning on doing a private stream for people that are like Ko-fi supporters first, and then like a public stream. But I'll read this. I don't think it'll take me 5 minutes, but I'll go through it if you're ready. All right. He said, "Hey, planning on leaving Tennessee today. Severe weather may change the flight, and then we should get back after this evening. Obviously, if you've been keeping up with the reaction, I'm being burned at the stake by what seems to be half the community. Maybe it's just a real vocal minority, but either way, I'll drop a stream once I get back. I'm tentatively aimed for tomorrow, and this is assuming our flight remains on schedule and doesn't get canceled or significantly delayed. For obvious reasons, I stepped away from all the chaos for a bit." I'm going to pause right here. I posted this up top in the jumbo. It's a link to his Telegram if you want to skim it or become a subscriber or anything like that. Give me just a second. I'm reading something. Okay. Please step out for just a moment, babe. Sorry, guys. Okay. I'll go back to here. I stepped away from all the chaos for a bit. A lot of my extended family had not met my daughters yet, so we have just been hanging out with family. Quickly, this entire ordeal has not been easy on me. I practically got no sleep for 11 days. It cost me a lot of money that it wasn't supposed to. Cash App was rejecting donation attempts from people that tried to support. Conveniently, it's working now that apparently everyone hates me because the sun did something they didn't want it to. I got sick to the extent I had pretty extreme chest pains, etc. Further, we are obviously being blasted by the mainstream media. We had to be amongst Globers, which included one of the most toxic and hateful people on all the internet, MC Toon. While they were gloating, the anti-flat earthers are all out in full force harassing me. And to top it all off, the community that I have sacrificed so much before completely turned on me on a dime. Needless to say, I'm pretty disappointed in a large portion of the community. Additionally, even the people that know I'm not lying about anything and have my back are impatiently demanding all of the data and videos. I needed to disconnect to be with my family while recuperating. Please be patient. I know this can be interpreted as me acting like a victim or complaining. I am not. I'm simply updating everyone. Long story short, the truth does not fear investigation. I went to observe with my own eyes what the sun does and to confirm the phenomenon for the community. I am a truth seeker, and I will continue to walk directly into the truth regardless of the fallout or results. My cooperation in this trip has been very calculated and tactical from every conceivable angle. I'm about to be on many podcast streams and podcasts, etc. To the people that actually have had, have my back, thank you, and I love you guys. This has still put me in a tricky situation financially, but it will work out. Anyone that attempted to support me but was rejected by Cash App, it should be working now, at least for now, as far as I know. More updates coming soon. If you're actually a truther, this should be a celebratory moment that we did something historical. We could have remained stagnant and debated about that phenomenon for another 20 years. Plenty of content behind the scenes and updates coming soon. Much love, Austin. So there's your update that he posted this morning.
Damn, man, it's crazy. He even got to put anything out like that. I just want
Exactly.
everyone to understand this one point, and it's crazy because it applies to everyone. If any one of you took one of those guys' places, or just happened to be there as well, y'all all would be dealing with the same thing. No matter who you are. Over 100 of y'all, if any one of y'all was in here, went over and did that same trip, y'all be dealing with the same backlash that they dealing with, regardless of if it happened or not. And to me, that is crazy. Got to think about it.
I agree with you, bro, and I understand the woman who was speaking earlier. She's been here a while or whatever, and she has her reservations about believing people, and that's fine. I get it, but like, Witch is our guy. Like, there's anybody that we can kind of rely on, I do feel like it's him. So like, continue with your investigation. That's great. Um, I'm gonna pretty much take his word for it because I believe the guy. But I do have a challenge for this woman. Um, I said a few hours ago for people who were on then um, that I kind of have my idea of how to prove flat Earth. So I challenged the woman who is very studious and into digging for information, and you said that you are here for the truth. So the challenge is disprove that tide gauges and their local datums prove flat Earth. All right, and what I mean is, for everybody who wasn't awake hours ago, the way we get our sea level is through tide gauges, and these have a local point where we measure the tides up and down, whether they're above or below this point. So I looked into it, and there's 20 along the eastern seaboard, the eastern coast, from New York City to Miami. But they only vary in their elevation 10 centimeters to 50 centimeters. So we did a calculation. Even if all of them are full on at their most 50 centimeters, it still does not equal up to the 420 feet of curvature that we should have from New York City to Miami. So if anyone listening can disprove the variance between tide gauges, then we can have a globe discussion. If not, the Earth is flat, and I'm claiming that right now. That's my claim. I'm claiming we have proof Earth is flat, or it ain't curving at the rate that they're saying it is. Who's next? Who we got? Who we got?
D3 been working on that all morning too. I don't know if it was what
Facts,
time
bro.
it is. Yeah.
Facts. Yo, and someone just real quick before we go move on, somebody who was listening earlier actually reached out to me and was like, "Yo, what if, we need to think about where the data is being transferred to, because if it's all being transferred to satellites, then it's kind of like a circle. It's all reification where the data is being transmitted to satellite. The satellite is using the same data, and it's all circular, and that would lead to globe. However, what I found out is that there are there are gauges that transmit directly to satellites, but those are farther out in the ocean. The ones near to the shore are transmitted via radio waves. So in that, there is no in the radio wave transmissions, those would not be including GPS or anything like that. Those are just boop radio waves. So we have it. In my opinion, we have the proof. It's nothing to argue. And if you can't argue it, that's the challenge. Who's next? We got
Hey, one more
Idmar
thing,
and
D3. I like how you pose. I like where you was going when posing that question, right? It sounded low key like he was going for the no hypothesis. Hey, Alan, if you up, you probably not up right now. But if you up, pull up, because I need you to apply that no hypothesis to what D3 is laying out right here. That's what it sounds like.
Facts. If Alan, if you awake, bro, come on up, man.
We need help with the no hypothesis. Logical approach.
So Mike,
I think
I think Bri was next.
Yeah, I think Brian, and then Itmar, and we have Biblical up, and then we'll rotate.
Great space, guys. Thanks for having me as always. I'm just going to put this out here. For me, the characteristics that made you all rock with me in the beginning, seemingly such as, critical thinking, non-group thinking, integrity, seem to be the same characteristics now that got people saying, well, Brian, why can't you get down with the get down? For me, where was this 24-hour sun a decade ago? Answer, nowhere. It was nowhere to be found. Nobody was discussing it because Flat Earth Dave, and I was hoping he was going to be here in the room to hear, but Flat Earth Dave told me that the luminaries in the sky don't determine the foundation upon which we stand. So I don't even really understand why this whole supposed experiment was even done in the first place. And for me, there is no evidence that you're going to be able to provide. Just like the ISS supposedly got 24-hour live feed, this, that, and the other. It's just junk. And you can make a model, back to the model, okay? Just like the Globies, you can make a model do whatever you want it to do. That's what the Globies have done since we've been alive. And now we've got some people that say, oh, we got a flat earth model and we can prove how a 24-hour sun is working. Well, for me, that's right there with the Globies. And I'll land it on this. Guys, if you go back to the original flat earth model, the sun and the moon rotate in the sky like a Rolex. Okay? So where exactly in this Rolex timepiece of the sky do you think that the sun is going to take a pause and now gives a 24-hour sun? Huh? It doesn't check out for me. So I'm not here to bash anybody. People are going to believe what they want to believe, and they're entitled to that. But see, I follow the truth and the facts. I don't follow no person. Yes, I follow some people on here, whatnot, but I'm talking about on the inside. I don't follow anybody but the truth. And for me, none of this has added up. Where was it at a decade ago? And what has been the fruit of it? Division. See, you can't have millions of flat earthers on the same page because there's power in that. So what they do is they send people in to try to disrupt, and that's what we've had here for the past week or so, is division. And we're talking about this, that, and the other, which are luminaries. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, we're being invaded at the southern border. They're trying to wipe us all out. We've got serious issues going on, and we're talking about something in the sky. And again, we all agree it has nothing to do with the foundation upon which you stand. So for me, I don't understand it. It doesn't make sense other than the fact that division was created. And again, I'll land it on this. You can come back with the 24-hour, 72-hour. I don't care. I put it up there with the ISS and the rest of it, man. It does not compute with the Rolex in the sky. And I'll land him.
So I always said this, Brian, that I think that that's the worst part, that it is creating like division, right? But like, I guess my issue is like, where's the division coming from? Like, yeah, you could say like the cause was the action of going down there, and some of these guys that we know going down there, and that caused the people having an opinion about it. But the people that went over there, at least the flat earthers, said that this isn't a problem for flat earth. Some of them is a little bit skeptical, but you guys mentioned Witsit, like they said it's not a problem for flat earth. I think you even said that all of us agree that this isn't a problem for flat earth. But there's only one side that's saying like, hey, but this is a problem, they're faking it. And then that's where the division is coming in. That's where the issue's coming in. And we're just saying like, well, why don't I just wait till everything come out first? Then go ahead and make the claim. Still be skeptical, right? But labeling and categorizing before getting all the evidence may be premature. But as far as the division goes, like I don't think we have to go at each other just having a difference of opinion.
Oh, I agree with you, Sacred. And for me, why wouldn't you drop all the evidence immediately? How long has it been? A week? And if I videoed something that was legit, real, I assure you I wouldn't be taking no breaks. I'd be tripling and quadrupling down, and I'd be coming at it headstrong, my man. I don't understand what are we waiting for, guys? Why isn't it here, right now? Okay? Division. And the longer it goes, the more division it's going to create. And I'll land it on this because I can get extremely intense over this. You can create a model to do whatever you want it to do. The Globies did that, and that's why we're here. You can have a flat earth model which includes a 24-hour sun, but that is not what we observe in reality. Think about it real quick. If we're standing there at the Antarctic, okay, we're at the outer edge of the pizza crust, and it's circling above our heads in a 24-hour motion, where's the rest of the light of the world? Is the entire rest of the world in darkness here and whatnot? It's just not computing for me, Sacred. That's it.
Okay, fair enough. But I mean, the argument of division due to how long it's been taken to come out, uh, that's a temporary argument, because once it does come out, you won't like that won't be a thing anymore. So we'll just have to address the actual evidence. So I respect like
Exactly.
anyone, I respect anyone for uh saying, hey, this should be out now. This is a time-based thing. This is why I'm aggravated. This is why this is funny. That's only gonna last for so long. So we just have to see what happens. Because I know y'all gonna go all through the details. Y'all gonna rip it to shreds. But if it's on the up and up, and if there's things that work in favor for flatter, which I was thinking about earlier, I think I mentioned it last night. Like, what does that mean? Like, if there's some details that come in favor for flat Earth, or maybe a geocentric stationary Earth, are the ones claiming fake going to disregard that? Like, what if it's like super powerful too? Or are y'all going to just accept it after saying that everything was fraudulent? Because that's another thing we got to worry about. And Dave made an interesting point earlier for those that wasn't in here. Like, if we're making mistakes by being too hasty, the anti-flat earthers is just going to make content and monetize the content off of the hasty mistakes. So we don't want to feed into every single bad angle.
Hey, Sacred. Just to piggyback, I'm gonna let Chris go, but listen, check this out. I've had my nose deep into some research, right, that I'm taking it down by excluding relativity. I'm taking out their foundation. They want to attack Genesis and the firmament. Well, the tools that are already patented and they're free open source is the shape of a firmament. And the way it is designed, bro, can take you from the very smallest nucleus of an atom on up to galaxies, bro. And it's amazing. They're overlaying pictures on this technology, and it doesn't need gravity, dark matter, dark energy, or black holes. They're done. I'm telling you guys. I'm not being hasty, but I've been y'all haven't seen what I've seen completely yet. But I would love to do some kind of something to ease people's minds, to let them know it's not the people that on our side that's questionable, right? It's the whole process that they use to manipulate and invert our model. They've been doing it. So let's flip it back. Let's flip the script back on them. I'm saying it's gonna work, bro. I love all y'all, man. I hate to see anybody anxious, man. So just take some deep breaths, man. This shit's gonna work.